You are the Emperor of the desolate heavens, equally matched with the Taoist sovereign, who has traversed through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Invincible across an entire era, after achieving unparalleled supremacy, you chose to entomb yourself with your own hands. The illustrious dream of eternity family has tragically fallen victim to a catastrophic demise. The ancestral grave was bombarded, sending your coffin lid soaring into the air. Shueju Fishmanjian. At this moment, the once youthful sovereign re-emerges in the world. At this moment, the imperial Guanlin family resides in a realm of grandeur. Following closely behind was an enormous handprint. The ancestral graveyard was suddenly shattered into fragments. The members of the Lin family gazed upon the devastated ancestral grave, their hearts a tumultuous blend of sorrow and indignation. At that very moment, a cacophony of curses erupted from the depths of the ancestral grave. Which sandstorm has enveloped this place in a thick haze, suffocating me? A seemingly ordinary curse left everyone present in a state of astonishment. Immediately, Xiao Xian's pupils constricted sharply. The power of his palm was such that even an equally ranked imperial-level expert would not dare to receive it lightly. The man who emerged from the ancestral grave of the Lin family was, astonishingly, unscathed. A sense of dread compelled Xiao Xian to shield everyone before him. At this moment, the head of the Lin family, Lin Bufan, wore an expression of utter bewilderment. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the clouds of dust. I simply wish to enjoy a peaceful slumber. Who on earth dared to disturb my resting place? Where is that worthless Lin Ruahai? Come forth. I shall make you regret your existence. As he heard those words, Lin Bufan suddenly trembled uncontrollably. Lin Ruahai was none other than his grandfather. Could it be that this person was the very ancestor of the Lin family, who had once stained the heavens with blood, causing the myriad clans of foreign lands to dare not show their faces? In the next moment, Lin Bufan knelt down, imploring the ancestor to take action and vanquish the formidable foe. Yet at this moment, you wore a perplexed expression as you scratched your head, pondering, where did this come from? The elder Tianzin observed the situation and softly remarked, Master of the house, could this individual be the ancestor? Their appearance seems rather youthful. Lin Bufan, though somewhat perplexed, still feigned composure as he cast a fierce glare at the other party. What do you understand? The power of the progenitor is formidable, and the preservation of beauty is hardly an ordinary means. Subsequently, your gaze swept across the assembly, discerning that among those present, the most formidable was none other than the pinnacle of the celestial sovereign. With a tone tinged with displeasure, you spoke, Where is that Lin Ruahai? Bring him before me. What is the Lin family doing? How is it that the family head has only attained the celestial sovereign realm? Your words caused Lin Bufan's face to flush with embarrassment. He then spoke, Senior, Lin Ruahai is my grandfather, who has been at rest for many years. Immediately thereafter, your majestic form trembled violently. What on earth is this? Are you jesting with me? His reaction left everyone present momentarily stunned. They had never encountered such a carefree individual, especially with his coarse language, which starkly contrasted with the imagined image of an ancestral figure. Then you cast a glance at Lin Bufan, silently murmuring, This aura indeed belongs to someone of the Lin family. Have I truly been asleep for such an extended period? Lost in thought, a sense of irritation began to creep in. I simply shook my head. What was the name again? Have you ever heard of Lin Yi? As soon as the words fell, Lin Bufan and the members of the Lin family behind him trembled with anticipation. Their eyes sparkled with fervor, and with a resounding thud, they all knelt upon the ground to pay homage to their ancestor. You find yourself somewhat bewildered by the situation. After scratching your head, a thought strikes you, and you express your displeasure with a hint of irritation. Let us set this matter aside for the moment. Why have you blown up my grave? What is the matter with you all? Even if one possesses an adequate strength, there is no need to appear as if on the brink of demise. Lin Bufan, witnessing this, gathered his courage and spoke urgently. Ancestor, there are those who seek to annihilate the Lin family. They are the ones who also desecrated your grave. It is indeed them. You lifted your gaze in the direction pointed by Lin Bufan, realizing that it was the very path leading to the annihilation of the Lin family. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Xian's imperial form trembled slightly. Yet, The majesty of an emperor remained steadfast within him. He feigned calmness and spoke, "This is my Shao family. What do you intend to do? You, who have slumbered for millennia, others may fear you, but my Shao family does not." As his voice echoed, the imperial aura surrounding Shao Xian surged once more, causing the space beside him to fracture in layers. He nodded and remarked, "Indeed, quite good." He then turned to Lin Bufan and said, "Please indicate to me the location of the Shao family." You casually picked up a sword from the ground, raising your gaze to Shao Xian, and spoke with a calm demeanor. "To annihilate a clan, one must possess the aura of annihilation. Today, I shall demonstrate to you the true essence of extermination." He casually hurled a long sword, utterly unremarkable in its simplicity, into the air. "Ha ha! Do you still believe it to be an era from millennia ago? Times have transformed. How dare a relic of time challenge the present? Today, it is Shao Xian of the Shao family who shall bring your end." In the next instant, Shao Xian let out a furious roar, his figure swelling to several dozen zhang. In a heartbeat, myriad bolts of lightning enveloped him, and an imperial celestial phenomenon materialized, descending upon you with boundless imperial might. In that moment, mountains crumbled and rivers flowed backward. Countless formidable beings have emerged triumphantly, their faces betraying a semblance of fear, even across vast distances. Strangely enough, you remain utterly unmoved, simply standing there in silence, yet revealing a hint of disdainful smile. In this manner, you exude a certain majesty befitting an emperor. Nevertheless, the times have changed, yet what does it matter? Before me, who dares to claim the throne? With this broken sword, I shall sever the lineage of the Shao clan. As the words fell, a glimmer of brilliance flickered through my fingertips. In the next instant, a myriad of sword radiance enveloped the celestial visage of the Emperor Shao Xian, commanding reverence. "Kneel before me." With your soft whisper, a myriad of sword rays cascaded down with a resounding roar. With a resounding boom, the celestial visage of the sovereign was instantaneously shattered, and even the space adjacent to Shao Xian was torn asunder. Countless immense fissures emerge. The void's rifts resemble a bottomless vortex. Shao Xian ultimately succumbed. In the next instant, the emperor's celestial visage was stained with blood, casting the horizon in a hue of crimson. Subsequently, you cast a disdainful glance, initially believing it to be a challenge, only to discover it was merely a fool. With such meager abilities, how dare they provoke the Lin family? Thus concluded the matter of Shao Xian. As your fingers rise once more, the void trembles violently. In the next instant, the shattered blade descended from the void, abruptly manifesting at the center of Shao Xian's brow. Shao Xian's pupils suddenly trembled violently. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to come to a standstill. He was utterly unprepared, helplessly watching as the shattered sword gradually pierced through his imperial form. With a resounding bang, in the next moment, the body plummeted from the heavens, crashing heavily onto the ground. Lin Bufan's eyes widened in astonishment as he rubbed them repeatedly, fearful that he might be mistaken in what he beheld. Then, with a sudden motion, he struck the elder's cheek fiercely, producing a resounding smack. A cry of pain suddenly echoed, and the elder's originally pale face swelled up in an instant. Not a dream. It is indeed real. Is this the power of my ancestral lineage? The Lin family? The Lin family. At last, we are no longer subjected to humiliation. Ha! Ignoring the raucous celebration of Lin Bufan and his companions, you strolled leisurely outside. Glancing down at Shao Xian, you spoke softly. "Do you understand why I spared your life?" At this moment, there was not a trace of the previous arrogance in Shao Xian. His face was filled with terror and humility. Upon hearing the words, he immediately dragged his battered body to the ground, pleading for Lin Zhu to spare his life. "I, from the Shao family, am willing to serve as a slave or servant for eternity." A hint of amusement danced at the corners of your lips. "Do you recall the words I uttered earlier?" Shao Xian felt a sense of perplexity in his heart, yet he still spoke with an enchanting smile, requesting guidance from Lin Zhu. In the next instant, a glint of cold light flickered in your gaze as you spoke slowly. "I have mentioned before, allow the members of the Lin family to witness what it truly means to annihilate a clan." As soon as the words were spoken, in an instant, a towering sword of radiant light abruptly manifested in the skies above the Shao family estate. In the next moment, a thunderous strike descended upon the location of the Shao family. Shao Xian's face was etched with terror, and he numbly turned his head to gaze. With a thunderous shout, he extended his hand, yet it lingered suspended in midair, leaving him helplessly watching as the blade of light descended upon the Shao family. The sword's radiance appeared as if it were a divine retribution descending from the heavens, cleaving through the firmament with a single stroke. The illustrious imperial lineage of the Shao family, which had been passed down for millennia, has been utterly transformed into a desolate ruin. You should have gone as well. Shao Xian and his companions had yet to emerge from their sorrow when they heard your unremarkable utterance, which instantly shattered their hearts. Yet, just as you were about to take action, a thunderous sound echoed through the void. Fellow cultivator, hold on. You furrowed your brow slightly and gazed upward. In the blink of an eye, 3 unparalleled figures descended, shattering the void as they stood upon the heavens. Their formidable presence loomed, suffocating the Lin clan beneath its weight, while terrifying waves of turbulent energy surged forth in an instant. The sovereign is the true ruler of this realm. At this very moment, 3 mighty emperors have encircled you, bringing together the 5 sovereigns in a rare assembly that can be deemed an millennium occurrence. At this moment, the members of the Lin family were trembling in fear. Even though the 3 emperors remained utterly still, their immense presence was beyond the comprehension of any cultivator beneath the esteemed realm. Yet you remain indifferent, slowly lifting a long sword from the ground once more, its presence lingering ambiguously above Shao Xian's head. Suddenly, an emperor spoke, addressing his companion. Let us not dwell on trivialities regarding our realms. Consider this carefully. Though he had yet to make a move, the emperor's formidable presence bore down upon Lin Yi with an overwhelming force. By merely uttering those words, you expect me to release Shao Xian? What a preposterous notion. Take your leave and stay as far away as possible. The sovereign you reprimanded did not take offense. He is not a fool like Shao Xian, who, upon ascending to the throne, believes himself invincible in the realm, nor would he allow mere words to provoke an emotional upheaval. Subsequently, another emperor spoke, his tone exceedingly calm. For nearly a millennium, foreign realms have been stirring restlessly. The presence of an additional emperor would enhance our odds of victory considerably. Ha ha ha, I'm utterly amused. Just moments ago, when Shao Xian annihilated the Lin family, where were you all? Now that I seek to take his life, you suddenly choose to reveal yourselves. What is it? The dog has spotted excrement, so eagerly yearning for a taste. As soon as the words fell, a cold gleam flashed by. Shao Xian's head was instantly severed, and even his soul was utterly crushed by the sword's energy, leading to the complete obliteration of his vitality. Now, I have taken a life. What will you do next? Then, your gaze swept towards the 3 emperors, your eyes brimming with challenge. The 3 emperors gazed in astonishment and fury as Shao Xian was slain before their very eyes. It is not that they are unwilling to act, but rather that your movements are executed with such swiftness. By the time they realize what is unfolding, their opportunity to respond has already slipped away. The 3 sovereigns were just about to speak, yet it was overshadowed by the shouts of the Lin family. Ancestral, battle. Though the sons of the Lin family may perish, we do so without regret, vowing to never retreat. Among them, the eyes of 2 emperors flickered with an enigmatic light. In the next instant, they found themselves utterly stunned, a wave of inexplicable dread surging within their hearts. They exchanged a glance, unable to suppress a gulp. The progenitor of the Lin family is Lin Yi. Yet evidently, another sovereign failed to respond as a blood-dripping long sword materialized in the palm of his hand. Amidst the void, a towering blade of light, imbued with the essence of blood and decay, descends abruptly. That strike seemed poised to cleave the entire world in twain, a formidable force that instilled both fear and trepidation. Cease your actions. Halt. The other 2 sovereigns resolutely intervened, intercepting the entirety of the towering blade's radiance. The Blood Blade Emperor, evidently displeased, inquired loudly, "What is the meaning of your actions?" "Sanwall, one of us is here to rescue you." One of the emperors bellowed in fury. The emperor is no fool. This simple statement instantly stirred a sense of unease within the Bloodblade Emperor. He swiftly recalled the earlier cries of the Lin family members, the ancestor of the Lin family. Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. A blurry figure gradually became clearer in his memory. Tom's complexion instantly turned pale, and he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Upon observing the expressions of the three individuals, it becomes evident that they have deduced your identity. I shall no longer feign, I reveal my true self. I am indeed the person you have conjectured. Now, you three may confer amongst yourselves to determine who shall meet their demise first. Upon hearing these words, the three individuals hurriedly bowed in reverence. Ancestor Lin, a millennium ago, you vanquished the myriad clans of foreign realms. This is a profound act of cosmic justice. We owe our ascension to the imperial realm to your benevolent protection, and we would never dare to act against you. Upon hearing those words, you chuckled lightly, with a mocking expression gracing your brow. Such eloquent rhetoric permits you to brazenly insult the Lin family. As the words fell from your lips, your hand raised the sword. The radiant blade pierced straight into the sea of consciousness of the three emperors, reaching their dantian. The once spirited three emperors now resembled deflated balloons, their cultivation utterly destroyed. With weakened legs, they kneel before the Lin family. Since you incessantly speak of the great righteousness of heaven and earth, and for the sake of all living beings across the myriad realms, you feel compelled to protect Shaoxian, then let it be as you wish. A life exchanged for a life, an emperor traded for an immortal from another realm. However, before that, you shall kneel in reverence. As you converse, an image inadvertently manifests in your mind, prompting a silent sigh within your heart, wondering whether that old fellow in a distant land is still alive. Then he turned his gaze towards Lin Bufon. You're the head of the family. Let our kin back and do not engage in any distractions. Contemplate thoroughly. Meticulously document every detail of the noble clans that have betrayed my Lin family. When I return from distant lands, I shall personally extinguish their lineage. As the voice fell, a long sword swept through the air, tearing apart the void before him and creating a rift. With a swift movement, he stepped inside. The three emperors gazed upon your departure, their hearts trembling with tumult. A solitary figure boldly ventured into foreign lands, traversing the sorrowful peaks of Ileo Mountain and wading through the river of the underworld. This legend, who could have anticipated its resurgence in the world today? Exotic boundaries. Between heaven and earth lies an expanse of crimson. The blood of millennia past, still lingering, yet to dry. However, the moment you stepped into the foreign land, the land of darkness, countless pairs of eyes blossomed like resplendent stars, fixated intently on the border. Within those myriad gazes flickered a multitude of intricate emotions. Even the earth trembled slightly. After a brief moment of silence, a chilling voice resounded. Lin, you retreat. The era has transformed. The foreign land of today is no longer the same as that of 10,000 years ago. Do you still believe you can remain invincible as you did years prior? But immediately after, you let out a cold laugh. You are convinced that I am still the Lin Yi from a millennium ago. Your voice is imbued with confidence and authority. Here I stand. Come forth. The sound resonated like thunder, shaking the entire foreign realm. These three words seemed to serve as a declaration of war, issuing the most formidable challenge to the myriad races of the otherworld. Transgression. Today, my clan of the 9 nether serpents shall exact a blood debt that has lingered for 10,000 years upon you. No longer shall we hide in foreign lands. With every strike, I shall ignite my own essence and soul. In the next instant, myriad malevolent energies coalesce into a confining cage, dragging you into an abyss of boundless darkness. Yet, you merely trembled fiercely, a single punch unleashed, and the cage instantaneously fractured. Strangely enough, the 9 nether serpent burst in a hearty laughter. Lin Yi, I am aware that the innate divine abilities of my clan cannot confine you, yet merely a fleeting moment is sufficient. How will you defend against this move? In an instant, the ominous aura surrounding you dissipated. As you chanted the incantation of reincarnation, your hair visibly began to turn white, and your body gradually succumbed to decay. This incantation of reincarnation was a dreadful curse, capable of eroding the very essence of life itself. In the next moment, a roar resounded once more. With my very soul, I shall sever your 1,000-year lifespan. The serpentine specter of the netherworld has succumbed to madness, its gaze imbued with resolve and insanity. It knows it cannot slay you by its own might. Only by sacrificing itself can it deplete the essence of your life. A relentless battle. This time it is determined to exhaust you in this foreign realm. For countless years, you have remained stagnant in your progress. Accompanied by your disdainful snort, the bloodline of the Emperor ignites in the next moment. Waves of dark runes are forcibly expelled from within, restoring oneself to peak condition once more. With a mighty roar, the celestial manifestation of the sovereign abruptly emerged. That grand celestial image seemed to have traversed from the annals of antiquity, exuding an awe-inspiring and chilling authority. With each decisive strike, the abyssal serpent of the nine hells was driven into the ground, its colossal form trembling beneath the force. Every punch resonated with the cataclysmic power of a celestial upheaval, the anguished roars echoing through the otherworldly realm. However, immediately, a fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the nine nether serpent, which swiftly transcended to an extreme. In the next instant, it abruptly opened its massive, blood-filled maw and lunged towards you with a ferocious bite. With a cold laugh, you uttered, "Useless fool, since you are so eager to embrace death, I shall grant your wish." As the words left your lips, you struck down with a palm upon the head of the nine nether serpent, instantly unleashing an overwhelming aura of imperial might. The colossal form of the nine nether serpent trembled relentlessly under the weight of this overwhelming force, its eyes filled with terror and despair. The fish, akin to a relentless blade, mercilessly severed its head, leaving it to witness the gruesome act. The crimson blood, in stark contrast to the dimness of that foreign land, appeared exceptionally glaring. Suddenly, you seem to perceive something. With a raised eyebrow, your figure instantly vanishes from the spot. With a resounding boom, the very ground beneath gave way, forming a profound pit under the immense aura of the mortal realm. It has been an eternity. Indeed, you look down upon me, Lin Yi, Shueju fish, merely 3 sovereigns of eternal life. Perhaps it is insufficient. As soon as the words left your lips, you delivered a powerful punch. The terrifying force instantaneously hurled the 3 individuals nearby into the air as they gushed forth blood in great heaves. Then, grasping the neck of one of the immortals with a firm hand, he spoke coldly, "Did you not intend to slay me? Come forth, for today I shall end your life with my fist." In the next instant, a fist struck the abdomen of the immortal, causing the very fabric of space to shatter in layers. The immense force made the entire realm tremble, as if the apocalypse were imminent. In less than half a moment of engagement, the 3 immortals from distant lands met their fate, resulting in 1 death and 2 injuries. Countless slumbering emperors from distant realms reveal fierce glimmers in their eyes, yet their bodies betray them with slight tremors as they strive to conceal their presence. Here, it comes again, the sensation reminiscent of a millennium past. This harbinger of death, who has provoked his wrath once more. Some eternal beings, lurking in the shadows, curse those 3 individuals within the confines of their minds. Unable to gaze upon them any longer, they retreat once more into slumber. You turn once more, casting your gaze upon the remaining 2 immortals. This time, I have come with the intent to slay but 3. You may deliberate amongst yourselves on who is willing to embrace death for the sake of the otherworldly. At the very least, one might preserve their integrity. You have already witnessed the countenance of the first 2 before my strike. It was but a fleeting moment. As soon as the words fell, the void of darkness stirred with a sudden restlessness. A furious shout echoed through the air. "Stand aside!" The roar resounded like thunder, reverberating through the foreign realm. The tremors sent shivers through the hearts of all. The 2 immortals, filled with sudden elation, swiftly evaded the impending threat. In the next moment, a myriad of blade shadows suddenly emerged from the void. These colossal blade silhouettes seemed capable of cleaving the very heavens asunder. In the blink of an eye, they struck upon the form of the Emperor. At that instant, time appeared to come to a standstill. Immediately, a shocking scar appeared on your chest, exuding an endless aura of annihilation. That formidable power unexpectedly instilled a hint of pressure within you, as a trace of gravity flickered in your gaze. The Blade of Realms, the abyssal edge, spared you a millennium ago. Today, you stand as that third entity. The majestic imperial might erupted from within you, soaring into the heavens. In the next moment, countless stars from distant realms cascade down. You forcibly harness the power of the cosmos as the celestial bodies whirl in the sky, resembling a mighty longbow. Your silhouette appears particularly grand against the starry sky, as if you were a deity wielding dominion over the celestial bodies. Immediately, the Emperor, with celestial grace, drew his bow and knocked an arrow in one fluid motion, exuding an aura of dominance and authority. He unleashed it upon the realm of darkness, the projectile soaring forth with the swiftness of lightning, rendering it nearly imperceptible to the eye. Subsequently, your figure vanished into the tapestry of the starry sky. In the next moment, the blade of the boundary stood protectively before Mi Yan, as an overwhelming aura of annihilation permeated the air. The world-destroying arrow was resolutely halted in its tracks. Mi Yan's gaze was frigid, and a hint of triumph graced her lips. Lin Yi, you have grown old. It is time to make way for the next generation. As soon as the words fell, your figure appeared before him like a specter. With a thunderous sound, the sovereign unleashed a dual assault with both fists, striking fiercely upon the boundary blade in an instant. In the next moment, a sharp crack reverberated as the supreme weapon, stained with the essence of countless lives, shattered explosively. The fragments of its blade soared forth, and upon your grasp, you swiftly swung it down with fierce intent. Under the astonished gaze of Mi Yan, with a resounding thud, the head tumbled to the ground. The entire foreign realm has plunged into an abyss of silence. However, you then cast your gaze upon the three individuals from before. The brief moment has elapsed. I have already slain 3, that is sufficient. Yet, it would not be amiss to eliminate 2 more. With that thought, I proceeded towards the 2 immortals in the distance who had already succumbed to despair. Lin Yi, it is done. Yet at this moment, amidst the abyss of darkness, an indistinct voice emerged, its origin shrouded in mystery. In the next moment, the myriad tribes from distant lands unexpectedly fell to their knees in unison, prostrating themselves towards an unseen direction, continually offering their reverent worship. The scene was extraordinarily magnificent, as if they were paying homage to an exalted deity. The promise made a millennium ago. Chapter 8. The 3 emperors are cleared, a sword to slay them all upon hearing the sound. The myriad races from foreign lands were filled with reverence and fear. Without any warning, they collectively knelt upon the ground. The spectacle was utterly magnificent, as though they were venerating an exalted deity. Beside Lin, the 2 immortals appeared equally apprehensive, continuously bowing towards an unseen direction. At their level of strength, they clearly possessed knowledge of the secrets of the foreign realms. They understood who the master of that voice was. However, Lin did not share the same trepidation as the others. In the face of this scene, a mischievous smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. "Oh, old one, you're still alive? Since you've come, shall we meet?" He gazed eagerly into the void. Yet, silence reigned in the dark expanse. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, and Lin's smile gradually faded, replaced by a flicker of dissatisfaction. "Old man, this is rather dull. If you continue to ignore me, don't blame me for being ruthless." As he spoke, Lin unconsciously pointed his fingertip into the air, and a murderous intent unfurled with his gesture. Perhaps sensing that Lin was not jesting, the voice echoed once more. "Not today. Return in 7 days." "And what if I insist?" Lin stepped forward, his stride steady, the ground beneath him trembling slightly with his murderous intent. "Then come and try. Don't say I didn't warn you. You'll be splattered with blood." Lin chuckled, glancing at himself. "There's already plenty of blood. Adding yours 1 make much of a difference." His casual tone, however, ignited an inexplicable fury within the entity in the void. "You seek death." With a thunderous crash, the space beside Lin erupted, revealing a pitch-black ancient pathway of the abyss. The overwhelming force sent shockwaves through the surrounding air. Boundless killing intent surged forth, and the space beside Lin was rent asunder with a sharp crack. "If you dare, step inside." "Ha! Since you personally invited me, I shall certainly oblige." He turned to the 2 immortals beside him. "I'm off to have a chat with your master. I have use for these 3 heads, so you 2 watch over them. If one goes missing, you shall replace it." With that, he stepped into the ancient path of the abyss. in the impenetrable darkness. Everything seemed to be engulfed by an endless void where silence and the unknown spread quietly. A faint sound of a sword echoed. The sword energy surged like a rainbow, grand and imposing, cascading down like the Milky Way. Lin's gaze sharpened, his aura boiling as he cursed. Damn it, are you serious? Despite his curses, he dared not let his guard down. The laws of imperial order enveloped him in an instant. The power of the law shimmered like golden armor, radiating mysterious light in the darkness, ringing with a metallic clang. He unleashed a punch, and the force of the order surged forth with his fist, meeting the torrent of sword energy cascading down. In that instant of collision, a piercing sound erupted. Suddenly, the void was illuminated, a brilliance so blinding it was impossible to behold. The power of the Emperor's order spread from Lin's body, resembling golden shackles that held the sword energy suspended in midair. The sword energy, restrained by this force, found itself unable to descend, as if trapped by an invisible power. The sword energy clashed with the power of the law, igniting a flurry of sparks. "Draw your sword." A faint voice resonated from the void. Lin, taken aback, hesitated, feeling somewhat lacking in confidence. A 1T draw. As his words fell, a more domineering sword energy sliced down from above. Lin's pupils contracted. The endless power of order surged forth like a tidal wave, seemingly intent on filling the entire dark void. The power of the law wove into a complex and formidable net, sweeping toward the descending sword energy. With a thunderous roar, the darkness trembled violently. Although he managed to intercept the sword energy, the tremendous impact surged toward him like a landslide, causing the space beneath Lin to crack in layers. What had once appeared indestructible now seemed as fragile as glass, with enormous fissures forming. Caught off guard by the immense force, Lin's legs faltered, and he plummeted into the void, his body visibly shrinking as the space collapsed beneath him. "Holy crap, this is intense. I'll say it again, draw your sword." The voice rang out, colder than before. "If I don't draw, I'll die." "Sky Abyss sword." A furious shout erupted, and without warning, a long sword manifested within the void. It emanated boundless killing intent, a tangible mist that enveloped the entire space, aimed directly at Lin's brow. The previously overwhelming power of order shattered upon contact with the mysterious Sky Abyss sword, breaking into fragments of radiant light that scattered everywhere. "Damn, if I don't show my might, do you think I'm a mere kitten?" The Emperor's celestial visage shone with brilliant light, resembling a supreme deity descending. The laws of order flowed like golden brilliance, swirling around the celestial visage. Without hesitation, he unleashed a punch. Yet, at the moment of collision, the Sky Abyss sword vanished, as if it had never existed, disappearing without a trace. This sudden turn of events left Lin momentarily stunned, his face betraying surprise and confusion. "What's going on? Not fighting anymore?" Lin blurted out, his voice echoing in the void, yet receiving no response. After a long silence, a faint voice emerged from the darkness. "Has the Abyss sword been lost?" Upon hearing this, Lin's expression turned slightly awkward. It's not lost. It's sealed away. Get lost." A roar reverberated like thunder in the void, unleashing a tempest of boundless dark power that surged toward Lin. In an instant, it forced him back from the void. "Damn, being forced out is really annoying," he exclaimed, kicking the lifeless body beside him into a pulp. With a cold glance, he picked up the 3 bloodied heads and stepped into the air, departing. In the realm, above the sky, blood light stained the heavens. The deep crimson hue enveloped the world like a thick curtain, stirring an indescribable fear within hearts. The wind howled and thunder cracked. The pitch-black lightning tore through the sky like colossal dragons. Scarlet rain fell from the clouds, carrying a sense of despair and tragedy. Within the realm, countless strong beings broke through barriers, their eyes filled with disbelief. Is it the fall of an emperor? Blood rained from the heavens. A mighty emperor has perished. What exactly happened? In the blood rain, there lay the Emperor's Gate, the Lin family of the Emperor Gate, the Lin family that had gradually declined over the millennia. As numerous strong beings exchanged words, The sky was engulfed in unending darkness. What the hell? More? Another emperor has fallen. Look at that direction. It's from the foreign lands? The foreign lands are adjacent to the Emperor Gate. Could it be an invasion? Quickly, head to the Emperor Gate and ascertain the truth. In an instant, countless strong beings surged toward the Emperor Gate. At the Emperor Gate of the Lin family. Bang, bang, bang. Three dull sounds reverberated. Bloodied heads rolled onto the ground. Lin appeared at the Lin family of the Emperor Gate, his gaze coldly fixed on the three emperors. Are three immortals from the foreign lands enough? At this moment, the three emperors were filled with dread, not daring to utter a single word, shaking their heads in unison. No need to slay the foreign rulers. Xiao Xian deserved his fate. Lin Yimo's eyes glimmered as she coldly inquired, "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that Xiao Xian died in vain?" The three nodded repeatedly. Good. As you previously stated, the ruler of the realm exchanges with the immortal from another domain. One life for another. Xiao Xian does not count. Therefore, we have precisely three heads here. Chapter 9. The traitor, one by one, settled accounts. The pupils of the three individuals suddenly contracted, as if struck by a realization. Instinctively, they exchanged a glance. Yet, in that fleeting moment, they bore witness to the head of the person beside them detached from the body without warning. The incision was disturbingly precise. Blood erupted like an uncontrolled fountain. However, their minds were in turmoil, their bodies shattered, and their mouths remained unresponsive. You cannot. We have something to say. One of the emperors struggled to squeeze out these words from his throat. Just as he finished speaking, his head rolled aside, his eyes still reflecting lingering terror. Subsequently, with a horrifying sound of fragmentation, the body disintegrated into a ghastly heap of flesh and blood. With several thuds, the remnants fell to the ground. Lin Yi cast a disdainful glance at the pile, a hint of scorn on his face, and coldly remarked, "Fools, killing someone, yet you dither. A few words here, a few words there, and with some filler, I could forge divine weaponry from mere shards of blades." After slaying the three emperors, he glided his fingers over the long sword, its glow yet to emerge, yet the murderous intent already permeated the air. He coldly gazed into the void. "Will you leave on your own, or shall I assist you in departing?" With that, Lin Yi's sword blazed with brilliance, the sword light soaring into the heavens. Each beam resembled resplendent stars plummeting, akin to countless furious dragons roaring through the void, enveloped in an aura of relentless destruction. With each resounding tear, the space surrounding the imperial gate was effortlessly rent asunder, akin to fragile parchment. Crimson droplets pervaded the air. Each drop signified the extinguishment of a life. Those who had covertly observed the imperial gate were plunged into chaos and panic. The swift among them narrowly escaped disaster, while those who relied on their own strength, believing they could depart leisurely, became mere embellishments beneath the sea of crimson. Do you not prefer to depart slowly? I, for one, possess no other fondness than to assist others. He proclaimed, to be unable to exit this imperial gate for a lifetime, is that not slow enough? With that, he turned to leave. At this moment, the crowd in the forest had already knelt to the ground. Upon seeing Lin Yi, they collectively shouted, "We pay homage to the ancestor." Lin Yi interjected, "Do not call me ancestor henceforth. Choose another title. Do not inquire. Think for yourselves." He led the way into the grand hall. Upon the high seat, Lin Bufan cautiously extended a roster to Lin Yi, saying, "Ancestor Lin." Lin Yi, utterly at a loss for words, waved his hand dismissively. Gazing at the list, Lin Yi's brows furrowed deeper. He glanced at Lin Bufan, his tone laced with displeasure. "Not a single one." Lin Bufan sighed deeply. "Not a single one. They have all betrayed us. 5,000 years ago, the ancient three tribes descended together, proclaiming their eternal devotion, claiming the undying sacred fire, issued a decree. The three tribes would forever evade the void and confine the land. They would descend into the world only when the heavenly principles shifted and the realms collapsed. As for the agreement with you regarding the perpetual protection of the Lin family, they deemed it mere jest, urging the Lin family not to take it seriously." At this moment, Lin Yi's countenance darkened, seemingly capable of dripping water, his eyes aflame with an unfathomable fury. Very well, he uttered thrice, each utterance brimming with wrath. Lin Bufan, observing Lin Yi, felt a surge of trepidation, momentarily hesitant to speak. Continue. As for the Purple Dragon Island in the Void Realm, the ancient Black Phoenix tribe had inexplicably vanished. The rest. Lin Bufan continued in a flurry, and Lin Yi grasped the essence. The forces that once pledged allegiance to the Lin family had severed ties. Lin Yi listened in silence. Yet his anger became increasingly difficult to contain. Finally, as this fury reached its zenith, a cataclysmic roar erupted, and the Lin family hall seemed unable to withstand the wrath of an emperor, shattering into fragments. In an instant, dust enveloped the air, debris scattering. The others, caught off guard by the sudden explosion, hastily sought refuge. Lin Bufan, already weakened from his ruin, was further impacted by the shock, spitting a mouthful of blood. His complexion turning as pale as paper, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. Lin Yi cast a glance at Lin Bufan, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Perhaps it was the sight of Lin Bufan's wretched state, or perhaps a recollection of the Lin family's former glory juxtaposed with its current plight. With a gentle touch of his fingertip, a pure essence of the emperor flowed into Lin Bufan's body. This is the essence of my imperial source. It can aid in restoring your damaged meridians and refining your dantian. The remaining energy is sufficient for you to ascend to the threshold of the emperor. Lin Bufan's eyes brightened. He felt the wounds on his body beginning to heal. Without hesitation, he knelt before Lin Yi. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Yi interrupted. Spare the pleasantries. Guard the Lin family well. This grudge I shall avenge immediately. The treacherous shall meet their demise. Chapter 10. The pinnacle of the far north, the burial ground of swords. Upon hearing these words, Lin Bufan slowly rose to his feet. His eyes betrayed a semblance of inner turmoil. He opened his mouth as if to speak, yet suddenly fell silent. This hesitance irked Lin, who felt a surge of irritation. If you have something to say, just say it. The grand elder of the Lin family brusquely pushed Lin Bufan aside. Lin ancestor, we merely wish to inquire why, after all these years, you have no offspring. Is it possible that certain aspects are lacking? As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily flicked downward. At this juncture, the grand elder, oblivious to Lin Yi's suppressed fury, continued, Lin ancestor, though our Lin family has fallen from grace, we still possess several divine herbs within our treasury. You may dispose of them as you see fit. Perhaps they might yield some effect. However, unbeknownst to him, Lin Yi's silence was not acquiescence, but rather a desperate effort to stifle his rising anger. Turning to meet the grand elder's eager gaze, a chill coursed through him, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Lin Bufan, am I not being heard? Lin Bufan, surprised, could not comprehend the meaning behind Lin Yi's words, and hastily replied, as long as you command it, anyone from the Lin family will gladly take their own life on the spot. Good. And you, what is your name? The grand elder stepped forward. I am Lin Jiba, the grand elder of the Lin family. You, Lin, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Then bellowed, Lin Bufan, break this man's 3 legs. With that, Lin Yi vanished from sight. Master, why has the Lin ancestor grown angry? What did his last statement imply? Lin Jiba asked, bewildered, turning to Lin Bufan. What are you doing with those scissors? Lin Bufan urged, calm down. In the realm of the far north, atop the heavenly pool, Lin Yi stood with his head bowed, his figure exuding a sense of solitude and weariness. The biting wind howled past, lifting the corners of his garments, yet he remained oblivious, lost in his own contemplations, murmuring, old friend, after all these years, it is time for our reunion. However, amidst his reflections, an untimely voice interrupted. Who are you? Why do you trespass in our ancestral grounds? Lin Yi slowly turned to see a burly man glaring at him, radiating an aura of formidable power. Your clan? Are you the Snow Tribe? The man disdainfully cast a glance at Lin Yi, retorting without hesitation, is that even question? Who else could occupy such vast expanses of the far north besides the Snow Tribe? Lin Yi nodded slightly, a trace of a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Oh, so the Snow Tribe still exists? I had thought you had perished. Impudent. You seek death. The man's fury ignited at Lin Yi's words, his face flushing crimson with rage despite the frigid surroundings. His fists clenched tightly, and his aura surged violently as he took a step forward, causing the ice beneath him to shatter explosively, leaving a deep mark in the snow as he charged at Lin Yi. Lin Yi raised a foot and delivered a powerful kick to the man's face, sending him hurtling backward. Casting a disdainful glance at the man struggling to rise, Lin Yi remarked coolly, "You are weak. Go back to the Snow Tribe and call for help. Tell Shui Yinsheng that Lin Yi has come to see him personally. If you do not recognize him, simply inquire of your clan leader." Noticing the man's growing ire, Lin Yi waved dismissively. "I have afforded you a chance at survival. Utter another word, and you shall perish." The man, surveying Lin Yi, struggled to his feet and gradually retreated. Before long, several figures emerged slowly. Their hurried and frantic steps betrayed their anxiety. At their level, there was no need to approach on foot. A mere flicker of the revered realm could cover vast distances in an instant. Yet, they could not, nor would they dare. Shui Yinsheng, observing Lin Yi's silhouette, trembled uncontrollably, gripped by a terror rooted deep within his soul, akin to an ant encountering a long-lost deity. Without a moment's hesitation, he fell to his knees, his voice trembling with profound reverence. "Master, Master!" Lin Yi smiled faintly. "It is rare that you still acknowledge me as your master. However, your recent actions have left me somewhat disappointed. It has been 10,000 years. You have become an emperor, and I presume your lifespan is nearing its end as well." Lin Yi's seemingly ordinary statement struck Shui Yinsheng like a thunderclap, piercing his heart and sending tremors through his very soul. He understood the profound implications behind Lin Yi's words. Although Lin Yi did not explicitly voice his reproach, the underlying meaning left him feeling as if he were sitting on needles. Over the years, while he had remained in seclusion, he had tacitly accepted his clan's attitude towards the Lin family. As a prominent clan in the far north, the Snow Tribe had witnessed other factions abandon the Lin family unscathed, and he chose to remain silent. After all, Shui Yinsheng, and indeed the entire Snow Tribe, owed their allegiance fundamentally to Lin Yi. However, the members of the Snow Tribe behind Shui Yinsheng were unaware of this deeper context. They were from a different era than Lin Yi and had only heard tales of him, failing to regard him with the reverence he deserved. Witnessing their ancestor kneeling so humbly before Lin Yi while Lin Yi remained aloof and unresponsive ignited a wave of indignation within them. They perceived Lin Yi's demeanor as a slight against their ancestor and a contempt for their tribe. Though they dared not openly confront Lin Yi, their dissatisfaction was evident in their snide remarks. Among the Snow Tribe's visitors, a strikingly beautiful woman spoke up. "Humph, after sleeping for so long, has your mind grown dull? Our ancestor consumed the divine herb a millennium ago, and now his vitality is flourishing. Can't you see that? I question whether you are truly an emperor." As soon as she finished speaking, Shui Yinsheng sprang to his feet, consumed by an uncontainable rage. Without hesitation, he slapped her across the face, roaring, "Shui Qing! How dare you? Do you know who you are speaking to?" His fury unabated, he turned his ire toward the middle-aged man beside her, kicking him to the ground. "Shui Wudao, is this how you raise your daughter? You wish to endanger our Snow Tribe? Master is correct. My time is drawing near, and I shall soon return to the void." Shui Yinsheng's voice bore a note of tragic resignation. He would willingly face death, hoping only to preserve a trace of the Snow Tribe's bloodline. The woman, stunned by the sudden slap, looked bewildered, her tone laced with incredulity and hurt. "Ancestor, you always favored me. How could you bring yourself to strike me?" She had always been cherished by Shui Yinsheng, unable to comprehend why her few words had provoked such a fierce response. Yet, Shui Yinsheng was at the end of his tether with her behavior. Gazing at Shui Qing, he felt a mix of anger and disappointment. He had always considered her sharp-witted and clever, but her conduct that day had shattered his expectations. He raised his hand once more, shouting, "Apologize to the master. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning against my own kin today." Lin Yi waved his hand. "Enough with the theatrics. Since you have come, you shall wait. I will first retrieve my old friend. I trust you have not seen it for millennia." Chapter 11. The annihilation of the Snow Tribe, the emergence of the abyss, the breach of the imperial barrier. Lin Yi stood atop the mountain peak, his right hand slowly raised. The radiant light of the Tao surged forth from his palm, soaring into the heavens. This brilliant luminescence illuminated the previously somber expanse of the northern snowfields in an instant. Simultaneously, the celestial pool below seemed to respond, its once tranquil surface rippling with waves, awakening an immense and boundless power. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying aura of slaughter permeated the depths of the celestial pool. Even howling blizzards seemed trivial in the face of this chilling intent to kill. Lin Yi maintained a serene expression, having long anticipated this moment. With a flick of his finger, a drop of imperial blood erupted from his fingertip, resembling a brilliant meteor, precisely landing in the celestial pool. In that instant, within the pool, sword light erupted like a blazing sun, dazzling and resplendent, radiating brilliance in all directions. The intensity of the light rendered it nearly impossible to behold directly. A clear and distant sword cry resonated through the realm. The long sword within the celestial pool was awakened, rising to the sky with an overwhelming momentum capable of demolishing the heavens and the earth. As the sword light flickered, it seemed capable of tearing the very fabric of space and obliterating all that stood in its path. The northern winds intensified under the influence of this formidable force, howling and conjuring a tempest. The overwhelming might threatened to shatter the souls of all present. The previously arrogant Xue Qing was now reduced to a withered state, trembling uncontrollably, her eyes devoid of the pride and disdain she once carried. At this moment, she comprehended deeply that if Lin Yi wished to end her life, her demise was inevitable. Before such overwhelming power, all her arrogance would dissipate into nothingness. Xue Shun, as an emperor, had always held a position of utmost authority within the tribe, possessing un parallel majesty. As he approached, the thought of rebellion flickered in his mind. Yet, he was among the earliest followers of Lin Yi, and he understood Lin Yi's strength more than anyone else. It was an unfathomable power, transcending human imagination. In an instant, the notion of defiance dissipated like a bubble in his heart. At this moment, Lin Yi grasped the long sword, which emitted a series of low hums upon contact. The sound was akin to the warm greeting of an old friend reuniting after a long separation, or the roar of a long-dormant beast awakening. Yuan Tian sword. After 10,000 years, we meet again. The sword seemed to resonate with Lin Yi's words, responding with a series of echoes. The human heart is inscrutable. All may betray, but you shall not. When you are unsheathed, you shall drink blood. In the past, I was naive. From today onward, I shall let you quench your thirst. Xue Shun, are you prepared? Hearing this, Xue Shun felt a profound sense of sorrow and resolution. Turning to the members of the Snow Tribe, he declared, "Today, our Snow Tribe betrays our past vows and must pay the price. After my death, none among the Snow Tribe shall harbor resentment. In this life and the next, we vow eternal loyalty to the Lin family, never to follow in the footsteps of today." The members of the Snow Tribe wept bitterly. At this moment, Xue Qing was completely enveloped by fear and regret. Unconsciously, she knelt at Lin Yi's feet, trembling as she pleaded, "I beseech you, spare our ancestor. I will fulfill any request. I beg you." Her eyes, filled with desperation, reflected none of her previous pride. "Impudent," Xue Wu Dao commanded, "pull that useless waste back." Xue Wu Dao hurried forward, forcibly dragging Xue Qing away. She struggled, but under Xue Wu Dao's might, she was powerless. In the end, Xue Shun bowed deeply before Lin Yi. Gritting his teeth, he struck his own head with a palm. Thud! A heavy sound echoed. The emperor ancestor of the Snow Tribe, who had dominated the realms for millennia, took his own life on the spot. "Ancestor!" The anguished cries reverberated across the northern expanse. Lin Yi frowned slightly. The wails of the Snow Tribe seemed particularly jarring in the stillness of the northern snowfields, causing him to feel irked. The long sword suddenly unsheathed, unleashing torrents of blood. The speed was so swift that it left no time for reaction. The Yuan Tian sword, having slumbered for 10,000 years, awakened today, greedily absorbing this fresh blood. The sword glimmered with a faint crimson light. In an instant, several heads rolled upon the ground. Until their last moments, the members of the Snow tribe looked on in disbelief. They could not fathom Lin Yi's ruthlessness, even after their ancestors' self-sacrifice. He showed no intention of sparing them. Lin Yi's disdainful gaze swept over the deceased Shui Yinshan, his tone icy as he spoke. I pride myself on keeping my promises, but I never vowed to spare the Snow tribe after your death. Once unfaithful, forever untrustworthy. This simple truth I understand well. In Lin Yi's eyes, the fate of the Snow tribe was already sealed. Their treachery would exact a heavy toll. Lin Yi slowly turned to leave the northern realm. However, as if recalling something, he spoke once more. Shui Yinshan, I forgot to mention another principle. Eradicate the roots. With these words, the Yuan Tian sword swung violently. This motion bore the weight of the heavens. The northern snowfields erupted instantly, the tremendous force causing the very earth to tremble. The northern region transformed into a roiling sea of snow, crashing down from the skies like surging waves. In the blink of an eye, it engulfed the Snow tribe completely, erasing them from this world. Flipping through Lin Buffon's death note, he struck through the section on the Snow tribe. Within the realms, it had been but a few days since the fall of an emperor and the weeping of the heavens. Countless imperial families had become numb to such events. This time, the fallen was the Snow tribe. The Northern Territory? The Snow tribe? Were they not the vassals of the Lin family a millennium ago? Rumor had it that Lin Yi had awakened. It seemed the time for reckoning was near. The Snow tribe was the first, and we would inevitably face this day. Within the realms, a storm was brewing. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had already returned to the imperial barrier, gazing towards the direction of the foreign lands, his eyes betraying a hint of barely perceptible melancholy. He murmured to himself, "Peaceful days are not meant for the ungrateful. Well, I can give you. I can also reclaim with my own hands. Let the rules of this world be altered today." In his heart, he resolved to personally extinguish those forces that had once betrayed him. The myriad clans that had thrived under his protection millennia ago must pay for their indifference. In a flash, Lin Yi leaped into the air, seemingly merging with the heavens and the earth. His eyes closed, the Yuan Tian sword was raised slowly above his head, and he appeared as one with the cosmos. In this moment, time seemed to stand still. Only his formidable, tyrannical aura reverberated through the surrounding space, producing echoes of thunderous roars. Uncertain how long it had been, perhaps a fleeting moment, perhaps a century, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly snapped open, two beams of brilliance shooting forth from his gaze, piercing the heavens. The laws of the Tao roared like a colossal dragon, surging towards the sky with boundless majesty and power. The Yuan Tian sword trembled slightly in his grasp, sensing its master's tumultuous emotions and resolve, emitting a series of low hums. "Fellow Taoists, please cease. Don't. The indignities suffered by the Lin family, we are willing to avenge them all. Stop." At that moment, from beyond the horizon, voices resonated even before the figures arrived. These voices, filled with urgency and anxiety, echoed through the skies. Clearly, Lin Yi's actions had drawn the attention of various parties. They realized what he intended and rushed to intervene. Chapter 12. The Fall of the Imperial Gate. The breaking of the Wailing Prison. The desiccation of the abyssal prison begone. A furious roar echoed through the air, infused with boundless wrath and the formidable power of the great Tao, spreading an aura of annihilation like an overwhelming tide. This terrifying force resembled an invisible wall, resolutely halting all who dared to obstruct, leaving them unable to approach even a fraction. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. Fixated on those who were barred from advancing, his intent to kill surging forth like a flood breaching a dam. Who stood idly by while my Lin family was humiliated? Where were you when the three emperors threatened me? Where were you when the war from the other realms loomed? Where were you? But now what brings you here? Truly a selfish lot. Only now do you realize the gravity of your choices. Only when the blade is turned against you do you feel the pain. It is too late. This debt of millennia that you ungrateful wretches owe must now be repaid. Each word struck like a dagger, piercing the hearts of those who had once chosen to remain spectators during Lin family's plight. As he spoke, The Yuan-Tian sword trembled violently in Lin Yi's grasp, seemingly resonating with its master's fury and resolve. An endless expanse of dark purple sword light surged from blade, shooting skyward. The laws of the great Tao entwined with the sword light, illuminating a boundless sea of blood within, a vivid embodiment of the suffering endured by the Lin family over the millennia. The killing intent between heaven and earth reached its zenith, enveloping the world in a powerful aura of death, instilling a profound dread that could be felt even from 1,000 miles away at the Imperial Gate. Skybus, Lin, he called out once more. In the dark and formless realm of the other world, a faint light began to stir, awakening like a slumbering beast. Initially dim, it surged upward in an instant. This was a golden radiance of the great Tao, dazzling as the sun, resonating with the blood-sea purple light of the Yuan-Tian sword. The two luminescences intertwined in the sky, akin to two extremes of power colliding and merging in celestial harmony. Cut! At that moment, a voice, ethereal and elusive, resonated from the other realm. The two beams of sword light seemed to receive an order, descending from the firmament. A thunderous roar followed. Where the sword light passed, the space shattered like fragile glass. Black fissures spread across the void, resembling scars of the universe, devouring all matter and energy that dared to approach. Mountains crumbled, boulders tumbled, and the earth trembled. The once mighty Imperial Gate, a bastion against the otherworldly, collapsed with a deafening crash, reduced to dust beneath the onslaught of the sword light. From a mournful mountains of countless vengeful spirits, spectral lights shot forth from the cracks, gradually disintegrating into nothingness before the naked eye. The river of the abyssal prison, suffused with a deathly silence, began to boil, unleashing towering waves. As the sword light ravaged the river, it was consumed bit by bit until it was utterly desiccated. Within the realm, countless individuals felt a tremor from the depths of their souls, their bodies trembling uncontrollably like leaves caught in a tempest. This is truly the end. How is this possible? The Imperial Gate has collapsed? Who could do such a thing to our realm, unafraid of divine retribution? The otherworld is invading. We are all doomed. I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. Despairing whispers spread among the crowd, infecting each soul like a plague. Their eyes were filled with confusion and fear, bodies instinctively collapsing to the ground in submission. Ancient beings, who had long secluded themselves, awoke one after another, breaking their retreats and transforming into streaks of light, hastening toward the Imperial Gate. Beyond the void, on a newly formed star island, the ancient three clans convened. The Imperial Gate had crumbled, cleaved asunder by a single sword strike. Among the Yin clan, a white-haired emperor spoke first, revealing a glimmer of shock and bewilderment, clearly taken aback by the collapse of the gate. Within the Decisive clan, an individual voiced a question. In the present world, there are but a handful of sword Tao emperors. Yet, no one could achieve such a feat as breaking the Imperial Gate with a single strike. What transpired there? The Spirit Clan Emperor frowned slightly, drumming his fingers rhythmically upon the table. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. There's an uncertain piece of bad news. I wonder if you two wish to hear it? Old fool, spit out. The Yin clan, known for their fiery tempers, expressed their discontent with the Spirit Clan Emperor's cryptic manner. As far as I know, the Lin family at the Imperial Gate sought aid from our clan after being slaughtered by the Shao Clan Emperor not long ago. You two clans must have received their call for help as well, correct? The Yin Emperor nodded. A mere fallen Lin family, we paid them no heed. Indeed, but how could a fallen clan, lacking even a quasi-emperor, have slain the Shao clan's emperor? It was after that day that the Imperial Gate, the otherworld, and the Snow clan consecutively bore witness to the signs of emperor's demise and the weeping of heaven. The Decisive emperor pondered, then spoke slowly. Are you suggesting that someone aided the Lin family? The Spirit Emperor shook his head. If someone had offered assistance, it would not be such bad news. You know our Spirit Clan is most sensitive to the aura of heaven and earth. In the days following the Emperor's demise, the far north, where the Snow Clan resides, is devoid of any spiritual presence. The Snow Clan has been exterminated. The Yin Emperor, now in a state of agitation, slammed his palm down on the table. shattering it to pieces with a furious shout. "Old fool, cease your rambling and get to the point." The spirit emperor remained unflustered, maintaining his composed demeanor. In the far north, atop the heavenly pool, what is sealed there, you should not be ignorant of, right? An overwhelming malevolence and boundless bloodshed can only be sealed by the power of the earth's coldest forces. At this, the spirit emperor refrained from revealing the truth. All present were ancient beings, none of whom were fools. "You are implying that sword?" The Takizawa emperor finally spoke, his voice betraying a hint of tremor. The spirit emperor paused for a moment, then nodded. "On the day the Snow Clan perished, the aura of that sword appeared." "Impossible." The Yin emperor countered loudly. "The Lin family has been in decline for millennia. How could they possibly summon that sword? Apart from that individual, no one else can awaken it." The Yin emperor's voice grew softer, his confidence waning. The spirit clan emperor nodded. "You are correct. Aside from him, no one can summon that sword. But what if it were indeed that person? Awaken. Save the clan. Retrieve the sword. Reckoning." The spirit emperor's words fell, and the surrounding atmosphere thickened with a suffocating silence. Esteemed emperors, there is no need for speculation. That person is Lin Yi." At this moment, as the three clans convened, the void before them twisted, and a middle-aged man slowly emerged. The three emperors' pupils constricted. This place was a separate island carved out of the void, away from the realm, with three emperors stationed here. Yet this man had managed to enter without a sound. The Yin emperor was the first to speak, his tone laced with caution. "Who are you?" Who I am is of little consequence. But I know how to kill Lin Yi." The spirit emperor, ever cautious, replied. "Why should we trust you? State your conditions." "If you do not trust me, then so be it. I shall take my leave." "Wait. Please sit. Let us discuss in detail." In the void, a shadowy figure emerged like a specter from the heavens, cloaked in black mist, rendering its appearance indistinguishable. Without the veil of the imperial gate, it stood proudly, overlooking the myriad beings of the realm. A chill knot of this world emanated from its being, enveloping the entire realm in a suffocating dread. "Today, I, from the other world, re-emerge in this realm, declaring war upon you. Prepare to face slaughter." As the words fell, amidst the despair of myriad races, Lin Yi brandished the abyssal sky sword, a faint yet chilling smile gracing his lips. "Today I, Lin Yi, declare to all clans, for millennia, those who have insulted the Lin family, I shall personally eradicate their legacies and obliterate their bloodlines, one by one." Chapter 13. The Ancient Three Clans, Severing an Arm to Collect Interest. Lin Yi, you belong to the human race, yet you wish to aid the foreign realms. Are you not afraid of being shamed by the myriad worlds? A man stepped forward, his voice resounding. "The destruction of the Imperial Gate has incited the wrath of gods and men alike, resulting in boundless slaughter. Do you not fear the backlash, being besieged and ultimately annihilated along with your Lin family?" As his words echoed, a multitude rallied in support, a cacophony of voices rising to condemn Lin Yi. Sensing the collective fervor, the man's confidence swelled. He straightened his spine, positioning himself atop the moral high ground. "The Lin family is a disgrace to our realm. We must unite to eradicate them before we turn our attention to the foreign domains." Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly, the smile that once adorned his face transforming into a cold countenance. "And who are you?" "I am Fan Wujio of the Jubii City's Fan family," he declared. "Do you seek to play the hero?" Lin Yi inquired, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. "I, Fan Wujio, fear neither life nor death. I stand for the greater good of this world. Can you kill me? Can you slay all these people gathered here?" Fan Wujio feigned calmness, though a tremor betrayed him. Lin Yi nodded, "Well said." He then cast his gaze over the assembly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Is this what you all believe?" The once boisterous crowd fell silent, fear gripping their hearts. Lin Yi chuckled, the derision in his gaze amplifying. "Fan family of Jubii City, point me the way." At his words, cold sweat cascaded down Fan Wujio's back as he stammered, What do you intend to do?" "Abandon that thought. I want to tell you." As he finished speaking, Lin Yi summoned the broken void dust spear, a weapon acquired after slaying one of the 3 emperors who had threatened him. Whoever reveals the location of the Fan family, this shall be yours. His voice was soft, yet resonated clearly with everyone present. In the blink of an eye, a figure shot forth, pointing towards a distant glow. Faint yet sufficient. Without further ado, he slashed the sky with his sword, a beam of light descending upon the Fan family. Like divine retribution, the sword's radiance obliterated the Fan family, leaving naught behind. Before Fan Wujiu could plead for mercy, another strike fell, and his body was rent asunder, blood scattering like rain. Witnessing the annihilation of the Fan family, the one who had pointed them out trembled and stuttered, "As Senior O, I almost forgot this is for you. Thank you for reminding me. You are truly a good person." Lin Yi tossed the broken void dust spear to the man, who received it with gleeful anticipation, his eyes glimmering with avarice and joy. Yet before his smile could fade, a cold light sliced through the air. The speed was so swift that he had no time to react. His gaze involuntarily dropped to his chest, then to his legs still standing, and finally fixated on the headless corpse suspended in midair. Lin Yi raised a hand, his expression indifferent as he reclaimed the spear. "I keep my promises. I have given you what I owed. This time, I shall consider it a theft." Amidst the crowd, someone shouted, "Run!" In an instant, countless powerful figures fled in all directions. Lin Yi observed their desperate flight with no hint of pity. The abyssal sky sword glided from his grasp, and in a heartbeat, a torrent of sword light rained down upon the escaping throngs. Each radiant blade fell like a tempest, drenched in the intent to kill. With every strike, blood mist erupted, and the air was filled with cries of despair, yet none could alter their grim fate. As the sword light wreaked havoc, streams of blood surged from afar, merging into the abyssal sky sword, staining Lin Yi's eyes with crimson. When the last remnants of blood dissipated into the sword, Lin Yi soared into the sky, sword in hand, transcending the void. With a forceful swing, he tore open a rift, stepping through. Before him lay 3 vast, boundless islands, their landscapes undulating and shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial paradise. The moment Lin Yi appeared, 3 magnificent auras surged from within the islands, converging beside him in an instant. Without hesitation, they knelt on one knee. "We welcome our master, returning from the great dream of 10,000 years to our realm." Lin Yi surveyed the 3 before him, a smirk playing on his lips as he relished the moment. "TSK, TSK, TSK, if Shui Yinshang had not perished, I would have suggested you learn from him. Enough of the pretense. You have 2 choices. Either take your own lives or return to your clans to prepare for battle as I come for you. I would prefer you choose the latter, so I may witness your progress over the past 10 millennia and observe your newfound courage against the Lin family." Before any of them could respond, Lin Yi gestured to silence them. He continued, "I am eager to see how you have advanced in 1,000 years." Upon hearing this, Emperor Yin ceased his facade, rising slowly with a look of contempt. "Lin Yi, 1,000 years ago, we may have been beneath you, but you have slumbered for 10 millennia, while we are the 3 clans." Yet before he could finish, a flash of cold light darted forward. With a swift motion, Emperor Yin's right arm was severed, bursting forth in a cloud of blood. "I have no desire for idle chatter. Either return now and display your true strength, or meet your demise." Lin Yi's gaze was laced with murderous intent. The abyssal sky sword trembled slightly, yearning for more blood. Clutching his severed arm, Emperor Yin gritted his teeth, suppressing his humiliation and rage. "Very well, if you dare come." With that, he turned and departed, filled with resentment. Had it not been for the hidden ally, Emperor Yin might have been the first to kneel in supplication. However, with that person's assistance, Lin Yi was destined to perish. Chapter 14. The rustic chicken-tile ditch, one palm to crush the 3 emperors, swiftly vanished atop the celestial island. In an instant, a thunderous roar reverberated through the void. 3 islands began to shift, forming a triangular formation that ensnared Lin Yi in their midst. Several celestial veins surged forth, exuding boundless energy and brilliant light. They intertwined with one another, churning violently, converging into a mass of swirling clouds that rapidly enveloped Lin Yi. The surroundings became indistinct, and direction was hard to discern. At that moment, the voice of the Flame Emperor boomed like a great bell. Lin Yi, this is the ancient formation of the three clans, constructed with all our might. I offer you one last chance. Depart now, and we shall let this matter rest in light of past friendships. Otherwise, today, you shall surely perish here. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes as he nodded slightly. This formation is indeed impressive. Let us get started. Don't disappoint me. The Flame Emperor intended to say more, but was abruptly interrupted by the Spirit Emperor. Enough with the idle chatter. Activate the formation. The Spirit Emperor, unlike the reckless Flame Emperor, possessed a deeper understanding of Lin Yi. Any misstep could lead to the total destruction of the three clans. As the Spirit Emperor's words fell, the mist within the formation dispersed. Radiant white light cascaded down like a torrent of swords, whistling through the void with astonishing speed, creating a slicing sound as it passed. When it grazed Lin Yi, the hem of his garment was instantaneously torn. Interesting. Lin Yi sighed lightly and unleashed a punch towards the location of the Flame Clan's island in his memory. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated from beyond the void. Ha! Lin Yi, have you slipped up? The Flame Emperor taunted. The formation of the three realms is a creation of our clans, powered by the boundless energy of countless powerful beings. Its positions can change at any moment, rendering it elusive. Even if you lock onto one island, the other two will assist in its defense. As long as our three islands endure, you shall never escape this chaotic space and will be left to perish. The Flame Emperor grew increasingly exhilarated, reveling in Lin Yi's predicament. The Spirit Emperor, however, shouted angrily, "Silence! Do you wish to die?" Recognizing the danger of excessive words. The Flame Emperor ceased his chatter and focused entirely on operating the formation. The pressure within the formation surged once more, and the tearing force of space intensified. A cold smile crept onto Lin Yi's lips. If one island is insufficient, then let it be three. In an instant, the celestial manifestation of the Emperor appeared in the void. Endless rules of order entwined as his towering figure soared into the heavens, resembling an unrivaled deity descending into darkness. Even though the Emperor's figure reached unprecedented heights, the surrounding mist remained, relentlessly slicing into him. Although he was not in immediate danger, prolonged exposure would eventually drain his power. The Flame Emperor, though silent, wore a smile of anticipation. Oomph! The Emperor's manifestation, towering as it is. Do you think we are fools? We have awaited your arrival. However, the Flame Emperor's smile abruptly froze. Within the formation, a tremendous roar erupted as Lin Yi shone with golden light, his vitality surging. Supreme radiance burst forth from his mouth and nose, dazzling to behold. In a single breath, the Emperor's manifestation swelled dramatically. Upon reaching 15,000 feet, Lin Yi sensed the barrier of the formation. Without hesitation, he raised the Yuan Tian sword, ascending with purpose. With a resounding rip, a breach was torn in the formation's barrier. The Emperor's manifestation continued to swell until it reached 20,000 feet, finally coming to a halt. At that moment, the entire void seemed to tremble. Lin Yi stood resolute in the void, the Emperor's manifestation radiating immense pressure. Its eyes opened, sparkling like electric beams. From its lofty stance, it gazed down upon the ancient three clans ensconced in mist, akin to a celestial being surveying mere ants, exuding boundless majesty and intimidation. A grand voice echoed, akin to divine thunder from the heavens. What now? These simple words brimmed with unyielding authority. The Flame Emperor, standing proud upon his island, looked up in astonishment and dread at the colossal figure of the Emperor, cold sweat trickling down his brow as his body trembled from fear. His lips quivered as he stammered, This is impossible. As fellow emperors, the manifestation's power should max out at 10,000 feet. How can you?" As an emperor, he knew well the limits of the Emperor's manifestation. In his understanding, it should not exceed 10,000 feet. Yet Lin Yi's manifestation far surpassed this, utterly shattering his perception. Lin Yi cast a detached glance at the ancient three emperors. Emperors? merely a threshold to witness my presence. You must understand, in this world, there are distinctions among emperors. A millennium ago, you willingly became my hounds. A millennium later, you shall be reminded of your place. Before me, you're only fit to be dogs, and soon, not even that. With that, before the three could respond, Lin Yi summoned the Yuan-Tian sword from the depths of the void, imbued with an overwhelming aura of slaughter, and struck down with a resounding crash. The once revered sacred island of the ancient three clans crumbled beneath Lin Yi's sword, akin to fragile tofu, severed in two. Countless sword lights rampaged, weaving through the ancient three clans, mercilessly harvesting their lives. In an instant, the void outside was awash with wails, blood permeating the atmosphere. The three emperors were poised to resist, the towering manifestation confronting Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi merely smiled coldly at their defiance, his eyes filled with disdain. With a simple wave of his hand, a movement that appeared casual yet contained infinite power and authority, a thunderous crash resounded. The once mighty manifestation shattered before Lin Yi's might. Like a fragile bubble, the Flame Emperor himself fell to the ground like a defeated dog, powerless beneath Lin Yi's feet. Following swiftly were two more muted thuds. The three emperors now reduced to mere dead dogs. Lin Yi dismissed them with a glance. You, reduced to this, to serve as someone else's dog? I wonder if your new master will come to your rescue? Before he could finish, a faint voice echoed. Your words are misguided, Lin Yi. Such ungrateful beings, serving as my dogs, are beneath my notice. Chapter 15. The Three Clans for Sacrifice, burying you into the endless void above the void. The fabric of space began to twist violently, as if stirred by an invisible hand. A figure emerged slowly from the distorted space. This individual exuded a formidable imperial aura, far surpassing that of the three emperors, highlighting their extraordinary presence. Upon seeing this person, the Flame Emperor felt a surge of hope, akin to grasping at a lifeline, struggling to rise. Yet, such trivial movements could not escape Lin Yi's keen gaze. With a resounding thud, a kick landed mercilessly, sending the Flame Emperor tumbling through the void like a deflated ball, rolling several times before coming to a halt. A glance of disdain was cast towards the Flame Emperor, as if to convey the message, do you truly believe that the arrival of allies will alter your fate? Then, Lin Yi's gaze lifted, colliding with that of the newcomer in the vast emptiness. Ah, indeed, one could not help but admire the supreme might of the unparalleled sovereign from 10,000 years ago. This imposing presence was deserving of such a title. In the presence of Guan Yu, I have met Lin Yi. A resonant clang of a sword echoed. A flash of cold light sliced through the air. Lin Yi had made his move. Guan Yu slightly tilted his head. The sword light brushed past his face, plunging into the profound void and stirring ripples. This seemingly simple evasive maneuver prompted Lin Yi to regard him with greater caution. Not bad. Do introduce yourself. Guan Yu smiled faintly, but refrained from directly answering Lin Yi's inquiry. Instead, he looked upwards and meaningfully remarked, above the firmament, beneath the ancient path, lies the Milky Way. Lin Yi's expression turned icy as he waved his hand dismissively, his tone dripping with unmistakable displeasure. I cannot comprehend. Are you here to protect these three? Upon hearing this, the three emperors raised their heads in unison, their eyes glimmering with boundless hope. However, Guan Yu disregarded their gaze entirely. These three fools are unworthy of my protection. Instantly, the Flame Emperor's countenance darkened, a hue of red washing over him. Whether from shame or rage was uncertain. Trembling, he raised his right hand, pointing at Guan Yu, his voice hoarse. You dare to deceive me so brazenly? Bah! You scoundrel, you beast, you worthless wretch. Vile curses poured forth, transforming him from a once mighty emperor into a mere street thug. Guan Yu, unfazed by the vitriol spewing from the Flame Emperor, continued to regard Lin Yi with a beaming smile, viewing the emperor merely as an inconsequential jester. While I remain unperturbed, an emperor must not be insulted. Might I request a courtesy? He insults me, I shall slay him. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. A dog from 10,000 years ago, I shall slay. With a thunderous explosion, The Flame Emperor had no time to utter a final scream before being obliterated. This scene unfolded too suddenly, causing Ling Di and the others to recoil in terror, prostrating themselves at Lin Yi's feet, trembling like leaves in a storm. Lin Yi cast a look of disdain at Ling Di and the others, filled with contempt. With a swift stroke of his sword, a flash of cold light flickered. Ling Di and the others slowly collapsed, falling from the void and ultimately reduced to nothingness. In the vast emptiness, only Lin Yi and Guan Yu remained, standing face to face. Enough with the pleasantries, Lin Yi stated. Guan Yu smiled slightly in response. Lin Di speaks plainly. I too shall not conceal my words. You should not have emerged into this world. This realm no longer belongs to your era. Lin Yi hit, seemingly at a loss for words. More of this drivel. The order of the universe clung to the abyss, as a towering sword light descended with a thunderous roar. Guan Yu's pupils contracted sharply, the smile on his face vanishing in an instant. Star Ring, he shouted in fury, as a radiant circular light suddenly enveloped him. The brilliance was dazzling, as if a luminous shield encircled him tightly. Within this shield, the stars twinkled in a mesmerizing dance. The sword light continued to wreak havoc in the void. Wherever it traveled, the fabric of space appeared to be cleaved apart. However, upon reaching Guan Yu's star ring, countless stars outside the void shattered and exploded in an awe-inspiring spectacle, each star bursting forth like a vibrant firework in the dark expanse before quickly fading away. The energy released from each explosion sent tremors throughout the entire void. Seeing this, Lin Yi paused his assault. Guan Yu resumed, explaining, the star ring draws power from the celestial bodies. Each star represents a realm. Lin Di, your prowess is commendable. A single strike has severed thousands of stars. With the star ring as my protection, you cannot kill me. Lin Yi understood the truth in Guan Yu's words, responding coldly. But you cannot kill me either. Guan Yu nodded, a peculiar smile emerging. Indeed, I cannot kill you, but I can entomb you. As his words fell, Lin Yi felt an ominous shift, an overwhelming sense of danger engulfing him. He attempted to retreat, yet it was too late. The star ring erupted from Guan Yu's body, and at that moment, the severed lands of the ancient three realms revealed numerous runes pulsating with mysterious light, resonating with the star ring to form a colossal array. Lin Yi, farewell. These three fools possess some utility. To slay you, I shall expend a foundation of 10,000 years. With these, the star ring can briefly activate the star domain, albeit for a mere 3 breaths, yet it shall suffice. Guan Yu's voice echoed in the void, tinged with a sense of triumph and resolve. As his words resonated, within the star ring, the power of countless stars began to explode. The tumultuous energy seemed to be drawn towards a specific direction in the void. The ancient clan's 10,000-year foundation was fully awakened at that moment. With a deafening roar, the crushing energy overwhelmed the void, tearing open a colossal rift that exuded a chilling aura. Under the weight of this tremendous force, Lin Yi remained immobile, helplessly watching as the void before him fractured, his body gradually slipping into the abyss. With the power of the celestial bodies, I shall force open the ancient path of the void, exiling you, Lin Yi, for 1,000 ages. Guan Yu's voice resonated once more. As he spoke, Lin Yi was entirely dragged into the boundless void. Well, the unparalleled sovereign from 10,000 years ago merely. Before Guan Yu could finish his words, he suddenly felt a chill descend upon him from above. Chapter 16. The Gathering of All, the Lin family under pressure in a flash. A sharp sword light erupted. The observer's pupils constricted violently. The star ring pierced through the air, blocking him. In that instant, it felt as if countless stars were swirling around him. With a resounding boom, Lin Yi's sword light struck fiercely against the protective star ring surrounding the observer. The tremendous force caused the observer to be propelled backward like a cannonball, his feet carving deep grooves into the void, creating a series of cracks. The very fabric of space trembled under the powerful impact, rippling like water. A pained scream escaped the observer's lips, his right hand annihilated by the onslaught of sword light. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he had no time to glance at Lin Yi. Only a singular thought occupied his mind: escape. Once more, He summoned the power of the star ring, forcibly opening a rift in the void, preparing to flee. Damn it, he runs so fast. Lin Yi's gaze turned icy as he watched the observer's retreating figure, a flicker of anger igniting within him. Who on earth is this person? An inhabitant of the star realm, not belonging to this world? Lin Yi then shifted his attention back to the ancient void path that had been forcibly opened by the observer. Somewhere within, he sensed something calling out to him. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped inside. In the solemn and imposing hall of the Lin family, the atmosphere became taut with tension. Lin Bufan was seething with rage, his eyes ablaze as he slammed his hand onto the table. What nonsense is this? Who spread such rumors? Can the trifling 3 clans contend with our ancestor to the death? The uproar reverberated through the hall, causing the walls to tremble slightly. Even the elder of the celestial realm was forced to take a few steps back from the force of his roar. Time and again, do you think my Lin family is a soft persimmon? Even in the absence of our ancestor, we Lin family descendants shall not endure further humiliation. Lin Bufan gritted his teeth, each word punctuated with determination. His fists were clenched tightly, knuckles white. With a resolute step, he leaped into the sky, standing high above as he surveyed the corners below, thick with hidden auras. In a cold, commanding tone, he declared, "You need not hide any longer. Today, let us dispense with the pleasantries. Those who wish to test my Lin family, come forth openly." As his words fell, several figures materialized from different corners of the air like phantoms, swiftly surrounding Lin Bufan. Each figure was shrouded in mystery, cloaked in robes that concealed their identities and origins. One figure let out a chilling laugh, filled with menace and greed. "Ha! Lin Bufan, hand over the imperial weapon, or today, I shall ensure that not a single soul remains in your Lin family." Lin Bufan scanned the gathered figures, his eyes brimming with disdain. "Cowering rats, as the foreign invasion looms, you dare to strike at my Lin family, who have guarded the imperial gate for millennia? Without our ancestor, could you have survived these 1,000 years? You ungrateful wretches think you can bully my Lin family? You seek the imperial weapon? Let me tell you, it resides within my Lin family. Come and claim it." With that, Lin Bufan turned it apart. In an instant, several figures rushed to block his path, attempting to prevent his exit. "Get out of the way," Lin Bufan bellowed, his status as a quasi-emperor radiating imperial authority. A faint but palpable imperial might emanated from him. The obstructing figures felt the immense pressure, panic rising within them. "Ha! Lin Bufan, is being a quasi-emperor all you have? Such strength is hardly a foundation for arrogance." Taunting voices echoed as several more figures emerged in the sky, exuding powerful quasi-emperor energies, like surging waves that ensnared Lin Bufan in place. Lin Yi is dead. Today, no one protects your Lin family. Those who are wise will hand over the imperial weapon. Enough of your empty boasts about guarding the imperial gate. Even without Lin Yi, we could easily wipe out the foreign scum. Should they dare invade again, we will shatter their realm completely, severing their roots. However, as he spoke, the surrounding air suddenly chilled, an invisible frost descending quietly. The speaker noticed the unusual shift, his voice dwindling as he began to scan the area with growing unease. As he pondered, he suddenly sensed something and looked up sharply. Above them, a spectral figure appeared like a wraith, silently gazing down at the assembly. The visage of the figure was obscured by the void, rendering it impossible to discern its true form. Yet, the chilling gaze that pierced through the obscurity felt like glacial ice, freezing the very souls of those it fell upon. All eyes turned toward the enigmatic figure. The speaker, realizing the figure's overwhelming might far surpassed his own, hastily bowed, displaying his utmost humility. A soft voice emerged, as if from a distant void, devoid of discernible emotion or gender. "You just claimed that the foreign realm could be easily extinguished at will? Here I am, standing before you. Go ahead, extinguish me." Chapter 17. Sovereign of the exotic lands. Annihilation of this world. Words fell upon the speaker's heart like a heavy hammer, causing beads of cold sweat to cascade down his forehead. His lips quivered, yet he could utter not a single word. Fear coiled around his heart like a frigid serpent, rendering his breath labored. The remaining few who had menaced Lin Bufan trembled in unison, resembling startled rabbits as they respectfully knelt upon the ground. Too terrified to make a sound, time seemed to freeze in that moment, the rhythm of each heartbeat resonating in the stillness. After a brief pause, the ethereal figure appeared to lose patience. Its right hand slowly lifted, the motion gentle yet imbued with an irresistible authority. All eyes fixated upon that hand, a wave of intense unease surging within their hearts. Soudainly, a horrifying spectacle unfolded. Those encircling Lin Bufan began to ignite uncontrollably. The flames, akin to infernal retribution, manifested in an eerie blue hue. The azure fire flickered with a life of its own, swiftly enveloping their bodies. As the flames ignited, piercing screams erupted from the unfortunate souls. The blue blaze rapidly spread, commencing at their feet and voraciously consuming their forms. Their garments and hair disintegrated into ash in an instant, while their skin darkened, cracked, and rotted. "Senior, spare us, we dare not." No, please, have mercy. We are signs of the domain's noble families." The anguished wails echoed through the heavens, their cries sharp like arrows, tormenting every ear. They struggled within the flames, but no effort could extinguish the inferno. Despairing howls intertwined, their eyes reflecting a profound agony and helplessness. The flames licked at their faces, distorting their features into grotesque masks of terror. The sound of flesh searing was chilling, an indescribable horror as bones and muscles were scorched and melted in the blaze. The blue flames surged ever more fiercely, completely shrouding their bodies. Gradually, they became indistinct within the fire, ultimately reduced to a cloud of black ash. In no time, those once arrogant individuals were entirely consumed by the bizarre flames, leaving not a trace behind. A gentle breeze swept through, erasing all evidence of their existence. Lin Bufan, ensnared in this scene, felt the chilling terror most acutely. Despite being a quasi-emperor and one of the preeminent powers in the world, having previously witnessed Lin Yi's might as she cleaved through 3 emperors with a single stroke, he was profoundly shaken. Yet, at this moment, witnessing numerous strong beings obliterated solely by the ethereal figure's indomitable blue flames was unfathomable. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh, a brutal testament to the extinguishing of life. Lin Bufan was engulfed in terror, his gaze filled with shock and dread. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, he felt an immense ethereal hand enveloping him like a colossal curtain, casting a shadow over everything. With a thunderous roar, the ground around Lin Bufan erupted, sending dust soaring into the air. Chapter 18. Has the Lin family perished? Quick, escape. Swiftly notify the clan and sect. The foreign realm has struck fiercely, eliminating several quasi-emperors and crushing Lin Bufan with a single hand. The Imperial Pass has fallen. Panic cries echoed within the Imperial Pass. Countless elusive auras hurriedly fled, like startled birds eager to escape this dreadful battleground. In the void, numerous sound transmission talismans flickered with brilliance, akin to shooting stars, scattering urgent messages in all directions. A phantom stood proudly against the heavens, seemingly merging with the cosmos, coldly observing the chaos below, offering no interference to their frantic movements, for to her, it was but a trivial matter to halt. She remained still, akin to a deity overseeing mortal affairs, allowing them to relay their messages. Once all had departed, and the talismans had vanished, leaving only the Lin family within the Imperial Pass. The phantom flickered and instantly vanished into the Lin family hall. Within the Grand Hall, Lin Bufan and the Lin family had long awaited. Their faces bore expressions of tension and anticipation, eyes revealing apprehension towards the unknown. Upon seeing the phantom, Lin Bufan knelt on one knee, his demeanor respectful yet tinged with confusion. The phantom gently raised a hand, an unseen force akin to a gentle spring breeze, lifting the Lin family members with ease. She spoke softly. "Lin Yi is absent. It is unwise for your family to remain in the Imperial Pass. You were merely to feign death, and I shall utterly obliterate the Lin family. You may follow me." Lin Bufan was plunged into profound shock upon hearing this. Yet, as the leader of the Lin family, he quickly regained his composure. After a moment's reflection, he understood the truth behind the Phantom's words. Without Lin Yi, the Lin family, relying solely on a quasi-emperor, would indeed struggle to withstand the covetous attacks from various factions. With the foreign realm declaring war, their forces would soon breach the imperial pass, and with the Lin family's current strength, they would undoubtedly face annihilation. Realizing this, Lin Bufan inhaled deeply, respectfully bowed, and inquired, "We are willing to accompany you, esteemed one. But to where shall we go?" "The foreign realm." The moment the Phantom spoke, an eerie silence enveloped the Lin family hall. Even Lin Bufan, who had just spoken, found his mouth agape, momentarily unable to close it. His heart was engulfed in turmoil and contemplation. Suddenly, he recalled that when the Phantom first appeared, she had seemingly mentioned the foreign realm. However, he had dismissed it at the time. Now, as events unfolded, all signs indicated that this matter was indeed intricately linked to the foreign realm. Standing still, Lin Bufan furrowed his brow, uncertain of his decision. For the Lin family, who had guarded the imperial pass for millennia, this was an immensely significant choice. It implied that they might bear the ignominy of being branded as traitors to the realm. The Lin family had upheld the honor and responsibility of protecting the imperial pass, a legacy deeply ingrained within every Lin family member. Now, to make such a decision that contradicted their familial traditions was an arduous task. The Phantom seemed to perceive Lin Bufan's hesitation, but offered no urgency, simply standing still. Lin Bufan lifted his gaze to the Phantom and asked once more, "Might I inquire about your connection to our ancestor?" A flicker of complex emotions crossed the Phantom's eyes. A deep-seated enmity. "I must kill him." This succinct yet powerful declaration sent a jolt through Lin Bufan's heart. For a moment, he was at a loss for how to respond, and the hall fell into silence once more. The elder, sensing the tension, stepped forward, whispering to Lin Bufan, "Master, there seems to be something amiss. Our ancestor must have wronged the esteemed one. She should be referred to as grandmother." However, as soon as he spoke, a tremendous crash resounded throughout the hall. The elder's body was sent hurtling against the wall, as if cut loose from a string. "Speak again, and today I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of Lin Yi." The Phantom's voice was laced with anger and authority. Lin Bufan, who had been wavering, felt a sudden clarity upon hearing this. He mused to himself that such a formidable being was merely reprimanding the elder with a slap, and had mentioned teaching a lesson on behalf of Lin Yi. What could this imply? A light dawned in Lin Bufan's mind as he began to grasp critical information. Clearly, the Phantom harbored animosity towards the ancestor, but appeared to possess a different sentiment towards Lin Yi. Moreover, she bore no genuine malice towards the Lin family. Otherwise, with her power, she could easily annihilate them and would not offer assistance. With this understanding, Lin Bufan's final doubts dissipated. He promptly nodded in agreement, saying, "Grandmother, no, esteemed one, my family shall immediately proceed to the foreign realm." Seeing Lin Bufan's resolution, the Phantom ceased her discourse. With an indifferent expression, she waved her sword, cleaving open the void to reveal a blurred spatial passage. She pointed towards the rift and instructed simply, "Enter. Someone within the foreign realm will be responsible for your accommodation." Lin Bufan turned to his fellow Lin family members, whose eyes brimmed with determination and trust. In their hearts, Lin Bufan and Lin Yi were the ultimate authorities of the family, and they never hesitated in their decisions. Without a moment's delay, they advanced towards the spatial passage, stepping into the mysterious void one after another. As Lin Bufan observed everyone departing, he approached the elder, who appeared weakened after the earlier reprimand. Lin Bufan extended a hand to support him, gradually making their way towards the spatial passage. Just as their bodies were about to vanish into the void, a gleam of cunning flashed in the elder's eyes as he whispered, "Master, I am unharmed. It was all an act. Grandmother still cares for her descendants and did not strike with full force." Upon hearing this, Lin Bufan's heart tightened, not with joy, but with terror as he instinctively reached out to cover the elder's mouth. Yet it was too late. A thunderous roar erupted as a surge of formidable power erupted from the void, striking the elder directly. The elder let out a harrowing cry. Lin Bufon could only shake his head in resignation, sighing, "Alas, this mouth truly is a curse. It won't be 10 days or half a month before you can get out of bed." Lin Bufon turned to the phantom and bowed deeply, his figure gradually disappearing into the spatial passage. As the phantom witnessed the departure of the family, inexplicably, a faint smile emerged on her long-frozen lips. She then shook her head, her form ascending into the heavens, and with a single strike, she brought down her hand. With a resounding boom, the ancestral grounds of the Lin family, which had stood for millennia at the Imperial Pass, vanished in an instant. After completing her task, the phantom turned back and spoke softly, "Having observed for so long, it is time for you to emerge, is it not?" Chapter 19. The eerie ancient ship in the void as the sovereign of a foreign realm, it is no surprise that after countless visits over millennia, we have finally laid eyes upon you today. As these words were spoken, a figure gradually materialized in the void. This person clasped their hands in reverence before their chest, bowing respectfully and stating, "I am here to observe." At this moment, the observer bore no resemblance to the beleaguered Lin Yi, for his severed right arm had miraculously reformed. With a flick of his wrist, a golden jade slip descended from the ether. However, the apparition merely cast a cursory glance at the golden slip, revealing a look of disdain before turning to depart. A flicker of anger crossed the observer's eyes, but he swiftly concealed his emotions. "Accept the jade slip and enter my star sea. It will aid you in vanquishing Lin Yi." A simple yet impactful assertion. The figure, originally poised to leave, halted, slowly turning to regard the observer. "Lin Yi?" Upon seeing this reaction, the observer's lips curled into a faint smile. "Indeed. Is the Lin Yi who bested you a millennium ago?" A playful smirk danced across the apparition's lips, revealing a glimmer of cunning. Extending a hand, it accepted the jade slip. "Very well. Once I have annihilated all the clans of this realm, I shall bring Lin Yi to your star sea for a first-hand experience." With that, the apparition's form vanished in an instant. The observer gazed in the direction of its departure, his expression gradually darkening, inwardly lamenting. Lin Yi, I shall personally slay you to avenge my severed arm." In the boundless void, Lin Yi traversed the ancient path of nothingness, uncertain of how long he had journeyed. Just as he was on the brink of surrender, a sudden stirring within his heart compelled him to quicken his pace toward a faint glow in the distance. Someone was Lin Yi's immediate reaction. As he drew closer, his steps slowed in astonishment. An ancient celestial ship loomed before him, suspended in the endless void. Yet, as the source of light became clear, his initial excitement was replaced by a profound sense of wariness and confusion. The ancient celestial ship floated silently, surrounded by an eerie stillness that was almost terrifying. A faint glow flickered along the hull, enhancing the ship's enigmatic aura. Having roamed for many years and encountered innumerable relics, forbidden places, and otherworldly phenomena, Lin Yi had witnessed various bizarre scenes and mysterious entities. He had long grown accustomed to specters, with countless vengeful spirits falling before him in defeat. Yet, the ancient celestial ship before him instilled an unprecedented sense of trepidation. Most notably, this vessel, devoid of life and seemingly abandoned for ages, floated unscathed within this perilous void, as if the chaotic currents of the void possessed a sentience that instinctively avoided it. For a moment, Lin Yi and the ancient celestial ship seemed locked in a stalemate within the void. A slight sweat formed in his palms, and his grip on the Yuan Tian sword tightened. Drawing a deep breath, he took a cautious step forward, feeling the sword tremble slightly in his hand. With another step, he sensed the ghostly glow surrounding the ship intensifying. This subtle change quickened his heartbeat, and a wave of tension spread within him. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, fixating on the ancient celestial ship. He understood that he could not remain in this standoff any longer. He had come this far. What was there to fear? He resolved to act. Taking a deep breath, he allowed his aura to dissipate, as if merging with the void itself, becoming an ethereal presence. Then, he drew the Yuan Tian sword into his being. With utmost caution, Lin Yi controlled his body, gliding slowly toward the ancient celestial ship. There was no obstruction. he successfully alighted upon the deck of the ancient ship. However, in that instant, every hair on Lin Yi's body stood on end. Chapter 20. The withered bones and the abundant treasures upon the ancient celestial ship. It seemed as though there existed an isolated realm, detached from the void. This place resembled a natural formation, effectively isolating everything around it. Even the tumultuous sounds of the chaotic void had vanished without a trace. The surroundings were desolate, with only an excruciating cold, akin to icy tides, continuously permeating through Lin Yi's body, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Suppressing the impulse to flee, Lin Yi cautiously took a step forward. Thud! The sound of his footfall echoed in the stillness, lingering in the air. As the sound resonated, the previously barren ground beneath him inexplicably became strewn with countless spiritual stones. These stones were densely arranged, extending from under his feet towards the foredeck, resembling a pathway paved with spiritual stones. Lin Yi's pupils contracted sharply, astonished by the sight before him. Such an abundance of spiritual stones could easily elevate even the most abject of beings to the status of formidable emperors. Shaking his head, he attempted to regain his composure. Bending down, he picked up a spiritual stone. The moment it touched his hand, the gentle and soothing spiritual energy, along with its tangible texture, incessantly reminded him of its genuine existence. However, years of experience instilled a sense of wariness within him. He dared not easily trust this seemingly alluring spectacle. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi discarded the stone and propelled himself out of the ancient celestial ship. Suspended in the void, he warily gazed back at the ship. Unlike before, the spiritual stones on the deck had not vanished. They remained quietly scattered. Doubts began to swirl in Lin Yi's mind, further affirming his suspicion that something was amiss with this vessel. Yet, he also recalled how effortlessly he had just departed, suggesting an absence of immediate lethal danger. After a moment of hesitation and internal struggle, he summoned his courage and stepped back onto the deck. This time, he deliberately ignored the multitude of spiritual stones and walked straight ahead. With each step, he finally entered the ship's cabin. The once dark and desolate chamber was now filled with an array of magical artifacts and tools. Each artifact radiated a formidable aura, capable of serving as protective treasures for an entire clan. As Lin Yi beheld these treasures, excitement surged within him. If he were to claim all these imperial weapons, he could navigate the void without fear of mishaps for 10 millennia. For reasons unknown, Lin Yi felt a moment of daze. Deep within his heart, a voice incessantly beckoned him. Take them, take them. Just as Lin Yi reached out, a faint aura of sword intent emanated from the depths of his consciousness, perhaps fueled by the jealousy of the Yuan-Tian sword. This killing intent, akin to a refreshing spring, sent a shiver through Lin Yi, instantly awakening him. Thanks to you, Yuan-Tian, he murmured softly, gratitude evident in his tone. The Yuan-Tian sword seemed to sense its master's praise, emitting joyful sword cries, while invisible sword rays enveloped Lin Yi closely. Lin Yi's gaze shifted toward the depths of the cabin. He casually unleashed several restrictions, which flickered with a dim light as they penetrated into the cabin's recesses. Should any unexpected occurrence arise, he could instantaneously detonate these restrictions, utilizing their power to tear through the void and escape. Having prepared himself, Lin Yi took a deep breath and cautiously advanced deeper into the cabin. As he had anticipated, countless cultivation manuals emerged in the further recesses. These tomes, stacked like mountains, exuded an ancient aura. However, Lin Yi chose not to linger over these enticing manuals. He understood that excessive greed could lead to perilous consequences. Instead, he once again deployed a few restrictions before proceeding carefully into the innermost part of the ancient celestial ship. Thud! As his foot touched down, the environment morphed entirely. A mysterious radiance illuminated the area, enveloping the space in an eerie atmosphere. Lin Yi scanned his surroundings with vigilance, noticing the ground was barren, save for a long bench nearby where a withered skeleton lay in silence. The skeleton stared directly at him. Though devoid of flesh, Lin Yi distinctly felt the weight of an unseen gaze upon him, a sensation akin to being pricked by thorns, causing cold sweat to trickle down his spine. In that moment, Lin Yi understood that lingering here was unwise. He needed to depart swiftly. Without hesitation, he detonated the previously set restrictions. To his horror, the anticipated explosion and rupture of the void did not occur. The restrictions seemed to have lost all responsiveness, vanishing without a trace, leaving no disturbance in their wake. Just as Lin Yi was engulfed in dread, a voice, ethereal and ancient, suddenly resonated, like thunderclaps echoing in his ears. Kneel. Lin Yi did not acquiesce to the unexpected command. With unwavering resolve, he fixed his piercing gaze upon the eerie skeleton and coldly inquired, "Who are you?" Yet, the response remained the same, an authoritative kneel. This time, however, the voice bore an immense pressure, akin to an invisible mountain, relentlessly bearing down upon Lin Yi. Naturally, Lin Yi refused to submit. His pride as an emperor and indomitable spirit compelled him. In an instant, the might of an emperor erupted from within him, manifesting as a powerful aura that clashed against the oppressive force. Sensing Lin Yi's defiance, the skeleton appeared agitated. Its voice resonated with boundless fury and authority. "Those who behold me shall kneel thrice and bow 9 times to receive my legacy. Enter my domain. And those who do not kneel shall face the flames of retribution, torn apart by myriad spirits, their souls obliterated. Damn it, I am not one to be threatened." Lin Yi bellowed, his temper flaring. He would not be intimidated by mere threats. With that declaration, his emperor's aura reemerged. The Yuan Tian sword soared from the depths of his consciousness, its blade shimmering with brilliance, propelled by Lin Yi's wrath and determination, striking forth with a single blow. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated through the space. The powerful sword chi collided with the skeleton, shattering it into dust, causing the overwhelming pressure to dissipate. However, Lin Yi had scarcely found relief before the remnants of the disintegrated skeleton began to coalesce from the void, as if it possessed an immortal essence, reforming once more. It continued to gaze at Lin Yi, seemingly mocking the futility of his attack. Simultaneously, the void before Lin Yi began to warp and twist, as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil sea, creating ripples. Yet, these ripples swiftly solidified into a tangible force, imbued with murderous intent, and surged toward Lin Yi with lethal intent. The distorted void resembled a terrifying meat grinder, and even the Emperor's aura was carved with countless wounds in its presence. Lin Yi felt as though he had fallen into a dire predicament. The space before him was progressively contorting, the overwhelming force threatening to obliterate him entirely. Chapter 21. Powerless Resistance. Ultimately, death bow down and inherit my legacy. Refusal means death. The skeletal figure spoke again, its voice colder than before. "Kneel. Go to hell." Lin Yi retorted without hesitation, his anger boiling over. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air. The void rippled, creating fine, deep fissures that appeared like wounds in space. Dark and profound, exuding a chilling aura. The entire realm twisted under the onslaught of these waves, and the natural laws of the world faltered before them. This space was no longer bound by reason, plunging into a chaotic and perilous state. At that moment, the overwhelming might of the Emperor's celestial manifestation seemed feeble. A flash of cold light. The celestial manifestation bled. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, gripping the abyssal sword tightly. Countless sword lights erupted from the celestial manifestation, surging towards the waves with resolute force. Yet, an uncanny event unfolded once more. As the abyssal sword's energy met the waves, the space contorted as if an invisible vortex devoured the sword energy. It passed through the waves without causing a ripple, as if it had never existed. Lin Yi was caught off guard. A sudden wave of dizziness washed over him. His vision blurred, and his thoughts grew chaotic. It felt as though an intangible force was tugging at his soul, attempting to drag him into an endless abyss of darkness. "Damn it! What in the world are you?" Lin Yi roared inwardly, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. These waves not only disregarded the rules, but also rampaged through the void, invading his consciousness and unsettling his mind. This elusive, unassailable power filled him with an unprecedented sense of defeat and fury. "I'm done for. I'll fight you to the end." Lin Yi bellowed. The Emperor's celestial manifestation sitting cross-legged, surrounded by a faint golden light. The abyssal sword pierced into his consciousness, its radiance flickering as if sealing off Lin Yi's mind. With each wave that passed, deep scars were etched upon the celestial manifestation. It had long been battered and broken. Once a majestic presence, it now resembled shattered glass, dimming in brilliance. The waves penetrated the celestial manifestation, wreaking havoc upon Lin Yi's body. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining his garments and pooling on the ground. Before long, a mist of blood enveloped the space before Lin Yi. His previously closed eyes suddenly snapped open, two beams of light locking onto the skeletal figure like lightning. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, "Damn it, I'll fight you, you wretched thing." In an instant, the Emperor's celestial manifestation exploded. An overwhelming imperial might erupted, causing the eerie waves to momentarily halt, as if time itself had frozen. Lin Yi's eyes turned crimson, ablaze with fury. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he vanished like a specter. When he reappeared, he soared into the air. The abyssal sword unleashed a torrent of blood energy, so dense it seemed tangible, as if it sought to paint the entire world red. The sword light cleaved through the heavens, illuminating the illusion of a boundless sea of corpses and blood. Boom! The sword struck the skeletal figure with tremendous force, reducing it to ash in an instant. Just as the remnants were about to merge, the waves surged toward Lin Yi once more, their speed rendering escape impossible. At that moment, Lin Yi disregarded the pain of flesh and bone separating. Each wave that passed through him brought excruciating agony, yet his gaze showed no sign of retreat. He raised his sword again, the abyssal sword howling as he wielded it. The remnants of the skeletal figure shattered under his relentless assault, scattering into dust in the air. "Come on, if you don't take me down, I'll make sure you die first." Lin Yi cursed fiercely, the abyssal sword never pausing in its relentless strikes. A rain of sword light descended upon the remnants, saturating the area with blood energy and sword light. The brilliance was blinding, the force of the attack causing the surrounding space to tremble on the brink of collapse. He continued to swing his sword. With each strike, he poured his entire strength and determination. Sweat mingled with blood, dripping onto the sword, yet he remained oblivious. Time passed, and Lin Yi's grip on the abyssal sword began to tremble involuntarily. His body had reached its limits. The Emperor's form was riddled with wounds. Several gaping holes marred his chest, and Lin Yi's eyelids grew heavier, his consciousness blurring as the world faded from view. He struggled to maintain focus, his gaze slowly drifting to the abyssal sword in his hand. His voice, weak and hoarse, resonated with exhaustion and regret. "Abyssal. I'm sorry. I may not be able to hold on much longer. If I were to bury you, you would end up discarded like the Emperor's weapons outside." His words were filled with helplessness and guilt, as if bidding farewell to a dear friend. "Buzz!" The Emperor's weapon wailed. The abyssal sword, having accompanied Lin Yi for many years, resonated with his emotions. In that moment, it broke free from Lin Yi, soaring into the sky, its blade trembling violently, blood streaking from it. Lin Yi's pupils constricted as he instantly understood the abyssal sword's intent. Weapon dissolution. This was an extreme measure. Self-destruction in exchange for a glimmer of hope. A flicker of resolve flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he leapt into the air, grasping the abyssal sword tightly. Laughing to the heavens, he declared, "Ha ha! In this life, I have gained a confidant and an emperor's weapon. I, Lin Yi, have no regrets." With that, Lin Yi struck his chest with a palm, infusing it with his last resolve and courage. His eyes turned blood red, igniting the final flame of his life. With his palms together, he concentrated all his imperial might into his fists. A formidable force surged between them, as though it would tear apart the heavens and earth. Without hesitation, he unleashed a mighty blow towards the ancient celestial ship above. Bloodheart fury. His roar echoed through the skies. Lin Yi poured everything he had into this strike, even as his arm shattered. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, creating a small fissure in the cabin trapped by the ultimate restraints. Though it was tiny, it was sufficient for Lin Yi. Seeing this, Lin Yi raised his right foot without a moment's hesitation, kicking the abyssal sword forcefully away. As he watched the abyssal sword depart from the ancient celestial ship, a sense of comfort surged within him. Yet, simultaneously, he had lost all his power. Without the protection of imperial might, he felt like a candle flickering in the wind. Several waves mercilessly pierced his heart, delivering a fatal blow. Lin Yi slowly fell from the sky, his gaze fading, the world around him descending into darkness. His body drifted gently to the ground like a fallen leaf. Chapter 22. The Lament of the Realm having severed ties with the ancient celestial vessel. The abyssal sky emanated a blood-red radiance, resembling a solitary star suspended in the void. A low, urgent hum reverberated through the emptiness. At this moment, the abyssal sky, unprompted by Lin Yi, seemed to possess an intellect of its own. It quivered incessantly in the void, unleashing its formidable power. 1 zhang, 10 zhang, 100 zhang, 1,000 zhang, 10,000 zhang. The sword's body expanded relentlessly, its aura growing ever more potent and terrifying. During this process, any errant meteors that brushed against the sword were reduced to ashes. No object that dared approach could withstand the overwhelming force and anguish it harbored. At last, the abyssal sky reached its zenith. Its 10,000 zhang blade stood like a colossal mountain amidst the void. In that moment, it descended with an unstoppable momentum, cleaving directly towards the ancient celestial vessel. Instantly, the entire void was illuminated by this tremendous force. With a thunderous roar, a powerful wave surged throughout the expanse, obliterating everything in its path. The once motionless ancient celestial vessel was thrust back several thousand meters, trembling and emitting deep, resonant sounds. Yet, that was all. With a final crack, the brilliance of the abyssal sky's blade vanished in an instant. The sword shattered into 2 segments, floating silently in the void, devoid of further movement. In the realm of the void, a phantom sat cross-legged, her figure intertwining seamlessly with the surrounding space, barely discernible. Suddenly, the blade of the celestial sword began to tremble violently. This quaking was not a result of external forces. Rather, it was an anguished reaction emanating from the depths of its very soul. It felt as though a part of itself had been forcefully wrenched away. A sensation of indescribable tearing. Each tremor was accompanied by a surge of potent energy radiating outward. The tumultuous waves revealed the sword's profound chaos and suffering. The sword's luminescence underwent an immediate transformation. Its once cool and luminous glow now dulled, shrouded in a veil of gloom. Faint patterns began to surface upon the blade, representing the manifestation of its inner torment, glimmering weakly like flowing tears. The celestial sword emitted a deep, mournful sound, akin to a solitary soul weeping. Within that mournful resonance lay boundless pain and reluctance, shattering the hearts of those who heard it. Its voice echoed like a sorrowful elegy throughout the realm. Countless immortal beings rushed forth, drawn by this sorrowful force, their hearts laden with confusion and concern. The celestial sword's reaction was enough to instill panic within them. They yearned to ascertain whether the supreme presence within the void had encountered some misfortune. Their figures streaked across the sky of the realm like bolts of lightning, hastening towards the enigmatic void. From a moment, the celestial sword exhibited signs of distress. The phantom had already taken notice. However, she refrained from inquiring. For the sword's reaction had provided her with an answer she was reluctant to confront. Silently, she sat, absorbing the sword's anguish, her heart awash with complex emotions. Plop! Plop! In the void, the sound of droplets echoed sharply, as if water were falling. Amidst the endless darkness, a faint crimson hue emerged. The phantom slowly opened her eyes, revealing faint, blurred traces upon her cheeks. Master! Master! Outside the void, several voices spoke cautiously, their tones laced with trepidation, as if fearful of disturbing some dreadful entity. After a moment, the phantom composed herself, her voice resonating with a calm authority. What brings you here? Upon hearing her response, the immortal beings visibly exhaled in relief. They bowed respectfully towards the void, their demeanor supremely humble, as if in the presence of a divine being. The realm is in mourning. The skies bleed. One of the immortals spoke, his tone infused with reverence and a hint of concern. The phantom slowly raised her right hand, her fingertips gliding through the void. Instantly, the aberrant phenomena above the realm were smoothed out as if caressed by an invisible hand, restoring normalcy. Since you have arrived, then, let us act. Proceed to the realm and establish the 9 arcane battle array. As the phantom's words echoed, the immortal beings exchanged astonished glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. Master, the 9 arcane battle array? This is an unparalleled killing formation. Once deployed, it will annihilate all. One of the immortals could not refrain from questioning. Is my intent not clear? I desire utter silence upon this land. Do you understand? The phantom's words brimmed with fury and resolve, her gaze shimmering with a cold light that seemed capable of piercing through everything. As her voice fell, the others in the void felt the eruption of her volcanic rage. They prostrated themselves upon the ground, trembling in fear, bodies pressed against the earth, unable to move a muscle, responding in unison. Yes, master, we shall obey. Begone. The phantom's roar reverberated, and the immortal beings, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly rose and vanished into the void like streaks of light. After their departure, the phantom remained solitary in the void, the passage of time becoming indiscernible. Outside the void, a figure approached slowly, emanating a resolute aura, kneeling without hesitation. The phantom's previously suppressed emotions surged once more. However, in the presence of Lin Yi's descendant, her heart was also filled with intricate feelings. She gazed quietly at Lin Bufan, remaining silent. Lin Bufan lifted his head, his eyes brimming with reverence. I am Lin Bufan, the descendant, paying respects to my grandmother. The phantom did not dispute his address and spoke with a measured tone. What brings you here? Lin Bufan did not respond immediately. Instead, he performed a deep bow, thrice kneeling and 9 times prostrating. In his heart, facing the phantom, every gesture of reverence was warranted. I seek my grandmother's assistance. I demand vengeance. A blood feud. The Lin family must retaliate, even if it costs me my life. The void descended into an extended silence, punctuated only by Lin Bufan's rapid breaths. After what felt like an eternity, the phantom finally spoke, reluctant to acknowledge certain truths, countering with a question. What blood feud? Lin Bufan bowed once more. His forehead slightly reddened, yet his gaze remained unwavering. Grandmother, do not conceal the truth from me. The celestial sword and the abyssal sky are twin blades, resonating with each other. The celestial sword's mournful cries have revealed all to me. Moreover, I am aware of the occurrences in the realm these past days. I implore you, grandmother, assist me. This time, the phantom did not withhold the truth, responding calmly, to enter the burial ground and succumb to madness. To be engulfed by 10,000 spirits and reforged. Can you endure it? I can endure. As long as I can exact my vengeance, I can withstand any suffering. The phantom scrutinized Lin Bufan, a flicker of complexity crossing her gaze. Do you comprehend? Entering the burial ground and succumbing to madness is a perilous endeavor. Once ensnared in madness, you may lose yourself, becoming a demon consumed solely by slaughter. I shall uncover the truth behind Lin Yi's misfortune. There is no need for such concern. The phantom's tone turned serious, hoping Lin Bufan would contemplate his choice with the gravity it deserved. Lin Bufan clenched his teeth, providing no further explanation, simply stating, I beseech my grandmother's aid. The ethereal figure let out a deep sigh, and beyond the void, an expansive space gradually unfolded. Enter now. When you ascend to the throne, I shall accompany you. Chapter 23. Embrace the arrival of darkness. A black astral vessel descended like a sharp blade, piercing through the clouds with astonishing swiftness, presenting itself before the myriad races. The ship exuded a chilling aura, its immense pressure causing the surrounding air to solidify. As it emerged, the clouds were effortlessly torn apart, followed by countless cloud boats and astral ships surging forth like a tidal wave, blanketing the entire sky. The spectacle was grand, yet suffused with an overwhelming sense of oppression. The vast, demonic might stirred restlessly, and a dense darkness spread like a plague throughout the realm. At its peak, it fell like fine rain from the heavens, rendering all it touched into an instant of deathly silence. Flora and fauna, mountains and rivers alike, succumbed to the corruption of this dark essence. What? What is that? Countless cultivators stared in shock at the boundless darkness above. They had never witnessed such a terrifying sight. It transcended their comprehension. Under the scrutiny of innumerable gazes, the invading army appeared as a spiraling vortex of darkness, akin to a black hole that consumed all, gradually expanding and proliferating. 9 colossal cloud boats suddenly vanished from the depths of the vortex, reappearing at the 9 boundary barriers of the realm. Above the center of the domain, upon the myriad astral ships, one after another, alien cultivators leapt down. They descended in a dense mass like a black tide, seemingly intent on engulfing the entire realm. The cries of terror rang out. Aliens! Invasion! The place where the dark forces landed was the sacred ground of enlightenment, beneath the Tower of Enlightenment. Once a sanctuary for cultivation and inheritance, it now became the epicenter of calamity. A towering figure, a cultivator of the celestial sovereign realm, let out a final scream in this world. A silhouette shattered the void, wielding a decayed, broken blade, and struck down. The glimmer of cold light flashed, severing the celestial sovereign in half. The overwhelming demonic might surged once more. Endless shadows of blades rained down upon the Tower of Enlightenment, shaking the very foundations with a thunderous roar. The tower, which had symbolized the unparalleled heritage of the realm for millennia, was instantly obliterated under the force of the assault, collapsing into dust. Surrounding structures crumbled under the shockwave, and the earth itself split apart for miles. Amidst the flying sand and stones, countless cultivators were mercilessly crushed, erupting into sprays of blood amidst the ashes. The invaders, standing atop the ruins, gazed down upon the wailing, screaming, and fleeing inhabitants of the realm with eyes devoid of compassion, filled only with indifference and disdain. The killers, the immortal emperors of the alien realm, the Sin Blade, children of the alien realm, let the detritus of this domain pave a path of revenge with their blood. Kill! A furious roar sounded, marking the commencement of the massacre. Suddenly, a powerful presence tore through the void. An elder, holding a 7-colored feather fan, arrived with a thunderous entrance. How dare the scum of the alien realm act so brazenly? I, Qi Tiansong, have come to eradicate you. Qi Tiansong believed he arrived swiftly, yet the gruesome scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood shattered his understanding. What lay before him was not a mere invasion. It was a total annihilation of this continent, a complete eradication of all vitality. Still reeling from the shock, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the Sin Blade, causing his pupils to constrict. You're still alive? Impossible. We clearly killed you. His voice trembled with disbelief and hints of fear. The Sin Blade, holding the broken blade, looked coldly at Qi Tiansong, as if regarding a corpse. Take your doubts to hell. With that, he reversed his grip on the broken blade, sweeping it above his head with a fluid motion, exuding a chilling momentum. Blade of the Abyss, arise. With a single step, the bloodthirsty aura enveloped the space before Qi Tiansong. Despite being an imperial cultivator, he found himself instantaneously ensnared by the thick blood aura, unable to move. Qi Tiansong stared in horror at the Sin Blade, attempting to struggle and summon all his strength to break free from the binding, but to no avail. Clear a path for me beneath hell. Wait for me. With that, he stepped forward once more, seemingly crossing the boundaries of time and space, arriving before Qi Tiansong in the blink of an eye. Without a hint of hesitation or mercy, the Sin Blade drove the broken blade straight into Qi Tiansong's heart. Buffed. Qi Tiansong's form crumbled instantly, blood spraying forth as his body shattered like broken glass into countless fragments. After the strike, the Sin Blade cast a dark gaze into the distance. There stood Qi Tiansong, pale as paper, his aura extremely weakened. The 7-colored feather fan in his hand had fractured, leaving only broken remnants. Ah, you've grown, but will you have an imperial weapon to die for you this time? The Sin Blade mocked. Qi Tiansong looked at the Sin Blade with a glimmer of despair in his eyes. Sin Blade, do not rejoice too soon. A millennium ago, we could kill you. Today, we can do the same, he retorted through gritted teeth. As he spoke, numerous imperial auras surged forth like roaring waves, sweeping towards the Sin Blade. Sin Blade. Today, your alien realm shall be utterly eradicated. The Sin Blade paid no heed to Qi Tiansong's words. He spoke calmly, his voice clear. 6 emperors. Do you truly regard me, a rotting corpse that should have perished a millennium ago, with such esteem? However, the time has come. Let my millennium mold remains escort you on your journey. Today, I, the Sin Blade, shall be the harbinger of the alien realm's dominance over this world. The Sin Blade's eyes sparkled with a frenzied light as his body trembled, not from fear, but due to the mission he had come to fulfill. Qi Tiansong belatedly realized something was amiss and roared, "Kill him now!" But it was too late. The broken blade soared into the sky, piercing straight into the Sin Blade's brow. Instantly, the Sin Blade's eyes turned blood red, resembling flames igniting, filled with a chilling aura. To the detritus of the realm, now, embrace the darkness. Chapter 24. Eternal Flames. Burying the 6 emperors of your realm, the voice of the Sin Blade resonated with a deep and resolute tone. A wisp of ethereal blue flame, akin to a venomous serpent, stealthily emerged. It slowly spread beneath the feet of the Sin Blade, resembling a tightening net of death. The skin of the Sin Blade's feet began to blacken and crack upon contact with the flame. The inferno continued to ascend, as flesh twisted and deformed under its caress, emitting a sizzle. The vivid crimson hue was swiftly consumed by the flames, transforming into an inky black. The skin melted like wax, gradually dripping away. The once vibrant body, under the shroud of infernal fire, began to lose its vitality, becoming shriveled and charred. At the moment the hellfire appeared, Qi Tiansong and the other 5 emperors sensed an ominous shift. They could feel the bizarre and formidable power surging within the Sin Blade. Exchanging glances, the 6 emperors simultaneously launched their attacks. An endless imperial might surged forth like a tumultuous tide, directed at the Sin Blade. Meanwhile, the inferno within the Sin Blade intensified, its flames growing ever more fervent. The ethereal blue flames seemed alive, leaping upward with a heart-stopping vigor, closing in on the Sin Blade's chest. As the flames danced, they emitted a series of dull, disquieting crackles, reminiscent of the gates of hell being flung open. Yet the Sin Blade remained rooted in place. Just as the Emperor's assaults were about to land, the blue flames manifested into thousands of colossal hands. These hands, forged from fire, radiated a powerful aura, as if capable of rending the very heavens asunder. The multitude of fiery hands collided with the attacks of the 6 emperors, and in that instant, it felt as though the world was descending into chaos. The earth quaked, mountains crumbled, and rivers reversed their flow. The immense force warped and shattered the surrounding space, creating fissures of darkness that tore apart around the Sin Blade. The 6 emperors found themselves ensnared in mid-air, unable to retreat. In that moment, the foundation of their millennia-long reign was awakened. However, the inferno acted like a ravenous beast, voraciously devouring their power. The once ethereal blue flames grew increasingly dense and profound, darkening until they became an abyssal black. The black flames were pure and deep, reminiscent of the darkest voids of the universe. Qi Tiansong observed in horror, his pupils dilating with fear and shock. Within the obsidian flames, the tragic fates of the heavens and the skeletal remnants of the 6 emperors were reflected. Their figures gradually blurred in the flames, their life forces dissipating rapidly. In a fit of rage, Qi Tiansong bellowed, "Sin Blade, are you betraying me?" Laughter followed, echoing through the void. For millennia, I have endured the agonizing flames of the abyss, awaiting this moment. I gambled on this very instant. The Sin Blade, disregarding the excruciating pain, howled in madness. The inferno continued to rise. His chest heaved violently, the heart within his ribcage pounding erratically. Yet, the flames mercilessly consumed everything, the skin and muscle of his chest vanishing, leaving behind a burning skeletal frame. The inferno then spread to the Sin Blade's arms, enveloping them without mercy, reducing skin, muscle, and bone to ashes. His fingers fell away like wilting petals, scattering beneath him, utterly annihilated. Ultimately, the Sin Blade transformed into a sphere of fire. In his final gaze, he looked toward the distant void, which seemed to respond with a subtle tremor. In a fleeting moment before his life ebbed away, a glimmer ignited in the Sin Blade's eyes, reminiscent of a time long past. He understood that the supreme lord of the other realm had come to guide him on his final journey. A complex wave of emotions washed over him: gratitude, appreciation, and a touch of relief. "My lord, I have not failed you for saving my life all those years ago." The Sin Blade recognized that his mission was nearing completion. He had given everything for the other realm, and now it was time to depart. In his heart, he held no regrets, only hopes for the future of the other realm. With this conviction, he surrendered to his fate, gently closing his eyes. In an instant, a deafening explosion resonated. The boundless inferno broke free from its constraints, erupting with cataclysmic force. Its momentum surged forth like a deluge unleashed from a dam, unstoppable and overwhelming. The hellfire spread rapidly, adopting a form that threatened to obliterate all in its path. The 6 great emperors of the realm, once invincible beings traversing centuries, now found themselves ensnared by the black flames. Their bodies felt as if they were mired in a quagmire, unable to move an inch. The flames ruthlessly scorched their forms, twisting their features in agony, yet they could not react in time. In the depths of despair, myriad lights flickered beyond the void, brief yet urgent. A summons from the sect. The pupils of the 6 emperors constricted in unison, a sense of foreboding swelling within them. In their understanding, such urgent communication could only arise from a significant threat to the sect. With the forces of the other realm gathered here, what calamity had befallen their sect? Even more unsettling was the synchrony with which the 6 received the summons. The implications were unmistakable. The lights drew closer, and suddenly, piercing screams erupted around them. The cries were sharp and haunting, as though echoing from the depths of hell. "Sect Master, help me, Patriarch! Return swiftly, the other realm has invaded." The frantic cries, laden with profound fear and despair, reverberated through the air. The sounds of battle thundered, as if the entire world had plunged into chaos. "Sect Master, where are you?" Despair echoed with boundless grief, resonating in the atmosphere. The shrieks mingled with the sickening sounds of flesh and bone tearing. Piercing, a cruel reminder of life being brutally ravaged, sending chills down the spine. "It's over, all is lost. The sect's defense has crumbled. I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. Sect Master, help me." The cries grew fainter, as though one could visualize a figure desperately fleeing, evading capture, yet finding no escape. Chi Song's eyes brimmed with blood as he recognized a familiar voice calling for help. "Father, save me." The words were left unfinished as a chilling sound of a blade piercing flesh silenced the air. "My son, why has it come to this? Other realm, I shall not coexist with you." As Chi Song's voice faded, a cold, mocking tone echoed. "Now you know pain? Do you wish to live? Do you long to return and save your loved ones, your disciples? I ask you, in your despair, do you still wish to go back?" Chapter 25. This realm, I shall annihilate for you in the vast expanse above. Ripples of space began to shimmer subtly. A nebulous figure quietly materialized, suspended in midair like a deity of immense stature, gazing down upon the once mighty sovereigns of the realms with an expression akin to observing mere ants. The 6 sovereigns were engulfed in excruciating flames of the abyss, their dignity utterly shattered. Among them, one sovereign, bereft of arms, let out a heart-wrenching roar of anguish and fury. "Who are you?" The ethereal figure chuckled softly. "I am the only one in this world capable of extinguishing these infernal flames, for they are me. I am them. Do you understand?" Upon hearing these words, Chi Song, despite being consumed by the torturous flames, felt a chill run through his entire being. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind as he trembled and spoke. You are that being from the foreign realm?" He recognized the visitor's formidable confidence and power. Faced with the impending destruction of his kin and sect, his resolve began to waver. If you spare us and our loved ones, I, Chi Tian Song, am willing to pledge my allegiance to the foreign realm. A tinge of desperation laced his voice. Though confessing such a sentiment filled him with internal conflict, the thought of his family and sect seemed to overshadow everything else. Chi Tian Song, what are you saying? Another sovereign rebuked angrily, his gaze filled with shock and disappointment. In his eyes, allegiance to the foreign realm was nothing short of treachery, a betrayal of their own domain. Without mercy, Chi Tian Song retorted, right now, my son's fate is uncertain, and our sect faces annihilation. You expect me to remain rational? You think yourselves so noble, so elevated, that you can condemn me? Fine, you are the saints, willing to forsake your disciples and kin for the greater good. I, Chi Tian Song, merely lack your lofty ideals. He roared in rage, blood spilling from his mouth, starkly illuminated by the hellish flames. The remaining sovereigns fell silent, their expressions darkened. After a brief moment, they sighed deeply. Spare our sect, and we shall willingly pledge allegiance to the foreign realm. Their voices were tinged with resignation and compromise. The pride and dignity that once belonged to the sovereigns seemed to have lost all significance in that moment. The corners of the ethereal figure's mouth curved slightly, revealing a hint of amusement. What did you say? I couldn't quite hear you. We are willing to pledge allegiance to the foreign realm. Please spare us. The figure chuckled lightly. Since you are so eager to serve as my dogs, I shall grant you an opportunity. As she spoke, her fingertips lifted, traversing the void. Project the void. Speak. You ungrateful clans, say it. Lin Yi fought for you, granting you a millennium of time. Yet you are the most heartless and ungrateful of all. Speak. You are willing to become dogs of my foreign realm for eternity. You. Chi Tian Song was momentarily rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. The figure remained patient, raising her hand once more, revealing the tragic fates of the 6 great sections. Within the sects, darkness spread, lives dwindled, and structures collapsed, as more and more individuals met their demise in despair. The eyes of the living, filled with unwillingness, fear, and horror, despite the distance, were vividly reflected in the gaze of the 6 sovereigns. Stop! Don't! Please stop! We do not wish to die. The 6 sovereigns cried out in terror, their eyes brimming with desperation and plea. The figure chuckled softly. Excellent, you are still somewhat clever. With a wave of her arm, the void projection unfurled across the heavens. The myriad clans of the realm, in the face of the foreign invasion, were in a frantic flight, yet upon witnessing this scene, they stood frozen in place. In the projection, the 6 sovereigns knelt on the ground, their voices unified. We are unworthy of being called sovereigns. The Lin family, led by Lin Yi, fought for a millennium for our realm. We are heartless and ungrateful, unworthy of living on this land. In this life, we willingly pledge allegiance to the foreign realm, never to emerge again, to atone for our sins. The figure paid no heed to the subtlety in their words. She understood that their vow of never emerging again merely indicated their reluctance to take action, to avoid obliterating their realm, and to spare their descendants from bearing the burden of this shame and sin. Yet, she was indifferent. For her, the submission of these sovereigns had already fulfilled her purpose. What she sought was the collapse of the realm's pride, their surrender in despair, and to witness them, laden with guilt, humiliation, and hopelessness, watch as everything they held dear was utterly annihilated. A painful demise awaited them. The projection of the void dissipated. Yet the slaughter of the 6 great sects continued mercilessly. Why? Why? Please make them stop. Stop! Chi Tian Song cried out in despair. In a fleeting moment, the scenes displayed in the projection had transformed into a sea of blood, a hellish purgatory. Everywhere his gaze fell was drenched in crimson. The remnants of once glorious sects lay in ruins, soaked in pools of blood. Piles of lifeless bodies formed a mountain of cold bones, stacked upon one another. The bloodied earth was stained, resembling a vast ocean of sanguine pools, emanating a nauseating stench. Even the sky and drifting clouds were tainted with a horrifying shade of blood. Severed limbs and dismembered arms lay scattered about, accompanied by anguished cries that echoed like an endless inferno. The six sovereigns trembled increasingly, their pupils filled with a blood-red hue. The pallid horror on their faces mirrored a wooden shell nearing its end. Why? You? Why? Their gazes fixated on the ethereal figure, eyes brimming with rage. You will face retribution for this. We have sworn our allegiance to the foreign realm. Why? Why do you persist in this manner? You have wrought this boundless slaughter. One day it will rebound upon you. They recognized their fate, uttering venomous curses. The figure, however, silently observed the once proud six sovereigns as they transitioned from arrogance to fury, then to madness and howls, without an ounce of pity on her face. Have I not honored my word? Her voice was calm, yet laced with a chilling indifference. When Lin Yi fell into slumber, did you not swear allegiance to the Lin family in a manner akin to today? Why, when I replicate your actions, do you curse me? The boomerang of a millennium ago has returned to strike you. It seems you too can feel pain. I merely cleared up the matters he could not attend to. Moreover, as an emperor of the foreign realm, I have endured the flames of the abyss for a millennium. If I were to spare you, it would be a disservice to him. Fear not, you shall not perish so swiftly. I shall remain here, allowing you to witness how the myriad clans of the realm are systematically extinguished. Chapter 26. The primordial sacred patterns and the indestructible chaos bone the infernal flames continued to rage, slowly consuming the six emperors. Their bodies writhed in agony within the fire. Yet they were unable to escape this fatal bondage. In the projection of the void, the bloody massacre persisted, as lives perished like ants in this calamity. The shadows looked on indifferently at all of this. Beyond the void, deep within the ancient celestial vessel, Lin Yi's corpse lay still. His consciousness had plunged into an abyss of darkness, as if ensnared in an endless realm of nothingness. Where is this? Am I not dead? Lin Yi murmured to himself in a daze. His body, seemingly beyond his control, took one step after another forward. With each step, ripples spread beneath his feet. Thud! 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 The sound of footsteps echoed starkly in the silent darkness, imbued with an inexplicable sense of loneliness and confusion. Lin Yi could not ascertain how long he had been walking. Time appeared to lose its significance in this abyss. Just as he felt he would be devoured by the ceaseless darkness and the unknown, a glimmer of light began to crystallize in his peripheral vision. Without conscious thought, he quickened his pace, his form gradually vanishing into the radiance. When he re-emerged, he found himself standing amidst the heavens. The boundless cosmos sprawled beneath him. The vast starry expanse, the shimmering celestial bodies, and the infinite dark void left him in awe. However, before Lin Yi could ponder further, his pupils constricted in alarm. At the edge of the universe, 9 distorted ripples emerged, twisting toward the cosmic center with relentless force. Countless stars fell under this overwhelming power. As space collapsed and vanished into oblivion, darkness was consumed by it. Lin Yi watched helplessly as the universe continued to compress. The once vast expanse condensing into a singular black dot in the blink of an eye. The 9 ripples encircled this dot, converging and then expanding. In an instant, they surged forth, tearing apart the black dot, and the universe reappeared before him. Surprised, a voice, ancient and resonant, suddenly echoed. It seemed to emanate from the distant depths of the void, whispering in Lin Yi's ear. A chill coursed through him, as an inexplicable fear and vigilance surged within. He turned slowly to gaze back, only to see an elder approaching, wielding a dragon-headed staff, walking upon the void. The elder's features were somewhat obscured in the darkness, yet the aura he exuded made Lin Yi's breath falter. As the elder drew near, he smiled slightly. What? Do you not recognize me? Lin Yi furrowed his brow deeply, scrutinizing the elder as he racked his mind for any recollection of this figure. Have we met? He asked, confusion lacing his voice. The elder evoked a sense of both familiarity and strangeness, yet Lin Yi could not clearly recall. The elder chuckled heartily. Just a short while ago. Were you not intent on killing me? Have you forgotten so swiftly? Was it not you who shattered my bones to dust time and again? The word struck Lin Yi like thunder, causing him to instinctively retreat a few steps. His gaze fixed on the elder, filled with shock and wariness. You are the withered skeleton from the celestial vessel. Lin Yi managed to utter this phrase, his voice trembling slightly. The elder regarded Lin Yi's caution with a smirk, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Not bad in strength, and your mind seemed sharp. Yet, you lack respect for your elders. For countless eons, none have dared treat my remains thus. Do you intend to scatter my ashes? The elder's tone carried a teasing lilt. It also hinted at the weight of years and authority. Lin Yi observed the elder, whose presence radiated a formidable energy, and felt a genuine sense of trepidation. He understood that even a mere skeleton possessed the power to end his life, let alone the elder before him. With a solemn expression, Lin Yi attempted to justify his actions. To be honest, my ancestral grave has been blown up before. I learned this from others. It's not my fault. The elder paused, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he looked at Lin Yi, before bursting into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha, what a moment, what a moment. This display only deepened Lin Yi's confusion and caution as he silently berated. This foolish old man must be insane. Yet he dared not show a hint of his thoughts. Moments later, the elder seemed to temper his mirth, turning to Lin Yi. Our meeting is fortuitous. Let us introduce ourselves. I'm called Undying. Upon hearing this name, Lin Yi inwardly cursed. Damn, what arrogance! Even reduced to bones, he claims to be undying. However, his face betrayed none of his discontent, and he simply replied, I am Lin Yi. Your name is unnecessary. I am not particularly curious. Kneel, the elder suddenly commanded, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Just as Lin Yi opened his mouth to retort, the elder interjected again. Kneel to pay respect, and I shall impart the 9 sacred patterns to you. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi dropped to his knees. Master, Lin Yi bows to you. Thud, thud, thud. He did not hesitate, bowing deeply before the elder. His forehead struck the ground with a dull thud, the action resolute and efficient, devoid of any reluctance. Lin Yi wished to maintain an air of aloofness, to project an image of pride. Yet he had given too much. He offered the sacred patterns. In his heart, he silently chanted, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Others may be oblivious to the significance of these sacred patterns, but Lin Yi understood their profound implications. What the dignity of emperors? What vengeance? Dignity belongs to you. The sacred patterns belong to me. These intangible concepts, take them if you desire. The elder, evidently startled by Lin Yi's sudden action, regarded him with a look of astonishment and an indescribable complexity. Throughout his long existence, he had encountered countless individuals, yet few possessed the decisiveness and shamelessness of Lin Yi. You lad are incredibly shameless. However, the elder's next words caused Lin Yi's heart to tighten. Do you desire my remains? If so, I shall grant them to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes darted, and he inwardly cursed. Damn, this old man can't be serious, trying to fool me with a broken skeleton. Yet at that moment, the elder's voice rang out once more. That is the chaos indestructible bone, impervious to all laws, everlasting in nature. Though skeptical of the elder's words and uncertain of the value of a mere skeleton, Lin Yi understood the significance of the term chaos indestructible bone. Just the name alone was explosive, a formidable existence akin to a blazing comet. As his mind raced, his body responded honestly. Hud, hud, hud. Thank you, master. Thud, thud. Hud, hud, hud. Chapter 27. The Void Ghost Market. Do you not wish to know whether everything that just transpired was real? Are you not curious about my identity? Are you not afraid I might deceive you? The elder inquired, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes as he regarded Lin Yi. Yet, Lin Yi's response was entirely unexpected. Hud, hud, hud. Lin Yi bowed several times, succinctly replying, I do not wish to know. I am not curious, nor am I afraid. After a moment's thought, he slowly raised his head to gaze at the elder, a flicker of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Master, are you alive or dead? This question left the elder both bemused and amused. He fought against the impulse to strike Lin Yi, responding coldly, I would say I am dead. Would say? Lin Yi's face was a portrait of confusion. The elder merely replied indifferently, You shall know in due time. Do you have any disciples besides me? A cunning glint sparkled in Lin Yi's eyes as he contemplated his own schemes. If I encounter formidable individuals in the future, it might be prudent to inquire first. If I do meet them, I shall feign ignorance and then eliminate them discreetly. This way, I need not worry about others coveting the old man's legacy. The elder, observing Lin Yi's expression, could surmise his thoughts. Even after enduring countless years, having long since become indifferent, he found himself gritting his teeth in frustration. Not wishing to engage in further trivialities, he waved his hand towards the void, summoning the chaos undying bone. As Lin Yi pondered, the chaos undying bone directly merged into his body. Subsequently, 9 ancient holy patterns affixed themselves to the undying bone. In an instant, a sharp pain surged through his mind, overwhelming his consciousness. Before he could react further, he succumbed to a deep slumber. As he lost awareness, a faint voice echoed, "You had best stay alive. Until we meet again. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, you are the 9th. Guard my heritage well." Uncertain how much time passed, Lin Yi finally felt a flicker of consciousness. Vague images began to surface in his mind. He raised a hand to touch his still somewhat disoriented head, shaking it slightly. Was it real or merely an illusion? As he muttered to himself, a sudden realization struck him, and he looked at his hands, which should have vanished. What the? They're glowing with golden light. Could it be? He slowly lifted his right hand, and on his palm, 9 tangible rules of holy patterns swirled and entwined. Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment and delight as he beheld the sacred patterns in his hand. He extended his arm toward the distance and clenched his fist. Instantly, the ancient holy patterns surged forth like 9 agile dragons, racing toward the void before him. As the holy patterns touched the void, an immense force erupted, relentlessly tearing apart the space ahead. The void seemed to shatter into countless fragments, accompanied by a resounding roar. "I've struck gold. I must hasten to find the other 8 and eliminate them stealthily." As these thoughts crossed his mind, a sly grin crept upon his lips. With a flicker of his consciousness, the 9 holy patterns swiftly returned to his body. Lin Yi bowed deeply in the direction of the skeletal remains, saying, "Thank you, old man. Rest assured, I shall take good care of these sacred patterns." Afterward, he strode out confidently. Suddenly, he recalled something and turned to glance deeper into the cabin. "Old man, since you are deceased, I shall take it upon myself to safeguard these items." With that, he hurriedly gathered countless spirit crystals and imperial weapons into his being. Stepping forward, he stood in the void, confronted by the remains of the abyssal sky. A flicker of sorrow crossed Lin Yi's eyes as he sighed deeply. "Abyssal sky. When I return, I shall unleash some infernal flames upon that wretched woman and restore you." Having spoken, he stowed away the fragmented remains of abyssal sky, his gaze sharpening. With a flick of his consciousness, the 9 ancient holy patterns surged into the void from all directions. The ancient holy patterns disregarded the constraints of the void and the limitations of rules, traversing freely. Let them breach the realms. It would save him considerable trouble. After all, the rules in this void were intricate, and the domains were numerous. If he were to seek a way to break through on his own, it would consume an immeasurable amount of time and effort. Before long, one of the ancient holy patterns responded. Lin Yi's eyes brightened. Without hesitation, he retracted the 9 holy patterns. With a resounding boom, he unleashed a powerful punch. The space fractured beneath his strike as if it were fragile glass, splintering layer upon layer. From the shattered spatial rift, an unknown aura emanated. Lin Yi wasted no time, vanishing into the breach. Upon entering, he was immediately struck dumb by the sight before him. Before his eyes lay an exceedingly vast continent, its scale leaving him in awe. Rather than a mere continent, it resembled a bustling marketplace of immense proportions. People thronged the area, a cacophony of noise and activity enveloping him. Lin Yi's arrival did not draw any notable attention, as if he were merely an inconsequential passerby. However, just then, a tremendous crash shattered his brief tranquility. His consciousness swiftly scanned the figure crumpled at his feet, only to discover that its life force had already dissipated. A stunningly beautiful woman cast a disdainful glance at the corpse before turning to leave. disappearing without a trace within mere moments. Following her, several individuals burst forth from the street, swiftly lifting the body away, their actions fluid and practiced, as if such occurrences were commonplace here. Lin Yi was filled with shock and confusion. He reached out to detain an individual radiating an imperial aura, inquiring, "Friend, is it permissible to kill at will here? Is there no one to intervene?" The man regarded Lin Yi quizzically, retorting, "Is this your first visit to the Void Ghost Market?" Lin Yi nodded. The man then explained, "In the Void Ghost Market, all transactions are based on mutual consent. Once a deal is struck, it is irrevocable. Of course, if you possess strength, you may also resort to outright robbery. The rules here are dictated by your power. However, as it is your first visit, I must warn you that being an imperial figure is merely the threshold here. There are many who have transcended the boundary of realms. You appear to be of the human race. You might want to head to South Street, where humans are more prevalent." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi could not help but feel speechless. Indeed, no matter where one goes, the principle of the weak being devoured by the strong seems to remain an immutable law. Yet here, that law was laid bare in all its brutality. Human race? Breaking the boundary? Lin Yi murmured to himself. How would you not know this? The man regarded Lin Yi with evident skepticism, as though he were observing a country bumpkin venturing into the city. Chapter 28. The covetous gaze of the Nether clan and a forceful slaughter upon witnessing the unfolding scene. Lin Yi casually retrieved an imperial weapon from the Emperor's space, one he had scavenged from the ancient celestial ship, and offered it to the man, saying, "My friend, a token of my goodwill." The instant the man beheld the imperial weapon, his pupils widened in disbelief as he turned to Lin Yi. However, he quickly stowed the weapon away and urged Lin Yi to depart from the area. Lin Yi found this sudden urgency somewhat perplexing. Pondering to himself, is it merely an imperial weapon? Why the excessive caution? Yet, soon enough, Lin Yi comprehended the reason behind this unease. 3 men suddenly obstructed their path, their eyes glinting with avarice as they regarded Lin Yi. One of them spoke, "Is this your first visit to the Void Ghost Market? Allow us, your humble brothers, to enlighten you. In this universe, among the 3,000 great worlds and myriad lesser realms, countless races coexist. Above the emperors lies the boundary-breaking realm, wherein one fuses their intrinsic law power with boundary-breaking might, transcending the constraints of worldly rules to perceive the existence of other realms." Intrigued by these revelations, Lin Yi inquired, "Might I ask how one attains such a realm?" "All it requires is a boundary-breaking fruit," one of them replied, producing a fruit from his possession and extending it toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi was taken aback, inwardly exclaiming, "Goodness, are there truly so many kind-hearted individuals in this world?" After accepting the boundary-breaking fruit, the man beside Lin Yi tugged at his sleeve, whispering urgently, "We must leave quickly." Unbeknownst to them, the trio had already noticed this subtle gesture. The leader, a man named Mingyu, fixed a cold gaze upon them and threatened, "Haishian, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Having received a boon, be swift in your departure, should you linger. Even if you hail from the Sea Clan, my brothers and I shall not be intimidated." With that, they turned their greedy gazes back to Lin Yi, their faces contorting into avaricious smiles. "Friend, in your opinion, how should you express your gratitude to my 3 brothers?" At this moment, Lin Yi's understanding crystallized. They had come to rob him. However, he felt no sense of loss, having acquired the boundary-breaking fruit without cost. Subsequently, he produced 3 supreme imperial weapons, offering them to the trio with a word of thanks, preparing to leave with Haishian. Yet the 3 men closed in once more. One of them snarled, "Friend, 3 imperial weapons are hardly sufficient." Lin Yi coldly retorted, "And how many do you require?" They slowly raised 5 fingers. Lin Yi examined them and asked, "5? Incorrect. 50. At that moment, Haishian stepped forward, indignation flaring within him. "Mingyu, do not overreach. For that meager fruit, you demand 50 imperial weapons? Oh, and if I indeed choose to be excessive, what then will you do?" Mingyu replied dismissively, as Haishian prepared to argue further. Lin Yi raised a hand to halt him, the warmth in his gaze gradually dissipating, replaced by a chilling glare. Are you attempting to deceive me? Huh. It seems you're not a fool after all. In that case, let us dispense with idle chatter. Will you choose to part with your wealth to avert disaster? Or, as Ming Yu's words trailed off, an overwhelming imperial might emanated from the three men, pressing down upon Lin Yi. Lin Yi moved, taking a single step forward. With a thunderous boom, the space before Ming Yu shattered into fragments. Coughing up blood, Ming Yu stared in shock, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. In that instant, Lin Yi materialized before Ming Yu like a specter, an aura of terror erupting from him. And no, it cannot be. Ming Yu gasped, such boundless imperial power. Who are you? Frozen in place, he felt an invisible force binding him, rendering him immobile. The 2 men beside Ming Yu, witnessing this, paled in horror and decisively attacked. Endless dark energy surged upward, devouring souls. Tendrils of black mist, imbued with a chilling aura, surged toward Lin Yi. With a frigid gaze, Lin Yi unsheathed a blood-red long knife. In a fluid motion, he struck down, the action seamless and swift, accompanied by a wave of murderous intent. It cleaved through the heavens. A deafening explosion erupted before Ming Yu, the space shattering like fragile glass, dissolving into ash. The 2 men beside Ming Yu were violently knocked back 100 meters, their imperial forms bleeding profusely as they struggled to stabilize themselves. Just then, as Ming Yu remained in stunned disbelief, he felt a cold flash before him. Before he could react, his head fell from his shoulders, his body exploding in a shower of blood, the stench of death wafting through the air, sending chills down the spines of onlookers. Lin Yi advanced slowly, step by step, retrieving Ming Yu's wide-eyed head and crushing it in his palm. SSSS. In the void ghost market, a multitude of onlookers had gathered. Upon witnessing Lin Yi's ruthless slaughter, they could not help but gasp in shock. What enmity could provoke such a complete obliteration, leaving no remnants of the soul behind? Flee! The 2 men, having been repelled 100 meters, were consumed by a singular thought, to escape. However, with Lin Yi having struck, none could hope to evade his wrath. He swung the long knife once more, a seemingly mundane strike. The instant it descended, a torrent of murderous intent surged forth, causing the space to tremble with lethal intent. The entire vicinity was enveloped in this overwhelming aura, akin to descending into a blood-soaked hell. 2 dull thuds echoed out. The fleeing men felt their bodies cracking, crimson energy erupting from within. They writhed in agony, as if being sliced by countless blades. Before they could struggle further, a resounding boom echoed, and they too exploded, dissolving into blood mist. Lin Yi descended, approaching Haixin. Let's depart. At this moment, Haixin was utterly stunned. At the sound of Lin Yi's voice, he instinctively nodded. Yet, an incongruous voice rang out. Friend, what grandiosity you display. Upon your first visit to our void ghost market, you enact such a brutal massacre. Do you not regard our market with any respect? Chapter 29. Bloodshed in the void ghost market. No one left unscathed. Within the void ghost market, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. The onlookers, sensing an invisible pressure, instinctively parted to create a path. Dozens of figures clad in the garb of enforcers emerged from the crowd. Their steps were synchronized, expressions solemn, exuding an air of authority that brooked no dissent as they approached Lin Yi directly. Lin Yi furrowed his brow and glanced at Haixin, his face a mask of confusion. What is happening? He inquired. Haixin, equally bewildered, was at a loss as to why the enforcement team had appeared at this moment. Fights were a common occurrence in the void ghost market, with the enforcers usually waiting until after the chaos to collect the remains. This situation was indeed unusual. Then, Haixin stepped closer to Lin Yi, speaking in a hushed tone. This man is the elder of the enforcement hall in this ghost market. Tang Tianda? Do not act rashly. Allow me to inquire. With that, he approached an elderly figure among the enforcers, bowing respectfully and cautiously asking, May I ask what brings Elder Tang here? Who are you? Must I report my presence to you? You think you are worthy? Elder Tang retorted coldly, his gaze sharp and dripping with disdain. If you do not leave within 3 breaths, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Xian was taken aback by Tang's unyielding demeanor, rendered speechless. At that moment, a man stepped forward from the crowd, quickly approaching Elder Tang. With practiced ease, he discreetly handed a pouch of spirit crystals to Tang, speaking respectfully. Elder Tang, please do not be angry. This is Xian of the High Clan. He is unfamiliar with the rules and has inadvertently offended you. I hope you will not take offense. Tang Tianda accepted the spirit crystals, weighing them in his hand, and a satisfied smile flickered across his face. Ah, it is the High Clan. No harm done. You may leave now. At his words, the High Clan members hastily pulled Xian away. As he was being led away, Xian cast a lingering glance at Lin Yi, resolutely transmitting a message. Do not engage. There are powerful beings in the void ghost market. Stall them. I will go to the southern market and summon our human allies. We can resolve this. As Xian's presence faded, Tang Tianda's eyes, sharp as daggers, swept over Lin Yi, followed by a mocking chuckle. Such audacity, to enter my void ghost market and act so arrogantly. Do you know your crimes? Lin Yi remained unfazed by Tang's imposing presence. With calm composure, he assessed Tang and his entourage, then keenly focused on several veiled figures in the crowd. Sensing a similar aura to that of Mingyu, realization dawned upon him. Is it permissible for others to commit murder in this void ghost market, while I cannot? They robbed me without consequence, yet now that I have retaliated, you choose to intervene? I would like to ask Elder Tang, was it your father or mother who died? The crowd fell into stunned silence, staring at Lin Yi in disbelief. Who was this person daring to speak so boldly to Elder Tang? They felt a chill. Surely, this was the end for him. Tang Tianda disregarded the murmurs of the onlookers, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. However, as an elder of the enforcement hall, he had to suppress his fury and maintain a facade of calm. The void ghost market has its own rules. Right and wrong shall be determined by us. Oh, then, might I inquire if there's a way to avert disaster by offering compensation? Lin Yi responded nonchalantly, summoning dozens of supreme imperial weapons that floated in the air. Their resplendent glow and formidable presence caused the very air to tremble. Tang Tianda, who had believed himself to be the master of the void ghost market for years, was momentarily rendered speechless by the sight before him. His eyes widened with greed and astonishment as he beheld the imperial weapons. Is it not quite sufficient? Lin Yi mused aloud, gesturing to reveal even more imperial weapons. I wonder if these will suffice for Elder Tang? Lin Yi's smile held a hint of mockery as he gazed at Tang Tianda. This is too generous, my friend. Tang Tianda's tone shifted dramatically, his face betraying a greedy smirk. I declare, this was all the fault of the Yi clan. Their demise is well-deserved. This esteemed friend is innocent. Tang Tianda proclaimed loudly, as if eager to display his impartial judgment, while in truth his heart was consumed by greed. Upon completing his declaration, Tang Tianda turned to Lin Yi with a covetous grin, his gaze seemingly asking, see, I've acted according to your wishes. Shouldn't you show your appreciation? Lin Yi clasped his hands in a gesture of feigned respect, saying, Elder Tang is truly righteous. I wonder who would dare to incite discord. Noticing Tang Tianda's hesitation, Lin Yi summoned yet more supreme imperial weapons, illuminating the void ghost market with their brilliance. Filling every corner with an overwhelming aura, Tang Tianda could no longer contain his restless heart. He waved to the enforcement team, urgently commanding, bring those few instigators from the Yi clan before me. Make them apologize to my brother. As expected, the individuals Lin Yi had sensed moments earlier were soon apprehended. Tang Tianda's expression turned icy as he adopted a menacing demeanor. You mere celestial realm beings, if not for the protection of the Yi clan, would you even dare to enter my ghost market? If not for my keen insight, you would have wronged my brother. Today, I shall cleanse the Yi clan for you. With that, a series of dull thuds echoed as the Yi clan members fell lifelessly, unable to even plead for mercy, becoming mere sacrifices for Tang Tianda in his quest to curry favor with Lin Yi and acquire more imperial weapons. Ah, brother, do you see? Tang Tianda exclaimed, looking once more at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, with a subtle glint of cunning in his expression, collected the imperial weapons back into his possession and respectfully responded. Elder Tang's adherence to justice is truly admirable. Though he spoke in praise, Lin Yi artfully avoided any mention of the imperial weapons. Tang Tianda, sensing something amiss, felt an unsettling chill creep over his countenance. Having navigated the complexities of the void ghost market for years, he recognized Lin Yi's actions as a cause for alarm. My friend, the matter has been clarified. Might I inquire about the earlier suggestion of compensation to avert disaster? Tang Tianda, feeling that his insinuation had been sufficiently clear, pressed on. He had long learned the survival tactics within the void ghost market, and the ease with which Lin Yi had summoned such a vast array of imperial weapons left him wary. He would not dare act recklessly unless absolutely necessary, for offending someone with a potentially formidable background could lead to considerable trouble. Yet, should Lin Yi continue to disregard the implications of his actions, Tang Tianda feared he might be compelled to seize what he desired, regardless of the consequences. Lin Yi, perceptive of Tang Tianda's apprehensions, replied, Elder Tang, to ensure absolute safety. May I ask once more, am I truly without guilt? Tang Tianda, after a moment's hesitation, thumped his chest and declared loudly, of course, you are innocent. Then, if I am innocent, what need is there for compensation? Lin Yi queried, his tone laced with intrigue. Is Elder Tang truly the kind of person who, having engaged in disgraceful behavior, still seeks to uphold a fade of virtue? Chapter 30. Invoking 1,000 thunders, annihilating all before a multitude of onlookers. Lin Yi ruthlessly humiliated Tang Tianda, whose expression darkened like a storm-laden sky, brooding with palpable fury. Are you toying with me, fellow Taoist? Lin Yi, adorned with a hint of mockery, nodded in agreement. Goodness, I thought Elder Tang was a fool. It appears he can see through the facade. Tang Tianda's chest heaved violently, clearly pushed to the brink of rage. Grasping his spear, he was engulfed by an overwhelming fury and murderous intent. With a swift motion, a glimmer of cold light flashed, accompanied by a pained howl as Tang Tianda's arm was severed, blood splattering everywhere. The spear clattered to the ground as pain coursed through his arm, draining the color from his face. Do not move. Move, and you shall be slain, Lin Yi declared coldly, his voice brimming with authority and lethal intent. Brandishing a blood-red blade, its tip aimed directly at Tang Tianda, the blade still bore traces of his blood, glistening ominously in the sunlight. At that moment, a deep-seated fear surged within Tang Tianda. Do not, my good brother, it is all a misunderstanding. He realized that his previous attack had placed him at a disadvantage, and now, faced with Lin Yi's formidable strength, he had no choice but to bow his head, albeit temporarily. However, Lin Yi merely smirked coldly. The blood-red blade fell once more. Witnessing Lin Yi's mercilessness, Tang Tianda cast caution aside and bellowed, everyone, attack together. The members of the enforcement team responded immediately to the command. Numerous powerful imperial manifestations erupted into the void, their brilliance blinding, as if they aimed to tear apart the very fabric of reality, launching a concerted assault against Lin Yi's blade. Boom! Dust and smoke enveloped the scene as the entire ghost market trembled. Yet, rather than retreating, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed the full might of his chaotic immortal bones. Channeling all his strength, he struck forth with a punch, the sound of his spirit exploding resonating throughout the ghost market. The overwhelming force surged forth like a tsunami, resulting in the immediate downfall of one of the enforcement team's imperial members. The residual explosion continued, with several supreme imperial punches hurtling towards Lin Yi. He deliberately refrained from evading, as the chaotic immortal bones within him shimmered with golden light, forming a powerful shield that enveloped him entirely. The tremendous force collided with the golden aura, forcing several adversaries to stagger backward. Quick as a flash, Lin Yi seized the moment, transforming his fists into grips, and swiftly captured the enforcement team's imperial member who had not yet retreated. With a sudden exertion of strength, he tore the supreme body apart under the enhancement of his chaotic, immortal bones. The sky rained down imperial blood, staining the void a deep crimson. But it was not over. Lin Yi struck again, ancient sacred patterns entwining with his imperial fist, ignoring the barriers of the void. He descended like a specter upon the distant imperial manifestation of the enforcement team. With a resounding crash, half of the figure was obliterated. Another one fell. The remaining few, witnessing Lin Yi's escalating fervor for slaughter, were filled with terror and despair. In that moment, Lin Yi resembled an invincible war god, emanating a chilling aura, his relentless killing intent causing their hearts to tremble. They knew well that they were no match for Lin Yi. Remaining meant certain death, prompting them to flee in all directions. You put on a show but still wish to escape. Lin Yi sneered, his eyes glinting with ruthlessness. The blood-red blade danced through the air, ripples forming in the void. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions echoed, as if the very essence of the ghost market were to shatter. The sky above the ghost market was drenched in blood rain, a scene of carnage. This fierce battle naturally stirred the entire ghost market, drawing countless imperial beings who soared through the void. Without uttering a single word, dozens of Imperials recognized that it was now a fight to the death against Lin Yi. After all, Lin Yi had slain multiple enforcement Imperials within the ghost market, a severe affront to the authority of the realm. They acted without hesitation, countless Imperial weapons surging forth, carrying boundless Imperial might toward Lin Yi. The spectacle resembled the apocalypse, with immense powers converging into a force capable of obliterating the heavens and earth. In an instant, the space around them erupted, as if fragile parchment were easily torn apart. The void continued to dissolve, emitting chilling sounds as the very fabric of reality warped under the weight of this terrifying power. Lin Yi stood firm as the imperial domain before him was instantly shredded, the overwhelming killing intent crashing upon him like a mountain, seemingly intent on eradicating him completely. At that moment, the chaotic immortal bones once again displayed their might. The golden light surged from within him, forming an impenetrable barrier. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Lin Yi became the epicenter of the explosion. Various formidable energies collided and detonated around him. The brilliance was so intense, it was blinding, with violent energy waves crashing like relentless tsunamis, each surge battering the surroundings. The void twisted and shattered under the weight of this horrific power, resembling a colossal mirror being violently struck by countless hammers, with cracks rapidly spreading. Space fragmented into innumerable shards, each containing enough energy to annihilate everything, splintering outward. Surrounding structures collapsed under the onslaught of this immense power, reduced to ruins. The explosions persisted for an extended period before finally subsiding into silence. Lin Yi, bloodied and breathless, coughed forth a mouthful of blood. The eyes of the multitude of Imperials in the ghost market widened in disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that, after enduring a full-force assault from dozens of Supreme Imperials, Lin Yi remained unscathed, standing resolute. This was utterly beyond their comprehension. In that moment, Lin Yi's eyes glowed crimson, exuding a madness and determination that sent shivers down spines. He raised his gaze, surveying the Imperials above, a faint, icy smile gracing his lips. Then he ascended skyward, the ancient sacred patterns amplifying his imperial domain in a frenzied expansion. The two forces merged, creating an extraordinarily powerful field of energy. In a breath, dozens of ghost market Imperials found themselves enveloped within. Before they could react, the ancient sacred patterns erupted from Lin Yi, piercing into the heavens. In the blink of an eye, the sky was torn asunder, a colossal fissure appearing before all. With the bloodblade in hand, Lin Yi summoned a torrent of void thunder. The void thunder flickered with a black luminescence, carrying the power to annihilate all as it cascaded down from the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Before the crowd could react, a deluge of black lightning rained down like a tempest. Within the imperial domain, darkness enveloped everything, plunging them into an abyss of despair. The overwhelming thunder surged toward the dozens of Imperials with such speed that they barely had time to utter a word. You have gone mad. Cease this at once. The ghost market shall not hold you accountable. Please stop. One Imperial cried out in terror. Yet his voice was drowned out by the resounding roar of thunder. Now you wish to repent? Too late. Rage trembled despair. Lin Yi, surrounded by golden light, coldly regarded the crowd amidst the tempest of lightning. Chapter 31. The Ghost Market's Realm, the boundary breaker at this moment. Lin Yi resembled a deity of death emerging from the depths of hell, exuding a chilling aura that instilled terror. With his sword raised to the heavens, a torrent of sanguine light surged forth, cascading into the void, boundless and relentless. Above, the infinite expanse of the sky rumbled with fury, as if awakened by a primal rage, reminiscent of a throng of enraged dragons. The relentless black thunderstorm descended with ferocity, engulfing the entire Emperor's domain in a tempest of darkness. The ominous lightning flickered ominously in the shadows, resembling countless malevolent eyes fixated upon the trapped emperors below. Once powerful figures within the ghost market of the void, these emperors, who once wielded unparalleled might and authority, now found themselves engulfed by an unprecedented terror. The black lightning pierced through their celestial essence like razor-sharp blades, rendering their once proud majesty vulnerable and shattered in the face of this overwhelming tempest. Despair etched upon their faces. They could scarcely fathom being ensnared in such a dire predicament. "You shall not die the good death," one emperor cursed Lin Yi in fury. "You are destined to remain trapped within this ghost market of the void." Another emperor bellowed, attempting to intimidate Lin Yi with his words. Yet, their curses and roars only served to further provoke him. "Whether I escape this ghost market is something you shall never witness, but I shall witness each of you turn to ashes." Lin Yi's figure began to blur, his menacing aura palpable. The air was filled with a cacophony of curses, roars, and the sounds of obliteration echoing across the sky. The ghost market emperors, stricken with horror, fought desperately yet futilely against their impending doom. Their imperial weapons faltered against the onslaught of black lightning, leaving them painfully aware of their waning strength and dissipating vitality. "Flee!" one emperor cried out. However, they were entirely encircled by the black lightning, with no escape in sight. It ensnared them like a colossal net, rendering their struggles meaningless. One by one, the emperors fell, their bodies riddled with devastation from the thunderous onslaught. Their agonized cries reverberated through the darkened realm, chilling the very soul. Once the lords of the ghost market of the void, they were now easily obliterated, reduced to mere insects. Lin Yi stood silently amidst the void, his gaze devoid of empathy as he observed the emperors grappling against the relentless black lightning. The storm intensified, as if the entire world were succumbing to the consuming darkness. The very fabric of existence within the emperor's domain disintegrated beneath the force of the black thunder. Buildings crumbled, and the void itself was torn asunder. The emperor's powers waned, while the black lightning seemed inexhaustible. Ultimately, the last emperor succumbed to the onslaught, his body shattered into oblivion amidst the darkness. Silence enveloped the emperor's domain, the black lightning flickering in the void, yet devoid of target. Lin Yi gradually retracted his power, and the black lightning faded into the emptiness. The emperor's realm dissipated slowly, while countless remnants of bodies fell like snowflakes, both tragic and beautiful. Beyond the realm, countless cultivators had gathered, their faces awash with shock and fear. Those of lesser cultivation trembled uncontrollably. Not far away, Haishian gazed in astonishment at Lin, who appeared akin to a figure drenched in blood. Numerous human cultivators had gathered around him, equally mesmerized by the scene before them. Haishian, my friend." One stammered, "Is this truly the ally you called upon for assistance?" Haishian nodded slightly, his eyes still filled with disbelief. He had never anticipated Lin Yi's immense strength, capable of surviving the onslaught of so many emperors and annihilating them all. Lin Yi, too, noticed Haishian and the throng of cultivators beside him, offering a nod in acknowledgement. As he descended from the heavens, each step seemed to bear a heavy weight, causing the very air around him to quiver. His gaze finally settled on the figure of Tang Tianda, who lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes vacant. Step by step, Lin Yi approached, the blood-colored blade in hand. Tang Tianda remained unresponsive, as if entranced, numb and silent. Lin Yi's right hand lifted slowly, descending in a gentle motion. With a sharp sound, a spire of emperor's blood shot forth, painting a beautiful arc across the air before showering the void. Within the ghost market of the void, countless law-enforcing emperors converged, witnessing the massacre from a distance, too intimidated to approach. Even those who arrived later, unaware of the situation, were intercepted. Standing amidst the ghost market, Lin Yi found the area within 1,000 meters devoid of life. He appeared as a solitary war god, radiating an aura that instilled dread. Suddenly, Lin Yi's eyes shifted towards the distance, sensing a potent energy rapidly approaching. He leaped into the void, hovering above. Countless law-enforcing emperors retreated to the skies, blending into the crowd, fearful of provoking this harbinger of death. They understood that his power was insurmountable, beyond their capacity to contend with. Friend, truly remarkable power. A voice, ethereal and ancient, drifted from afar. A middle-aged man in a simple robe approached, each step seemingly traversing an infinite distance, emanating an awe-inspiring presence that commanded respect. All hail, the realm sovereign. Countless cultivators within the ghost market knelt. Even Hai Xian and his companions bowed in reverence. Boundary breaker, the supreme authority of the ghost market of the void. Lin Yi regarded the middle-aged man with unwavering composure, devoid of any trepidation. The realm's sovereign met Lin Yi's gaze, a flicker of admiration crossing his features. You possess great courage, yet in the ghost market of the void, slaughter is forbidden. You must pay for your actions. Lin Yi scoffed coldly. Should you strike, you'll surely perish. Gasps echoed throughout the ghost market at his audacity, yet none dared to speak, knowing that neither Lin Yi nor the realm sovereign was someone they could afford to offend. After a brief silence, the realm sovereign, though perceiving Lin Yi's arrogance, scrutinized him intently. You are confident, yet also reckless. You are merely at the Emperor's realm? Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, reply, Indeed. Are you aware of my status as a boundary breaker? The middle-aged man responded lightly, I know. Then you possess quite a boldness. I reiterate, should you make a move, I will assuredly kill you. A glint of bloodlust flashed in Lin Yi's eyes, his intent palpable. Join the ghost market of the void and serve me. I can absolve your transgressions and provide ample resources and power, granting you a place of significance within the ghost market, the realm sovereign offered. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. I refuse. The middle-aged man in the simple robe revealed a flicker of disappointment in his eyes, yet he remained unperturbed. If that is the case, I shall proceed according to the rules. Are you prepared to accept my punishment? Lin Yi tightened his grip on the blood-red long knife, a subtle smile gracing his lips as an otherworldly chill quietly descended behind him. I eagerly anticipate it. Today, I shall sever the realms. Chapter 32. The Principles of Confucianism, Taoism, and Law. The power to break boundaries in the ethereal void. A man clad in a simple robe lightly tapped the air with his fingertips, causing cracks to spread like a spider's web. My friend, please. If we were to engage in battle here, it could bring calamity to the innocent. With that, he turned and stepped into the void. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yi directed his gaze towards Hai Xian. My friend, please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. There are matters that may require your assistance. Hai Xian swallowed hard, disregarding the disapproving stares of the law enforcement emperors surrounding him. He stepped forward from the crowd, clasped his fists in salute, and solemnly stated, Rest assured, my friend, I, Hai Xian, shall await your return and prepare a warm welcome for you. Despite the attempts of the Sea clan members to restrain him, Hai Xian was resolute, and they could not impede his resolve. Everyone understood that Hai Xian's declaration placed him in a perilous position. Lin Yi nodded and stepped into the void. The moment his figure vanished, the previously silent ghost market erupted into a cacophony. Who is this person? So audacious. Someone turned to Hai Xian and inquired, Hai Xian, who is this individual? Hai Xian shook his head, his expression one of helplessness. I do not know. As the law enforcement emperors observed Lin Yi's departure, they approached Hai Xian with cold, accusing gazes filled with threats. Hai Xian, colluding with outsiders and deceiving our ghost market. This crime warrants an explanation, even from a Sea clan. However, the members of both the Sea clan and the human clan stepped forward, shielding Hai Xian, unafraid of the law enforcement emperor's threats. Hai Xian smirked coldly, refusing to back down. If you have the capability, then strike me down now. I ask you, do you dare? Not to mention the fury of the Sea clan. Should my friend return to find me fallen, how long do you think you would survive? Indeed, once Hai Xian finished speaking, the previously aggressive law enforcement emperors appeared to lose some of their bravado. They were acutely aware of Lin Yi's formidable strength. If he were to return and discover that Hai Xian had been slain, their fates would be sealed. The realm's overseer will personally intervene. You may not have the opportunity to see him again. The law enforcement emperor retorted defiantly. Hai Xian spoke again. Shall we place a wager? If my friend returns, you shall kneel and circle the ghost market. If I lose, so shall I. What say you? The law enforcement emperor hesitated, opening his mouth but failing to respond immediately. If you're afraid, then leave. What a disgrace. Hai Xian taunted once more. Very well. I accept your wager. This is of your own making. Finally, the law enforcement emperor, incensed, agreed to the bet. Several members of the Sea clan stepped closer to Hai Xian and whispered, "Who is this person that gives you such confidence?" Hai Xian shook his head with a wry smile. "I truly do not know." "Then why wager?" One clan member asked in confusion. Hai Xian replied helplessly, "I was caught up in a moment." Outside the void, the man in the simple robe and Lin Yi stood facing each other. As their gazes interlocked, it was as if countless fundamental principles were intertwining and clashing, creating a powerful resonance that caused the surrounding void to tremble slightly. In that instant, neither could gain the upper hand, and the atmosphere grew thick with tension. The man in the simple robe slightly cupped his hands in respect, his tone steady yet imbued with authority. "May you walk your path well. The one who will kill you is Ding Hong." Lin Yi nodded in return. "The one who will slay you is Lin Yi." With those words, Lin Yi ceased to conceal his intent. His bloody blade surged into the sky, radiating an endless crimson glow as it hurtled towards Ding Hong. The bloodlight resembled a frenzied dragon, shattering the surrounding stars with its murderous intent, scattering them into countless brilliant fragments across the void. Yet, Ding Hong remained unfazed. He did not exhibit even a hint of panic. Instead, a faint ripple emanated from his being, as if he were standing upon an ocean, exuding an air of remarkable composure. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void resembled the sea, with ripples expanding into the distance. When the blade's radiance met the ripples, the anticipated explosive force failed to materialize. The ferocious blade light dissipated as if it had submerged into the ocean, leaving no trace of disturbance. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, his expression serious as he looked at Ding Hong. "My friend, you struck first. Now it is my turn." As Ding Hong spoke, he lightly tapped with his finger, and the brilliance beneath his feet flashed. An invisible force erupted before Lin Yi, akin to a surging tsunami, advancing with unstoppable momentum. Boom! Lin Yi barely had time to brace himself before he was blasted away. His body slid through the void for 100 feet before he finally managed to halt his momentum, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His imperial aura surged once more. The aura of the emperor appeared. He unleashed a punch towards Ding Hong. Ding Hong remained unperturbed, instead studying Lin Yi's technique with an appreciative glimmer in his eyes. The Ghost Market's emperor has not died in vain. Even I, at the emperor's realm, would not dare to confront that punch head-on. However, at this moment, it is of no use. Though your strength is indeed rare among those of the imperial realm, I stand at the boundary-breaking level. As Ding Hong's voice fell, an invisible barrier unfurled upon the ocean. When the vast and boundless force of Lin Yi's punch made contact, it miraculously began to dissipate, losing all potency before reaching Ding Hong. Ding Hong slowly raised his hand, though the movement was deliberate. Lin Yi found himself unable to withdraw as Ding Hong's grip firmly seized his arm. With a resounding boom, Lin Yi was once again sent flying, violently spitting out blood. His body crashed against a massive meteor, shattering and vanishing in an instant. Struggling to rise, Lin Yi met Ding Hong's gaze, which held a glimmer of admiration. "My friend, to speak truthfully, I find you quite admirable. Should you choose to withdraw now, my earlier promise still stands." Lin Yi's eyes betrayed no fear. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement, a rogue smile playing upon his lips. "Are you so confident you can subdue me?" Ding Hong chuckled, his demeanor radiating calm and confidence. "At the boundary-breaking level, I can wield the power of principles. 1,000 years ago, the principles of Confucianism and Taoism achieved the supreme path, breaking through the realm. Below the boundary-breaking level, all are but ants. My friend, I stand invincible." Listening to Ding Hong's words, Lin Yi suddenly realized. No wonder this man exuded an air of courtesy and elegance in every gesture. Even his presence emanated a restrained yet oppressive force. With this understanding, Lin Yi chose to sheath his bloodied blade, allowing the Emperor's aura to gradually dissipate. His actions caught Ding Hong off guard, leading him to believe Lin Yi had surrendered. However, just as Ding Hong was about to speak, he sensed an inkling of danger. This sensation was one he had not encountered in millennia. It was an ineffable instinct, as if an invisible thread was gently tugging at his heart, making him acutely alert. A wave of profound unease surged within him, akin to the oppressive atmosphere before a storm, leaving him breathless. Gradually, this disquiet seemed to take form, as if an invisible hand was advancing towards him. He could not discern the source of this formidable power, nor its intent, yet he could sense that it was potent and perilous, capable of threatening his very life. In an instant, the principles of Confucianism and Taoism erupted from his being like golden light, swiftly enveloping him. The ocean beneath his feet solidified, unleashing towering waves. The immense surging tides roared, producing a deafening sound, completely obscuring Ding Hong's figure. Under the cover of the colossal waves, Ding Hong extended his consciousness. He sought to uncover the source of the impending danger, but to no avail. His consciousness spread like invisible tendrils throughout the void, meticulously searching every corner. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not locate that menacing aura. Time seemed to stand still in that moment, with only the surging waves rolling in the void. Chapter 33. The ancient sacred patterns unleash their might. The Confucian and Taoist laws explode the vast sea twisted peculiarly, its distortions barely perceptible to the untrained eye. Yet, this minuscule alteration heralded an impending attack. Instantly, the colossal waves appeared to part effortlessly, creating a gaping chasm without a sound. In Ding Hong's astonished gaze, a flash of light vanished into thin air, its speed so extraordinary that he could scarcely react. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The laws of Confucianism and Taoism governing the oceanic waves should not be so easily disturbed by an emperor-level being. How could this be? Ding Hong muttered to himself, a lingering sense of dread enveloping his mind. He could not fathom how his defenses had been so effortlessly breached. As Ding Hong sank into contemplation, a sharp, piercing sound shattered the silence, akin to a blade scraping against glass, causing him to tense once more. Without warning, a chill gripped his chest. He looked down to find a clear crack, resembling a grotesque wound, radiating a terrifying aura. Golden blood from the pathway of the Great Way spilled into the void. Ding Hong's pupils constricted, his expression filled with shock and fear. What is this? The upheaval of emotions he experienced was unprecedented in millennia. Even Lin, who wielded the ancient sacred patterns, could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Goodness, this is astonishing. This was Lin Yi's true mastery of the ancient sacred patterns, and he had never anticipated their power to be so formidable. They could effortlessly penetrate the law domain constructed by a boundary-breaking expert. Realizing this, Lin Yi felt a surge of gratitude. Old man, you still favor me. Perhaps the elder aboard the ancient celestial ship had never intended to kill him from the very beginning. In retrospect, Lin Yi, shielded by imperial might, had managed to endure for so long, which now seemed somewhat laughable. He understood that had the elder not shown mercy, he would have long since met his demise. With the true power of the ancient sacred patterns revealed, Lin Yi no longer hesitated. This time, instead of relying on the power that defied the rules to injure Ding Hong, he aimed to crush him outright, obliterating Ding Hong's long-standing composure. 3 colossal, warped ancient sacred patterns surged through the boundless void, exuding a chilling and heart-stopping murderous intent. It was as though the very essence of fear permeated the atmosphere. A visceral assault on the spirit, evoking an irresistible dread. Under the undulating sacred patterns, the void was immediately ensnared. Ding Hong, now stripped of his previously unflappable demeanor, wore a grave expression as he hastily mobilized all his Confucian and Taoist laws. In an instant, the oceanic waves roared to life, as if imbued with vitality, swiftly transforming into a magnificent dragon. This dragon emanated overwhelming lawful power, its might seeming capable of piercing the very fabric of reality, shaking the heavens and the earth. As it writhed and danced in the void, its massive form appeared to eclipse the sun. Each movement sent tremors through the void, as if the entire cosmos quivered in response. The formidable law waves surged forth like an army, galloping relentlessly, carrying an inexhaustible force that threatened to annihilate everything in their path. However, when the ancient sacred patterns collided with the oceanic dragon, the entire void fell into a profound silence. Time seemed to halt, and space appeared to freeze. All sounds vanished. An indescribable force of twisted annihilation rippled outward. The once mighty law dragon, before the ancient sacred patterns, was akin to fragile parchment, easily torn apart. The once indomitable law dragon now resembled a soulless husk, its strength dissipating under the relentless pressure of the ancient sacred patterns. The ancient sacred patterns twisted and writhed like a voracious beast, incessantly strangling, tearing, and devouring. The oceanic dragon grew increasingly feeble, its form shrinking, its power waning. The once mighty lawful energy now flickered like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. With each relentless onslaught of the ancient sacred patterns, the oceanic dragon diminished further. Its struggles became increasingly futile, its roars fading into whispers. Ultimately, the oceanic waves were entirely consumed by the ancient sacred patterns, vanishing into the void. Swish, swish. Two sacred patterns disregarded space and the Confucian Taoist laws as they sliced through Ding Hong's body. First, his hair was torn apart, and the refined image he once held crumbled in an instant, leaving no trace of his former elegance. His hair, scattered by the tearing of the sacred patterns, spoke of his current disarray. Second, his once serene face, marked by years of composure, now bore gruesome wounds, announcing his defeat. Third, the ancient sacred patterns hovered above Ding Hong's brow, signifying that his fate was now under Lin Yi's control. "It is over." Lin Yi stood in the void, his voice cold and resolute. "I warned you. Should you strike, I shall sever you." His right hand slowly rose, and with a sudden grip, the triangular formation of the ancient sacred patterns lunged toward Ding Hong, cloaked in the golden light of laws. As a boundary-breaking expert, Ding Hong refused to accept failure, especially at the hands of an emperor-level ant. A glimmer of madness flashed in his eyes, a desperate struggle against despair. "Come on, Lin Yi. You are powerful, exceedingly so, but today, even if I perish, I will drag you down with me into the abyss." Ding Hong's fingertips lifted slightly, and with a swift motion, he pierced his own body. His actions were resolute, devoid of any self-pity. Transforming his fingertip into a palm, he seized his violently beating heart and crushed it with ferocity. Boom! Ding Hong's body fractured in layers, ghastly wounds becoming evident as golden laws erupted chaotically. The void trembled, threatening to collapse entirely. The golden light of the Confucian Taoist laws exploded forth, dazzling and blinding. In that moment, the three ancient sacred patterns were pushed back several thousand meters by the overwhelming force. The ancient sacred patterns, caught in this turbulent surge, seemed to struggle against their own limitations. A vast pressure descended upon Lin Yi, as if intending to obliterate everything in its path. Boom, boom, boom. The laws of Confucianism and Taoism around Lin Yi shattered dramatically. In that instant, it was as though he had been swept into a dark vortex. Everything around him blurred, leaving only an endless haze and raging energy wreaking havoc. The violent energy battered his body, igniting a fiery sensation within his very core. His form became engulfed in the ashes produced by the relentless explosions. Chapter 34. Breaking Through the Boundaries, Annihilating the Yiming Clan. Ding Hong, once an immensely powerful figure in the realm of boundary breaking, now found his corporeal form utterly dissipated, with only his head suspended in the void. The principles of Confucianism and Taoism within him had been nearly exhausted. The remnants of his breath lingered solely to ascertain whether Lin Yi still lived. The explosion raged on for what felt like an eternity, as if time itself had come to a standstill amidst this violent force. Ding Hong clung to his final breath. Each second of torment. His heart was a tempest of emotions, unwillingness, helplessness, and a flicker of release. Yet, predominantly, he yearned to behold the visage of the young man who had bested him. At last, as his last breath teetered on the brink, a faint ripple emerged from the explosion's epicenter. Although tenuous, it was unmistakably vivid to Ding Hong's eyes. In that moment, an indescribable shock surged within him. Before he could ponder further, a pair of blood-red hands pressed firmly upon his head. Slowly, he lifted his gaze, encountering Lin Yi, whose figure was drenched in blood. Only his cold, indifferent eyes, akin to frozen stars, were fixated upon him. "Ha! I have been defeated," Ding Hong lamented. The principles of Confucianism and Taoism, the essence of millennia, had culminated in such a frenzied act due to a momentary triumph or failure. "I truly have no face left to continue living." His voice brimmed with bitterness and self-mockery. However, Ding Hong turned his gaze once more to Lin Yi, filled with questions and curiosity. "You should have been able to escape the center of the explosion long ago, right? Could you fulfill the last wish of a dying man and reveal how you managed to evade it?" Lin Yi remained silent, his gaze still frigid. With a casual wave of his hand, the ancient sacred patterns manifested, enveloping distant cosmic meteors, which in the blink of an eye appeared before Ding Hong. Ding Hong's pupils contracted sharply, exclaiming in astonishment, "The void principle! How could I have not considered that? I should have realized it sooner. Ha! My defeat is not unjustified. Lin Yi, I have never been wrong in my evaluation of you. Thus, the victor deserves a reward." As he spoke, a pure stream of golden light gradually emerged from his brow. This was the principle of Confucianism and Taoism, a gift to Lin Yi as a trophy of battle, to aid him in breaking through the boundaries. Lin Yi accepted the principle and then produced the boundary-breaking fruit gifted to him by Ming Yu. "Isn't breaking through dependent on the boundary-breaking fruit?" he queried, a hint of confusion in his tone. Ding Hong, gazing at Lin Yi as if he were a fool, replied, "Do you truly not know?" Lin Yi shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Breaking through indeed requires the boundary-breaking fruit, but more crucially, one must master the principles of the great Tao. It is essential to merge one's own principles with the boundary-breaking fruit to forcibly open the inner realm. Lin Yi nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude. His brief words were imbued with sincerity. Ding Hong smiled faintly, perhaps bidding farewell to himself after millennia. His eyes gradually closed, and his breath finally dissipated. In that moment, he seemed to relinquish all burdens and obsessions, returning to the void. Lin Yi stood in stunned silence before Ding Hong's head, devoid of any joy. He did not shatter Ding Hong's final remnant, but instead waved his hand, interring it within the boundless void. Though Ding Hong was his adversary, he was also a worthy opponent. Ultimately, it was merely a difference in stance. Lin Yi stood quietly in the void, absorbing the surrounding silence and chill, as he retrieved the boundary-breaking fruit and consumed it. His eyes gradually closed. The ancient sacred patterns, the void principle, and the principles of Confucianism and Taoism sensed the essence of the boundary-breaking fruit, becoming frenzied in an instant. A surge of energy coursed through Lin Yi's limbs and bones. Suddenly, the imperial consciousness within his sea of knowledge trembled. The energies of heaven and earth converged above. A dim, dark golden light flickered around Lin Yi, resonating with the energies of heaven and earth. In a fleeting moment, the vast energies of the cosmos cascaded down upon Lin Yi's dark golden form. The energies of heaven and earth enveloped his being. Lin Yi's body began to tremble slightly, feeling the immense power crashing within him. He gritted his teeth, striving to maintain control over his body. preventing the force from spiraling out of control. Accompanied by the cracking sound from within, the once mighty imperial aura surged dramatically. Lin Yi soared upward, drawing down thousands of bolts of lightning, greedily absorbing the infinite energies of heaven and earth. The thunderous strikes pounded against Lin Yi's body, each impact inflicting tremendous pain. Time became a blur as Lin Yi, having endured the baptism of heavenly thunder, amassed boundless energies. His tightly shut eyes slowly opened, an overwhelming aura radiating from him, shaking the very heavens and earth. Is this the realm of boundary breaking? Lin Yi murmured, his fingertips gliding through the void. A resounding explosion echoed from 10,000 zhang away, seemingly responding to Lin Yi's inquiry, proclaiming his newfound strength. Above the void ghost market, the space trembled violently. The myriad cultivators who had long awaited this moment looked up into the void, their expressions filled with anticipation, anxiety, and confusion. The surroundings fell utterly silent. Amidst the unwavering gazes of the crowd, an immense aura of boundary breaking enveloped the world. Boundary breaking. It is unity with the realm. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Yi has been defeated. The law enforcer emperor, witnessing this, felt a surge of delight and raised his hand to seize Hai Xian. Hai Xian lifted his fist, colliding with the law enforcer emperor's palm. Both were thrown back by the impact. The law enforcer emperor bellowed, Hai Xian, the outcome has been decided. Do you still wish to resist? Before Hai Xian could respond, another round of gasps erupted from the crowd. What the hell? That person is... He has broken through the boundaries? All eyes converged upon the void, where Lin Yi's figure gradually materialized. Upon hearing this, Hai Xian disregarded the law enforcer emperor and looked up. The moment he laid eyes on Lin Yi, astonishment filled his heart. Lin Yi stood tall, his gaze piercing through the law enforcer emperor. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, the law enforcer emperor raised his head, locking eyes with Lin Yi's icy stare. Instantly, he felt as though all strength had been drained from him, collapsing helplessly to the ground. In a flash, Lin Yi appeared before Hai Xian, asking, Did he deceive you? At these words, the law enforcer emperor trembled even more violently. Hai Xian, equally stunned, stammered, Dao friend, you're in the boundary-breaking realm? Lin Yi nodded and inquired, What is the situation? Hai Xian took a moment to gather himself and recounted his wager with the law enforcer emperor after Lin Yi had departed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression darkened. What sort of wager did you make with a dead man? As the words fell, ripples spread through the space, followed by a series of muffled explosions within the crowd. Dozens of law enforcer emperors were obliterated, their forms vanishing without a sound from this world. Hai Xian trembled, stuttering, Dao friend, oh no. Senior, what did you wish for me to await? Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for formalities, Hai Xian. Just call me Lin Yi. I wish to inquire if you know the location of the Yinming clan. Hai Xian nodded slightly. I shall take you there. With that, Lin Yi seized Hai Xian and stepped forward, his voice echoing. To the void ghost market, all law enforcer emperors, gather here within 3 days. Failure to comply will result in death. Chapter 35. The abyssal killing formation in the treacherous domain of the Yinming clan. Lin Yi addressed his companion. Hai Xian, please wait here. We have entered the territory of the Yinming. Once battle commences, I fear I may not be able to shield you. Hai Xian nodded slightly, caution evident in his demeanor. Lin, exercise utmost vigilance. With a resolute nod, Lin Yi unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the barriers of the Yinming realm. As he stepped into the domain, a chilling aura engulfed him, and before his eyes lay a vast expanse, shrouded by a serpentine black ocean of the underworld. Tendrils of dark energy coiled through the air, exuding a fetid scent of decay. Suspended in the firmament, Lin Yi furrowed his brow, an unsettling sensation gnawing at his consciousness. Who dares intrude upon my Yinming domain? A thunderous roar echoed from beyond the horizon, as several figures descended, their eyes brimming with wariness, fixated on the unexpected intruder. Lin Yi raised his gaze, seemingly casual, yet a palpable killing intent coalesced around him. Dull groans erupted as the Yinming warriors struggled to react, their bodies fracturing under an unseen force. Blood mist sprayed forth as they detonated into ashes. After swiftly dispatching a few adversaries, Lin Yi traversed the void with deliberate steps. With each stride, the ancient holy patterns within him radiated outward. The realm of Yinming succumbed to obliteration. Mountains crumbled, rivers reversed their flow. Countless Yinming warriors were extinguished without uttering a single cry, rendered insignificant before the overwhelming power of the ancient holy patterns. Friend, you have crossed the line. As Lin Yi advanced, a third of the Yinming realm lay in ruin. A terrifying aura descended abruptly, freezing the very fabric of the void, causing tremors throughout the expanse. Boom! A colossal dark handprint descended from the heavens, unleashing a frigid tempest. The space surrounding Lin Yi was encased in ice, an oppressive force weighing heavily upon him. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed within the frozen void as the ancient patterns surged forth, cleaving through the oppressive black hand. The ensuing explosion of energy reverberated, shaking the entirety of the Yinming domain. The holy patterns did not relent. A subtle ripple coursed through the void as a terrifying force swept downward. A figure was flung back, severed at the waist, and erupted into a cloud of destruction. Friend, I have heard of the incidents at the ghost market. It is true that some of my kin are reckless. You invade our domain and annihilate half of it. Surely this merits compensation. Can we not resolve this matter amicably? From the heart of the Yin Sea, a potent aura erupted, its tone tinged with negotiation. And what if I refuse? Lin Yi's voice was cold as ice. Ah, then it seems I must take offense. Alas, the voice from the heart of the Yin Sea was laden with resignation and regret. Lin Yi's expression revealed confusion. What do you lament? Regrettably, it seems your formidable prowess will meet its end within my Yinming clan today. With that pronouncement, hundreds of figures surged from the heart of the Yin Sea, causing the entire realm to tremble as if the very earth itself quaked. A cacophony of eerie sounds reminiscent of the netherworld echoed, sending shivers down the spine of any who heard. The chilling energy intensified, and soon, the celestial barrier began to collapse. Countless dark streams of energy surged forth, pulsating with a fierce malevolence, warping the very essence of space itself. Boom! The heavens quaked as 9 obsidian pillars erupted skyward from the crumbling barrier, piercing the firmament. As darkness enveloped the remnants of the Yinming realm, the last vestiges of light were devoured. Whoosh! A black beam streaked silently toward Lin Yi, as if a deathly arrow had flown from the depths of darkness. In an instant, Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, his right hand swiftly raised, a spectral glow emanating from his palm. Even from a great distance, the power of this aura suppressed several mighty emperors of the Yinming clan, rendering them immobile, ensnared by an invisible force. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi cast these constrained emperors toward the oncoming black beam. The moment they came into contact, even as he released his grip, their regal essence evaporated into nothingness, their forms rapidly decaying into a pool of blood that dripped from the sky. Friend, this behavior is unbecoming of a transcendent being. If you cannot withstand my abyssal killing formation, you may kneel and beg for mercy. To use weaker cultivators as shields is indeed disgraceful. The voice from the Yin Sea brimmed with indignation. Quite so. One at a time is far too tedious. Since you have spoken thus, let it be as you wish. The ancient holy patterns surged upward, transcending the confines of space to arrive within the Yinming clan. Under the might of the ancient patterns, the Yinming cultivators were powerless to resist, completely at his mercy. In the blink of an eye, they reached the barrier of the Yinming domain. Lin Yi clenched his fist. With a resounding crash, the Yinming realm trembled violently. The abyssal killing formation, constructed by hundreds of Yinming warriors, began to fissure, though the cracks were fleeting. You seek death. A thunderous roar erupted from the heart of the Yin Sea. From the formation, a torrent of decaying black energy surged toward Lin Yi. His eyes sparkled with intensity, a sinister smile gracing his lips. At last, you have arrived. I have awaited this moment. The strongest counterattack from the Yinming clan. With that, Lin Yi spread his arms wide, slightly bowing as he calmly declared, Now, prepare to witness a massacre. Chapter 36. The Burial of the Abyssal Races. Transforming into an endless sea of blood within Lin Yi's body, 3 ancient sacred patterns soared upwards, cleaving open fissures before the encroaching black radiance. These rifts appeared as gateways to an infinite void, channeling the overwhelming darkness into the abyssal void. Subsequently, the ancient sacred patterns reached the void ahead of time, gradually luring multiple strands of black light into the realm of the Abyssal Clan. This was Lin Yi's stratagem. He sought to let the Abyssal Clan reap the bitter fruits of their own actions. Under the guidance of the ancient sacred patterns, the black light rampaged within the Abyssal Clan like a feral beast, wreaking havoc without restraint. In an instant, numerous figures within the Abyssal Clan crumbled, their bodies rotting away amidst a tempest of blood mist. Cacophony of screams echoed throughout the Abyssal Clan, cries for help resounding in despair. The entire clan was engulfed in chaos and hopelessness. Act quickly. Within the Abyssal Clan's formation, many powerful beings were thrown into disarray, their eyes filled with terror and despair. They helplessly witnessed their kin, parents, lovers, and offspring, being reduced to mere blood under the annihilating black light. The harrowing scene etched itself into their hearts like a haunting nightmare. Amidst the urgency, they could not afford to target Lin Yi. Instead, they desperately attempted to thwart the impending doom of the black light. A myriad of potent spells and divine abilities erupted, radiating brilliance and overwhelming power. However, the ancient sacred patterns evaded them like phantoms, slipping through their grasp. Each time, they managed to intercept the black light, just as it seemed to return to the Abyssal Clan's formation. The sacred patterns would instantaneously tear through the void, redirecting the black light elsewhere. The precise timing and enigmatic methods left the Abyssal Clan's warriors feeling utterly powerless and despondent. They understood that relying solely on their own strength was futile against this terrifying black light. Thus, they cried out in unison, "Ancestor, please lend your protection to our Abyssal Clan." In the heart of the abyss, the ancestor of the Abyssal Clan wore a grim expression, his heart brimming with rage and helplessness. "Damn it. Protection? I wish I could, but I'm utterly incapable of stopping this." Seeing the ancestor's silence, the Abyssal warriors clustered together, summoning the formation once more. If the black light re-emerged, they could absorb the destructive laws within it. But it wasn't that simple. Lin Yi's mocking voice echoed. A chill enveloped the Abyssal warriors as a dreadful premonition surged in their hearts. They knew that Lin Yi would not allow them to succeed easily. A vast expanse of space quivered violently, ripples radiating outward. A series of spatial explosions erupted, shaking the void with the force of dimensional rifts. Countless spaces crumbled silently, taking innumerable abyssal souls into the boundless void. The terrifying spectacle sent shivers down their spines, as if the apocalypse was imminent. "Enough. I've had my fun. Now it's your turn." Lin Yi's words were as cold as ice, his gaze fixed chillingly upon the heart of the abyss. Grasping a long blade that exuded a chilling aura, akin to a blood-soaked weapon drawn from the depths of hell, he slashed downward. Beneath the endless blood radiance, the abyss dimmed. The ancient sea of death that had sustained the clan for millennia cleaved in two. The bloodthirsty intent permeated the air, consuming the pervasive death energy upon contact, reducing it to ashes. After all this time, you managed to hold your ground. Turns out you are but a mere insect. In the heart of the abyss, the ancestor of the Abyssal Clan, with a grotesque form resembling a decaying serpent, emanated a horrifying aura that instilled dread. As Lin Yi approached, the ancestor slowly raised his head, his body writhing amidst a foul mire that repulsed the senses. "Lin Yi, you have slain my offspring and severed my clan's heart of the abyss. You truly deserve death." The ancestor's mouth gaped wide, releasing a nauseating stench that permeated the entire realm. Even Lin Yi could not help but frown at the unbearable odor. Boom! The laws of annihilation surged forth from the ancestor's mouth, enveloping the abyssal domain. Anything that came into contact, be it insects, birds, beasts, or abyssal kin, instantly crumbled and decayed. "Ancestor? No!" Countless warriors of the abyss stared incredulously at their ancestor, unable to fathom that the being they revered for millennia would turn against his own kin. Oof. As Abyssal clan members, you must always be prepared to sacrifice for our race. Is this such a profound truth that I must teach you? With that, the one who dared to speak was instantly transformed into a puddle of blood. In the blink of an eye, the abyssal realm resembled a hellish purgatory, with millions of bones floating in the air. The once vast sky gradually transformed into a sea of blood, overwhelming and suffocating, steeped in an atmosphere of death and slaughter. Kikik, Lin Yi, with the lives of my million kin, I shall summon the laws of annihilation. You are destined for destruction. You will not die unjustly. Once consumed, this body shall be renewed, reborn. Did you not expect this? After a millennium of nurturing these worthless beings, finally, a dimensional warrior has delivered himself to my doorstep. The ancestor's words dripped with madness and cruelty. For his own survival, he was willing to sacrifice the entire abyssal clan. The aura of annihilation surged within the abyssal domain, a terrifying and malevolent force roaring like a ferocious beast, instilling dread in the hearts of all. Under the overwhelming power of the laws, the abyssal kin faced near extinction. Above the heavens, the sea of blood grew ever denser, roiling with endless despair and agony. Faintly, the chilling wails of anguished souls echoed, sending shivers down one's spine. Lin Yi stood silently, suddenly asking a question that baffled the ancestor of the abyss. Is there anything else? The ancestor, perplexed by Lin Yi's inquiry, remained silent, offering no response. Seeing the ancestor's reticence, Lin Yi pressed further. I ask you, is there anything else that needs to be sacrificed? Is there no one else I can strike? Kik, Lin Yi, go ahead and try. The ancestor's voice was laced with a sinister laughter, a strange energy pulsating within him. His form slithered into the blood sea, his serpent tail swaying as he roamed. His figure flickered in and out of visibility, resembling a malevolent specter. Above the blood sea, spectral hands reached out towards Lin Yi, each exuding a pungent aura of blood, instilling an irresistible fear. It felt as though contact with these bloodied appendages would plunge one into an abyss of despair. Lin Yi's mind stirred, summoning the ancient sacred patterns to envelop him. These patterns glimmered like radiant stars around him. With a single step, he plunged into the blood sea. The ancestor, witnessing this bold move, was initially taken aback, clearly not anticipating Lin Yi's decisive entry into the blood sea. But soon, he erupted into manic laughter. Ignorant fool, the blood sea is filled with endless blood energy, vengeful power, and my purest laws of annihilation. Do you dare invade uninvited? Truly, you are beyond foolish. Lin Yi paid no heed. The ancient sacred patterns relentlessly churned within the blood sea, obliterating all malevolent forces. Each clash between the sacred patterns unleashed tremendous energy waves, causing the blood sea to churn violently. In the void, the laws of the righteous surged, intertwining with the blood sea. These laws acted as invisible hands, grappling with the laws of annihilation. The blood, energy, and vengeful power surged against Lin Yi, yet under the relentless assault of the ancient sacred patterns, they were rendered to nothingness. Useless Lin Yi, as long as the blood sea exists, I shall remain immortal. Drawing upon the blood of millions of practitioners from the Yiming clan, it spreads across the myriad realms of heaven and earth, and you shall never locate me. As the words of the ancestor of Yiming echoed, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he trembled as he spoke. Have you lost your mind? How dare you? How could you? Chapter 37. A million drops of blood forged the supreme divine form, entombing the realm of shadows before one's eyes. Lin Yi's arms unfurled slowly, and the celestial visage of an emperor emerged amidst the sea of blood. This immense spectacle loomed like a terrifying entity, its gaping maw reminiscent of an abyss, voraciously devouring the crimson ocean. The torrents of blood surged into that enigmatic and formidable visage, rendering the entire scene profoundly unsettling. You have lost your mind. Pursuing this path will lead you to utter madness. You will become a lifeless husk. The ancestor of shadows seemed to plead with Lin Yi, yet his true intent was merely to safeguard his own reservoir of blood. In the blink of an eye, Millions of units of shadowy blood had diminished by a tenth. The ancestor, already ravaged by the laws of annihilation, could not afford to lose any more. Doing so would strip him of his final bastion of strength, compelling him to refrain from taking risks. Seeing that, Lin Yi remained undeterred. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in the ancestor's eyes. He coiled within the blood sea, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. Inching ever closer to Lin Yi, with a thunderous roar, the ancestor soared skyward, a sinister grin etching his face. Perish! The laws of annihilation surged forth, enveloping Lin Yi in an overwhelming tide of force. Yet, the ancient sacred patterns had already spread through the blood sea, while the void laws had captured the ancestor's position. In an instant, the ancient sacred patterns tore through the void within the blood sea, while the void laws yanked the ancestor directly before Lin Yi. This transpired in a heartbeat, leaving the ancestor no time to react. Lin Yi's eyes glowed crimson as he seized the ancestor with a single hand. In the face of the ancestor's terror, Lin Yi delivered a devastating blow to his throat. The ancestor's already feeble vitality surged forth, mingling with the blood sea. Yuan Tian, a roar echoed through the heavens, resonating deep within Lin Yi's consciousness, summoning the ancient sword, Yuan Tian, with a resounding crash. At the fracture point, a deluge of blood energy converged and intertwined. Ah! The ancestor let out a harrowing scream, his gaze filled with dread and despair. You seek death, despite the agony. The ancestor forced the laws of annihilation to inundate Lin Yi's body. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yi's form visibly deteriorated, becoming ancient and decayed. The annihilation laws, like venomous serpents, wreaked havoc within Lin Yi, seemingly intent on obliterating him completely. Release me, or I shall ensure your demise. The ancestor bellowed in madness, his body writhing in pain, thrashing about and stirring the blood sea into tumultuous waves. The ancestor's colossal frame thrashed in agony, each movement sending monstrous ripples through the blood sea, as if the very forces of nature were on the verge of collapse. Yet, the void and the laws of Confucianism and Taoism gripped him tightly, preventing escape. The ancestor could only watch helplessly as his waning vitality flowed into Lin Yi. Let us perish together, he roared, desperate to unleash the laws of annihilation with the essence within him. The power of annihilation erupted like a black tempest, sweeping towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi's flesh began to decay, revealing stark white bones, a sight both gruesome and horrifying amidst the blood sea. In that instant, Lin Yi's eyes flared open, emitting two beams of endless crimson light, piercing the ancestor's brow. The crimson rays sliced through the ancestor's very soul. The ancestor froze, his remaining essence of annihilation stripped away in an instant, his blood vitality and essence consumed entirely. Deprived of all, the ancestor plummeted from the crimson heavens like a lifeless dog, crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. Lin Yi, now devoid of flesh, stood as a mere skeleton, the laws of annihilation clinging to him, their corrosive whispers echoing like the murmurs of a demon. From the depths of the chaos' undying bone, a faint golden glow emerged, ensnaring the laws of annihilation. Witnessing this, Lin Yi pressed his bones together, 9 ancient sacred patterns coursing over the chaos' undying bone, forcing a fusion. The annihilation laws struggled fiercely, but under the pressure of the chaos' undying bone and the combined might of the void and Confucian laws, they were gradually devoured and assimilated by the ancient sacred patterns. With a thunderous explosion, the ancient sacred patterns erupted, a chilling aura coiling within the blood sea. Boundless blood energy surged into Lin Yi, and under the augmentation of the chaos' undying bone, his flesh began to regenerate. The pain penetrated his very soul, nearly overwhelming him. Every nerve screamed in torment. Every cell wailed in despair. Waves of agony crashed upon Lin Yi's consciousness, relentless and unyielding. But retreat was not an option. He could only watch as he disintegrated and was reborn. Again and again, each muscle, each drop of blood, was mercilessly stripped away and shattered. The newly formed flesh felt as though it were being devoured by countless ants, a maddening itch intertwined with excruciating pain. It was an indescribable torment, akin to the tortures of hell. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, with only agony extending endlessly. Lin Yi's consciousness dimmed in the haze of pain. Yet he never faltered, uncertain of how long it had been. Perhaps a moment, perhaps a millennium. The once tumultuous blood sea began to settle gradually. The blood waves calmed. The crimson waters ceased their tumult, until the last vestige of blood energy dissipated into the void. Lin Yi slowly rose, his gaze piercing, his right hand lifting gently. The Yuan Tian, forged from the blood of millions, glimmered with a radiant crimson light, illuminating the vast expanse of corpses and blood. It descended from the heavens, landing precisely in Lin Yi's palm with a resonant hum. Lin Yi gripped Yuan Tian, the supreme divine form forged from countless units of shadowy essence. In that moment, boundless essence surged from within him, cascading outward like a mighty tide. Lin Yi was resolute, believing that as a fellow being of the boundary-breaking realm, he could deliver a fatal blow without relying on the ancient sacred patterns. With a mere flick of the ancient sacred patterns, the domain of the Shadow Clan was reduced to ashes in his wake. Even at a considerable distance, the residual might of the laws of annihilation emanating from the sacred patterns still corrupted all in its path. As Yuan Tian stirred, the void shattered, and the sheer force seemed poised to rend the very fabric of the universe. No, this cannot be. The laws of annihilation that have tormented me for countless years. Impossible. Impossible. The ruins of the Shadow Clan lay silent beneath the vast sky. The ancestor gazed upon the vigorous Lin Yi, his eyes reflecting bitterness and despair. His insides had long been shattered, and he coughed blood, his eyes wide in horror, his head tilting as he succumbed to the void. Fool! Lin Yi spat disdainfully, his gaze lingering upon Yuan Tian, his fingertips caressing the blade. To celebrate your return, the Shadow Realm shall be entombed by you. Yuan Tian trembled, and the sound of its blade echoed throughout the void, as if responding to Lin Yi's command. The radiant blade soared into the heavens, illuminating the entire Shadow Realm like a brilliant flash of lightning, before crashing down with cataclysmic force. The ground of the Shadow Realm, stretching for millions of miles, was cleaved open by a massive chasm, resembling a colossal maw that mercilessly consumed all. The Shadow Realm collapsed in an instant, everything being drawn into the void, returning to nothingness. Having accomplished this, Lin Yi raised his gaze towards the vast heavens. Did you enjoy the spectacle? Will you emerge willingly? Or shall I personally slay you and drag your corpse out? Chapter 38. The decree of Zixiao accepted, and you shall live. Rejected, and you shall perish. A figure of an elder gradually materialized, his expression unperturbed, yet exuding an inscrutable aura. Another being at the boundary-breaking realm. Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly, as the weapon in his hand trembled lightly. He fixed his gaze upon the elder, uncertain whether he was foe or friend. Noticing Lin Yi's reaction, the elder's countenance shifted slightly, and he hastily spoke. My friend, I harbor no malice. I am of the Sea Clan. With that, he clasped his hands in greeting and introduced himself. I am Hai Huiqing, the progenitor of the Sea Clan. It is an honor to meet you. Sea Clan? Lin Yi murmured to himself, then raised his hand, summoning Hai Xian from beyond the realm of shadows in an instant. Hai Xian appeared visibly shaken by the abrupt teleportation. Upon seeing Lin Yi, a look of joy spread across his face. Brother Lin, are you unharmed? Before Lin Yi could respond, Hai Xian exclaimed, Ancestor, what brings you here? Oomph, you reckless youth. A disciple from our clan relayed to me that you have stirred up great trouble in the Void Ghost Market. Were it not for this friend, you would have already been reduced to ashes. He continued, and now you dare to trespass into the realm of shadows without permission? Without this friend's protection, you would not survive even 10 lifetimes. Do not forget to express your gratitude. Hai Huiqing, a cunning old monster who had roamed for millennia, skillfully placed Lin Yi in a position of reverence with just a few words. Lin Yi merely waved his hand, signaling that no formalities were necessary. He understood that Hai Huiqing's visit was not solely for the sake of safeguarding Junior. Indeed, Hai Huiqing shifted his tone, inquiring, "Do you intend to return to that void ghost market?" Lin Yi nodded, replying, "I stumbled into this realm by chance. I need a place to settle and seek my bearings. If you do not mind, I would be grateful for your assistance in my Sea clan. Our clan possesses secret techniques that can forcibly open the ancient pathways of the stars, aiding you in your endeavors." Observing Hai Huiqing's eager tone, Lin Yi replied calmly, "Elder Hai, please speak plainly." Since Hai Huiqing's arrival, he had continuously praised Lin Yi and was willing to expend clan resources, which naturally sparked Lin Yi's curiosity. Realizing his pretense had been pierced, Hai Huiqing responded without shame, "The Void Ghost Market is a force beneath the Zixiao small world. Your violent actions against their dominion will not go unpunished. I intended to offer a word of caution and forge a good relationship. However, at this moment, I must admit my folly. Given your strength, unless the small world's master intervenes, no one can obstruct you. As for our Sea clan's goodwill, you need not worry about ulterior motives. All I hope is that if one day our clan faces annihilation, you might lend a hand in gratitude for Hai Xian and our clan's assistance." Lin Yi pondered for a moment before finally nodding. After all, relying solely on himself while recklessly traversing the void would only prolong his return to the realm. "Very well. Speak plainly, my friend. I am not one to be overly sentimental or evasive. If you do not mind, I shall accompany you back to the Void Ghost Market." Hai Huiqing's words resonated with a bold spirit. However, Lin Yi shook his head slightly. "There is no need. The moment has arrived." As he spoke, the entire space fell silent. A decree floated across the vast void, slowly materializing. Characters of resplendent golden light flickered on the decree, reminiscent of brilliant stars. Golden light cascaded like a waterfall, resembling a sacred baptism. On the decree, intricate truths of the great Tao shimmered in and out of visibility, their resonant sounds trembling the heavens and emanating a terrifying aura. The decree descended gently, as if a deity were manifesting. Its radiant glow burst forth like the sun, illuminating the entire realm of shadows. The brilliance was so overwhelming that it was blinding. Lin Yi stared intently at the golden decree, his fingertips trembling slightly, and the warmth in his eyes was replaced by a chilling glare. Hai Huiqing's heart sank, his body trembling, his complexion turning pale, disbelief filling his eyes as he stuttered, My friend, do not act hastily. This is the decree of the Zixiao small world, issued by its master." Lin Yi displayed confusion, unable to comprehend why a being of the boundary-breaking realm like Hai Huiqing would react so intensely. "What does this mean?" "Allow me to elucidate." A middle-aged man appeared silently before their eyes. He slightly bowed, exuding great courtesy. Looking at Lin Yi, he offered a faint smile, which seemed to carry a reassuring power. Yet to Lin Yi, it was fraught with peril. "Do not be alarmed. This decree is issued by the master of the Zixiao small world. Accept it, and you shall enter our realm, presiding over the Void Ghost Market. As long as you do not betray the realm, even if you provoke the 3,000 great worlds, the Zixiao small world shall fight for you." Lin Yi furrowed his brow, fixating on the middle-aged man. "Who are you?" "I am but a humble servant beside the realm master, of no significance. If you must address me, you may call me realm servant." Lin Yi contemplated this, then spoke again. "Entering your Zixiao small world guarantees protection?" The realm servant nodded, his tone firm, indeed. Observing the realm servant's sincere demeanor, a trace of mockery appeared at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth. "Yet Ding Hong, the ruler of your Zixiao small world, has been slain by my hand, and you extend an invitation to me. This contradicts your earlier words." Surprisingly, the realm servant did not display any embarrassment at the inconsistency. "You are correct. Slaying the ruler of our Zixiao world should indeed warrant your death. However, I cannot defy the master's orders. My friend, do you have any further questions? If not, please accept the decree." Lin Yi's hand slowly pressed against the Yuan-Tian sword, a chilling aura radiating from him. "What if I refuse?" The realm servant maintained his composure, though a hint of menace crept into his voice. "I remind you once more, Think carefully before you speak. The decree of a master. Accept, and you shall live. Reject, and you shall die. Are you threatening me? The realm's servant, unfazed by Lin Yi's murderous intent, stood resolutely in the void, clapping his palm. 3 figures materialized beside him, 4 beings at the boundary-breaking realm. In an instant, a powerful aura enveloped the space, rendering it oppressive. I am indeed threatening you. What will you do about it? I trust you already have your answer in mind, so let us not waste each other's time. Lin Yi's eyes flickered as he gazed at the golden decree. Without warning, he swung his sword. The Yuan Tian sword surged with a torrent of blood energy, cleaving toward the golden decree like a violent tide. Boom! The clash of sword light against the decree sent shockwaves through the void. A boundless intent to kill, scattering like a tangible force, nearly annihilating the entire space. This is my answer. Chapter 39. Sword to the Sky. Assistance from the Sea Ancestor. Annihilating the invaders in the realm of the Netherworld. 2 formidable figures stealthily concealed themselves, their presence seemingly merging with the void, rendering them nearly undetectable. Only their profound gazes remained, intently fixed on Lin Yi below. Will the Lord be displeased? These are the 4 sovereigns of our Zixiao world. They are unaware of this matter. Should war erupt, they will show no mercy. If something goes awry, our Zixiao minor world cannot bear the consequences. One expressed with evident concern, his eyes darting between Lin Yi and the Zixiao Lord. The Zixiao Lord furrowed his brow slightly. Do not worry. Should any unforeseen events arise, I shall intervene at any moment. I find it rather intriguing that, despite possessing 3 laws, this individual should attract the Lord's attention. Most importantly, he is to be entrusted with this decayed ancient token. As he spoke, he gazed at the black jade token in his hand, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. Though thoughts of coveting it had crossed his mind, he understood clearly that he could neither take nor dare to do so. But why does the Lord not come personally and instead entrust it to you, the Lord of the realm? He questioned. The Zixiao Lord shook his head slightly, about to speak when he suddenly halted, rendered speechless. His gaze fixed ahead, astonishment filled his eyes. The companion beside him noticed his unusual demeanor and swiftly followed his gaze. In the netherworld, the overwhelming presence of 4 boundary-breaking powerhouses permeated the space, their collective might surging like a tidal wave, shaking the very heavens. The terrifying aura threatened to collapse the entire realm, as cracks resembling a spider's web spread through the void, exuding an unsettling energy. Lin Yi found himself crushed beneath this immense pressure, nearly immobilized. His body tensed, every muscle straining under the weight. Just then, a dark claw print warped the fabric of space, descending upon Lin Yi with catastrophic force. As it passed, it conjured a tempest, the winds howling as if to devour everything in their path. Lin Yi abruptly lifted his head, his eyes blood-red. The sword of abyss surged with boundless malevolence. Surrounding him, the chilling blood energy erupted forth, sweeping outward. The ancient sacred patterns wreaked havoc on the overwhelming pressure, each pattern slicing through the formidable force like a razor-sharp blade. Suddenly, the chaotic immortal bone radiated a brilliant light. With an indomitable spirit, the endless Emperor fist struck out, colliding with the dark claw print. Boom! The space shattered violently, torrents of terrifying energy cascading amidst a blood mist. The rippling space spread like arcs of light, scattering energy brilliance that illuminated the realm as if it were midday. With a single stroke, the adversaries were momentarily repelled, the immense pressure before Lin Yi abruptly lightened. Seizing the opportunity, he swung the sword of abyss, unleashing a dazzling sword light that surged forth like a resplendent galaxy, reeking of devastation as it cleaved through the sky, targeting the 4 boundary-breaking powerhouses. The 4 powerhouses had not anticipated Lin Yi's ferocity. They were staggered, their bodies forced back repeatedly. They glided through the void for several hundred zhong before coming to a halt, the space beneath them tearing like fragile paper. Get out of here! Lin Yi turned to Hai Huiqing and Hai Xian, urgently shouting. In his view, amidst the impending chaos, the mere aftermath of the boundary-breaking battle could obliterate Hai Xian. Hai Xian, witnessing Lin Yi besieged, felt a surge of anger. He glared fiercely at Hai Huaiqing, shouting, "Old ancestor!" Hai Huaiqing was already indecisive. Although the four boundary-breaking powerhouses were powerful, he believed he could hold off too. With Lin Yi's strength, he was confident Lin Yi would soon extricate himself to assist. Yet, his hesitation stemmed from the command of the Lord of the Realm. Should he act, it would be tantamount to challenging the authority of the Zhixiao Minor World's Lord. Moreover, his Sea clan resided within the boundaries of the Zhixiao Minor World. Seeing Hai Huaiqing remain unmoved, Hai Xian was thoroughly incensed by his cowardice. Regardless of whether he was the Sea clan's ancestor, he unleashed a torrent of insults at Hai Huaiqing. "You coward! Where's the bravado you flaunt in the Sea clan? Are you going to act or not? If you won't, I will." The more he berated, the darker Hai Huaiqing's expression became. He glanced at the furious Hai Xian and then at Lin Yi, who was engaged in combat with the four boundary-breaking powerhouses, a flicker of madness crossing his eyes. Resolute, he gritted his teeth, declaring, "To hell with it. No man gains wealth without risk. I'm all in." With that, Hai Huaiqing stepped forward, flinging Hai Xian aside. "You're useless. Even if you go, it's just a death sentence. Get lost. Open your eyes and witness my might." After rebuking Hai Xian, Hai Huaiqing soared into the sky. "Brother Lin, I come to aid you." The boundary slave's heart trembled at his words, losing the calm it once held. A flicker of anger and threat glimmered in his eyes as he bellowed at Hai Huaiqing. "Hai Huaiqing, should you dare to act today, I shall annihilate your Sea clan in the future." As a boundary-breaking powerhouse, Hai Huaiqing had been greeted with respect for millennia. Now threatened in such a manner, he felt his dignity at stake. Even a clay figure retained some fire. Split the sea. A furious shout resonated through the heavens. An immense ocean materialized from thin air. The tumultuous waters surged, colossal waves reaching for the sky. Each droplet contained earth-shattering power, crashing and intertwining to form vortexes. As the moment ripened, Hai Huaiqing's palm slammed down. Countless water vortexes, entwined with boundless blue light, crashed down upon the boundary slaves with ferocity. Lin Yi's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated that this old fellow still possessed some skill. He sighed inwardly, yet his hands did not falter, furiously wielding the Sword of Abyss. The ancient sacred patterns clung to the sword light, boundless and ceaseless. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled, the void erupted. The boundless void energy clawed at the boundary slaves like a raging beast. The four boundary slaves felt a wave of trepidation. They had not expected Lin Yi to be so formidable, especially with Hai Huaiqing joining the fray. Now hopelessly suppressed, they could only channel their entire boundary energy to form a barrier and resist desperately. "Damn it, they still aren't dead," Lin Yi roared, his consciousness stirring as he swung the Sword of Abyss, piercing through the void and arriving before the boundary slaves in an instant. In their horrified gaze, the Sword of Abyss plunged fiercely towards the boundary barrier. Then, channeling all his boundary energy, the power of the chaotic immortal bone, the void, and the laws of obliteration surged into his fists. With a thunderous roar, Lin Yi's fists shot forth like meteors. Boom, 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 boom. All of you. Chapter 40. Instant Kill and the Master of the Zhixiao Realm takes action. A formidable fist imprint surged forth, its overwhelming force seemingly capable of penetrating all barriers. With a resounding crack, the realm's elemental barrier fractured under the impact of this punch, fissures spreading like a spider's web. The four realm slaves found themselves utterly unable to escape, trapped between Lin Yi's fierce onslaught ahead and the raging tide of Hai Huaiqing behind. They were ensnared, unable to advance or retreat. Suddenly, the pupils of the realm slaves constricted sharply as countless afterimages of fist imprints surged towards them, propelled by an immense force of elemental energy that sent shivers through their souls. The ancient sacred patterns pierced the elemental barrier, striking the realm slaves directly. A tremendous force of soul-rending energy surged into the minds of the four slaves, catching them off guard and causing excruciating pain. Instantly, the brilliant light of the elemental barrier dimmed, as though it had lost its sustaining power. Endless fist rays continued to bombard the elemental barrier, akin to raindrops, causing the surrounding space to erupt violently. The overwhelming force pressed down upon the realm slaves, the space behind them cracking incessantly, fracturing inch by inch. Their bodies were shoved backward uncontrollably as they struggled against an irresistible force. Behind them, Hai Huiqing acted swiftly, summoning a series of deadly vortexes that spiraled towards the foes. These vortexes resembled massive, grinding wheels bearing down upon them. Caught between the relentless onslaught, the realm slaves felt as though there was no escape. The immense pressure weighed heavily upon their chests, rendering their breaths labored. The ceaseless imperial fists continued to strike, causing the elemental barrier to resonate with each impact, as if each collision were a battle for survival, instilling profound dread. Boom! Lin Yi leaped into the air, unleashing a fist imbued with a terrifying malice. The realm's slave's eyes widened. He sensed the imminent presence of destruction and death. In that fleeting moment, terror and despair filled his heart, for he understood he might not withstand this mighty assault. In an instant, flesh and blood were flung about, swiftly dissolving into nothingness under the oppressive force of the assault. The realm slave could only watch in horror as his companions, formidable beings of the realm, were obliterated into a cloud of blood mist without uttering a single cry. The gruesome scene ignited a fierce wave of fear and rage within the realm slave. Lin Yi, consumed by a bloodlust, bore eyes that glimmered with a crimson light, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell, radiating boundless murderous intent. As the realm slaves were cast backward, Lin Yi's consciousness surged forth, shattering the void with the principles of the cosmos. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside another powerful being of the realm. His palms emanated a dazzling golden light, radiant as the sun. With a swift motion, he tore through his opponent, emerging from within with a thunderous eruption. His eyes, now blood-red, resembled a frenzied deity of death, fixating intently on the remaining trembling realm slaves. What incredible ferocity! Hai Huiqing exclaimed, his jaw agape in astonishment. Perhaps spurred by Lin Yi's display, a glimmer of madness flickered in Hai Huiqing's eyes as he shouted, "Lin Yi, leave this scum to me." With that, upon the boundless ocean, Hai Huiqing's age form stepped atop the rolling waves, appearing both ethereal and substantial. The vast elemental energy surged around him, infused with the laws of water, crashing down upon the nearly exhausted realm slaves. In an instant, he was upon them, his gaze brimming with excitement, as if envisioning their annihilation beneath his palm. Boom! A wave of destructive energy erupted from the realm slave, blanketing the sky. Endless waves of annihilation surged forth, a power potent enough to obliterate all. In a mere moment, the smile on Hai Huiqing's face froze, his body struck by an unseen hammer, sending him reeling backward. Blood mist erupted from his mouth as he collided with the void, fracturing the space around him until he vanished from Lin Yi's sight. Hai Xian bellowed in fury, "Ancestor!" His body surged forward through the void in search of Hai Huiqing, but Lin Yi raised a hand, halting him. "Brother Lin, let me go. I must find the ancestor." Hai Xian pleaded, immobilized and desperate. Lin Yi's consciousness stirred, summoning ancient sacred patterns that spiraled forth like animated ribbons, retrieving the gravely injured Hai Huiqing from afar. Hai Huiqing, hunched over, coughed violently, spewing blood mixed with internal fragments, clearly suffering from severe injuries. His complexion was as pale as paper, his breath weak, as though he might vanish at any moment. With a gentle touch of his fingertip, Lin Yi infused a faint glow of chaotic, immortal energy into Hai Huiqing. Though the light was weak, it caused Hai Huiqing's body to stiffen as he instantly sensed a powerful vitality surging within him. The life force rekindled within him, coloring his once pallid visage with warmth. The severed meridians began to mend at a visibly accelerated pace. Soon, Hai Huiqing regained his breath and gently pushed Hai Xian away. Gratitude filled his eyes as he approached Lin Yi, speaking with deep reverence. "Thank you, Lin Yi." Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively, not meeting Hai Huiqing's gaze. his eyes fixed intently on a concealed area within the void. In that hidden corner, Lin Yi sensed a dangerous aura, akin to a dense dark cloud overshadowing his heart, instilling a profound sense of oppression. It was the first time in many years that he felt such trepidation, a sensation he had not encountered even when facing Ding Hong at the Emperor's level. His heartbeat quickened, echoing like war drums in his chest, as a malevolent energy surged uncontrollably within him. Contrasting Lin Yi's vigilant demeanor, the realm slave's face was alight with surprise as he gazed into the void. "Young friend," he began, but before he could finish, 3 ancient sacred patterns surged forth, cleaving through myriad sword rays, slicing the void in half. Where they passed, the void seemed to splinter into shards, tainted by the laws of annihilation, rendering the rifts momentarily irreparable. Within the void, faint ripples emerged as 2 figures flickered into existence like phantoms. A glint of sharpness flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. He stomped down, causing the void to shatter and upheave. As the sword in his hand resonated ominously, the blood of the Yinming clan cascading from the abyssal blade. With a single downward stroke, the space warped, the immense power preventing the 2 figures from escaping, leaving them to watch helplessly as the blood sword descended from above. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, the blood-red chasm unfathomably deep. Lin Yi's heart trembled. He realized this strike had not succeeded. With an icy demeanor, he coldly declared, "Since you wish to hide, then remain in your dark corner and keep your eyes wide open." Chapter 41. The Master of the Purple Sky Realm. Nothing more than this. If I were to slay you, it would merely be a misunderstanding. Lin Yi did not afford them a moment's respite, once again brandishing the sword Yuan Tian. The blood sea upon the sword surged violently, resembling a torrential flood, threatening to engulf the entire world. A frenzied glint flickered in Lin Yi's eyes as he fixated on the realm slave, who trembled uncontrollably, completely stripped of their previous calmness. Suddenly, Lin Yi vanished from the realm slave's sight, moving with a ghostly swiftness. The realm slave's heart raced with alarm, hastily retreating, but it was already too late. Lin Yi traversed the void, closing in on the realm slave, his hand wielding the Yuan Tian sword, which descended with a fierce momentum. A colossal force of destructive laws emerged before the realm slave, forming an impenetrable barrier that enveloped them. The essence of destruction manifested like black flames, exuding a terrifying aura, as if it could incinerate all in its wake. The blood energy of Yuan Tian was devoured upon contact with the destructive laws. Yet this was far from the end. That dreadful aura surged once more, akin to a ferocious beast, creeping toward Lin Yi, seemingly intent on consuming him. However, a subtle smirk played at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth, imbued with a sense of resolve, as if he had foreseen all that was to come. He swung Yuan Tian down. The realm slave's body tensed, summoning every ounce of their realm power in anticipation. The hidden entity in the void struck again, causing the destructive laws to swell, shielding the realm slave with unwavering might. The sheer force sent tremors throughout the entire space. With a resounding boom, a deafening crash reverberated. The realm slave wore a perplexed expression, unable to comprehend why Lin Yi's attack had suddenly veered away from him. The strike of Yuan Tian was not aimed at him, but rather at the space beside him. Under the force of that blow, the void was instantaneously torn apart, creating a vast rift in the fabric of reality. Lin Yi stepped forward, and before the realm slave's astonished gaze, blood mist erupted nearby with a soft splatter. The mist swiftly solidified, permeating the entire space. Blood rained down from the sky. A severed head plummeted from above, rolling to a stop at the realm slave's feet. It was a gore-soaked visage, eyes wide open, fixed intently upon the realm slave. The blood rain continued to drip, creating an eerie patter, profoundly unsettling. Startled, the realm slave staggered back several steps. Lin Yi stood there quietly, the Yuan Tian sword tilted toward the void. The sanguine glow gradually dissipated, revealing the sword's sharp blade. His gaze was indifferent, as if he were observing a lifeless corpse. "I shall ask you once more, will you come out? You have 3 breaths. Do not test my patience. I am a man of my word, and even with your protection, I can slay a mere realm slave. Lin Yi's voice reverberated through the netherworld domain, imbued with an undeniable authority and majesty. His eyes pierced the void like a sword, seemingly capable of penetrating the infinite darkness to unveil the concealed presence within. Silence enveloped the void. The entire netherworld domain felt as if it had been placed on pause, with only an almost tangible tension pervading the air. The realm slave trembled, their gaze toward the void akin to grasping at a final lifeline. They understood that their fate rested entirely in Lin Yi's hands. 3. Lin Yi's voice boomed like a thunderclap, resonating deeply within the hearts of those present. A formidable aura surged upward, a pillar of light that pierced the heavens, shaking the very fabric of the void. That luminous column radiated immense power, causing the entire space to tremble. 2. With a step forward, the laws of the void, the Confucian path, and the laws of annihilation surged skyward. The three formidable forces intertwined, resembling three colossal dragons soaring through the sky. They merged with the towering column of realm essence, tearing through the void above. Dark fissures spread behind the realm essence column, releasing ominous, shadowy turbulence that wailed across the heavens like vengeful spirits. The terrifying spectacle sent chills down the spines of all who beheld it, as if the end of the world were imminent. 1. As Lin Yi's words fell, he raised his arm, poised to strike. Just then, a grand yet slightly weary sigh echoed, reaching the ears of all present. The sigh seemed to emanate from the depths of ancient time, filled with resignation and reflection. Two figures gradually materialized before the realm slave. One exuded a powerful aura, unmistakably indicating their lofty status, the master of the purple sky realm. Young friend, cease your actions. This conflict is my miscalculation. My intention was to recruit you. I hastened here solely to clear up this misunderstanding. The expression of the purple sky master was complex, as if straining to suppress their rage. Lin Yi's eyes flickered with mockery. Are you implying that you are unaware of this matter? Observing Lin Yi's audacious demeanor, the master of the purple sky realm fought to contain the impulse to strike him down, reluctantly nodding in affirmation. Oh, if that is the case. Lin Yi gripped the Yuan Tian sword, advancing step by step toward the master of the purple sky realm. Thud, thud. The heavy sound of his footsteps echoed ominously in the void. As he approached the master of the purple sky realm, a nearby guard suddenly stepped forward, blocking Lin Yi's path. Friend, you mustn't proceed. If you take another step, do not blame me for taking action. Lin Yi lifted his gaze, casting a disdainful glance at the guard. If your master had spoken such words, there might be some credibility. But as for you, a mere realm boundary. How laughable. If you were so eager to accompany the previous 3 trash to hell, I wouldn't mind facilitating your journey. With that, Lin Yi waved his hand, interrupting the furious guard. Speak another word, and I shall slay you. His words dripped with authority and resolve, sending chills through those who heard. Stand down. It matters not. The master of the purple sky realm interjected, and the guard stepped aside, still glaring coldly at Lin Yi. Standing before the master of the purple sky realm, Lin Yi met their profound gaze and calmly stated, You just claimed that it was all a misunderstanding, did you not? His eyes brimmed with provocation, deliberately inciting the master of the purple sky realm's ire. Indeed, this incident was a mistake on the part of my purple sky realm, and I am willing to compensate you, young friend. Before the master could finish, 6 ancient sacred patterns shot forth from Lin Yi's front, hurtling toward the realm slave. The master of the purple sky realm's expression shifted as the boundless essence of the realm surged forth, instantly obstructing the ancient sacred patterns. Young friend, with me present, you cannot harm him. Lin Yi let out a cold laugh. He had anticipated the master of the purple sky realm's intervention. He had long prepared a contingency. With a swift motion, 3 ancient sacred patterns emerged beneath the realm slave, twisting and constricting. The realm slave was instantly shredded, their flesh and blood a grotesque amalgamation, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Lin Yi observed the iron-gray visage of the master of the purple sky realm and remarked with a playful tone, My apologies. It is all a misunderstanding. Chapter 42. The Purple Sky Realm Master shows weakness. Anomaly in the realm, the tragic death of the realm slave, rendered the Purple Sky Realm Master utterly speechless in an instant. He could hardly fathom that Lin Yi would dare to take action, and moreover, succeed. The Master's body trembled slightly, as a fury, akin to a ferocious beast, threatened to overwhelm his reason. His countenance darkened to such an extent that it seemed capable of dripping water, while his eyes blazed with an inferno of wrath. This anger appeared poised to incinerate the entire world. The muscles at his jawline bulged slightly, indicating a struggle to suppress the tempest within. His hands clenched into fists, knuckles turning white and trembling, as if ready to strike and obliterate Lin Yi at any moment. The surrounding void quaked under the weight of the Purple Sky Realm Master's fury, resonating with a thunderous sound. Waves rippled through the space, intensifying and threatening to rend the very fabric of reality. The overwhelming power fluctuations cast everything into a state of extreme tension. Raising his gaze slightly, the Purple Sky Realm Master locked eyes with Lin Yi's indifferent stare. He inhaled deeply, slowly closing his eyes, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. He understood that he could not afford to let rage cloud his judgment at such a critical moment. Should he act impulsively, regardless of whether he could eliminate Lin Yi, the consequences of his actions, once known, would be dire beyond imagination. Yet, Lin Yi's audacity gnawed at him. It felt as though a resounding slap had struck his face, a profound challenge to his authority. His heart was a battleground of contradictions and turmoil, torn between fury towards Lin Yi and the dread of the unknown repercussions. Shaking his head, the Purple Sky Realm Master opened his eyes once more, still seething with rage, but now tempered with a modicum of reason. With the realm slave dead, this matter is settled. I wonder if my young friend is satisfied? A note of resignation and compromise tinged his voice. Lin Yi regarded the Purple Sky Realm Master with a look of bewilderment. He certainly did not believe that the Master was being reasonable. He had felt the murderous intent just moments prior, clear as day. Yet, inexplicably, that intent had dissipated. You wanted to kill me. Lin Yi's voice brimmed with incredulity. The Purple Sky Realm Master did not shy away from the truth. In the face of their might, there was little left to conceal once the intent to kill emerged. Indeed, I did, but I shall not. His response was succinct and forthright. Lin Yi's confusion deepened, prompting him to inquire, why? The Purple Sky Realm Master merely shook his head in silence. Lin Yi's lips curled into a cold smile, laced with scorn and disdain. You truly are a good person. I, however, am not like you. I believe in reciprocity. If one wrongs me, I shall exact my vengeance. As he spoke, Lin Yi's gaze inadvertently drifted towards the guards beside the Purple Sky Realm Master. Upon sensing Lin Yi's icy stare, the guards lost their previous bravado. The memory of the realm slave's gruesome demise weighed heavily in the air. The moment of the Purple Sky Realm Master's retreat signaled shift. He realized that should Lin Yi choose to slay him, the Master would be powerless to intervene. The Purple Sky Realm Master recognized that Lin Yi was issuing a threat, yet found himself helpless to retaliate. Clenching his fists, he was engulfed by a sense of futility and wrath. Yet he understood that he must not provoke Lin Yi any further at this juncture. He casually tossed a decayed ancient crystal card to Lin Yi. Might this item spare my guard's life? Lin Yi accepted the ancient crystal card, scrutinizing it closely. The card, entirely black, emanated a mysterious sheen, glistening with an extraordinary aura. Observing Lin Yi's puzzled expression, the Purple Sky Realm Master began to elucidate. In the myriad realms, all merchants utilize this card to store crystals, which will facilitate your future dealings. Moreover, within my domain, you may call upon any force except my own at your discretion. Should you encounter... The Purple Sky Realm Master's words faltered abruptly. What? Lin Yi inquired, his brow furrowing. The Master waved his hand dismissively, clearly avoiding the question. It is nothing. The crystal card is yours, and this matter is concluded. Farewell. No need for further pleasantries. No sooner had the Purple Sky Realm Master spoken than he vanished into the void, clearly eager to distance himself from Lin Yi. At that moment, Lin Yi's attention was wholly absorbed by the black crystal card, completely oblivious to the nearly imperceptible threat that reached Hai Huiqing's ears. Do not speak of what should remain unsaid. Hai Huiqing's eyes widened in shock as he met Lin Yi's astonished gaze. Lin, what is this crystal card exactly? Is it truly as the Purple Sky Realm Master described? Hai Huiqing, equally taken aback, stared at the decayed ancient crystal card within arm's reach, trembling involuntarily. Recalling the Master's warning before his departure, he stammered, Lin, the Purple Sky Realm Master's words are not to be taken lightly. Do you have one too? Show it to me. Lin Yi's interest was piqued, realizing he was woefully uninformed. Under Lin Yi's intense scrutiny, Hai Huiqing reluctantly retrieved a slightly coarse stone card from his pocket. Lin Yi examined the card in Hai Huiqing's hand and then looked back at his own, his expression turning curious. Does this even count as a card? It looks like a piece of rock. Hai Huiqing shot Lin an exasperated glance, internally lamenting, Oh dear, as a venerable ancestor of the Sea Tribe, I had to plead for a mere earthly crystal card. And that man, the Purple Sky Realm Master, is so formidable that he is entitled only to a heavenly crystal card. Did you think he could kill so many and remain unscathed? Ridiculous. Did you truly believe that the master of the Purple Sky Small World would be so reasonable? It is merely that the principles happen to align in your favor. Despite his inner disdain, curiosity about Lin Yi's identity began to blossom. If only my Sea Tribe could align itself with Lin Yi. Lost in thought, Hai Huiqing couldn't help but smile. I say, Hi Taoist, are you all right? Lin Yi was equally bewildered, wondering if he had been stunned by the Purple Sky Realm Master's earlier actions. Realizing his own lapse, Hai Huiqing cleared his throat and hastily spoke. Lin Taoist, the void market is no longer an issue. Do you not wish to return home? My Sea Tribe's secret methods could assist you. Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully. Return to your Sea Tribe? Shall we depart now? Hai Huiqing waved his hand. The Sea Tribe possesses formations to aid in this, but it requires the blood of one of our kin to activate. As he spoke, he dragged the startled Hai Xian over. Hai Xian's eyes widened in terror, and before he could comprehend the situation, Hai Huiqing struck down, causing Hai Xian to spit forth a mouthful of blood. You old fool, how dare you? The exclamation barely escaped before Hai Xian collapsed into unconsciousness. Above the void, a vast ocean manifested as Hai Huiqing's brow glimmered with determination. The realm's landscape slowly materialized, becoming increasingly vivid. Lin Yi gazed up with anticipation. But upon a single glance, his pupils constricted violently, his body stiffening in place as a tempest of rage surged within him. How is this possible? Chapter 43. The Peril of the Realm, a shared demise within the realm. The scene projected from the vast void, thousands of miles away, was harrowing. A glance revealed a landscape of desolation, a veritable mountain of corpses amidst a sea of blood. The entire world resembled a terrifying canvas painted with blood and death, emanating an endless aura of despair and sorrow. Upon the earth, heaps of bodies lay sprawled in disarray. Some were dismembered, others bore grotesque expressions. The horrific sight suggested they had been mercilessly toyed with by demons, rendering it unbearable to behold. Blood flowed like rivers upon the ground, pooling into crimson puddles that stung the eyes with their vivid hue. The air was thick with the scent of death, so oppressive that even Hai Huiqing struggled to draw breath. Each inhalation was laden with the acrid stench of blood and decay. Mountains crumbled, and blood surged into rivers and lakes, as the entire realm seemed to plunge into a chasm of despair, devoid of life and brimming with death and destruction. The flames of war still raged. Billowing clouds of smoke obscured the sky. What on earth had transpired? How could this be possible? Lin Yi stood entranced. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at the void projection. Were it not for the familiar sensation, he might have doubted that this was the realm he remembered. He could scarcely fathom how, during his absence, it had transformed into such a hellish landscape. Hai Huiqing, aware of the dire situation, disregarded her own injuries as the energies within her surged wildly. The void projection expanded once more, rendering the image even clearer. Lin Yi caught sight of a familiar figure, the sovereign of the other realm. In that moment, she possessed none of her former majesty. She was covered in blood, her complexion pale, and her aura was one of utter exhaustion. Beside her stood a figure, fiercely protecting her. That silhouette struck Lin Yi as somewhat familiar. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. Lin Bufan. The reason Lin Yi had not recognized him initially was that Lin Bufan was now shrouded in a dense black mist, clearly having succumbed to demonic influence for some time. Moments later, several individuals appeared beside the sovereign, casting wary glances into the depths of the void. Were they from the realm? Lin Yi was momentarily puzzled. He had initially thought the sovereign's injuries were inflicted by the realm, yet it was evident that this was not the case. This revelation did not trouble Lin Yi for long. Soon, a figure that haunted his dreams emerged within the projection. Guanli. Lin Yi wished to avert his gaze and soared into the air. Hai Huaiqing, sensing Lin Yi's rising fury, hastily interjected, "Lin, the projection site lies within the jurisdiction of the Star River Minor World. You may step into the projection. I can use my blood essence to forcibly open the ancient path of the cosmos and lend you my strength." Lin Yi did not hesitate, for he understood the gravity of the moment. He ascended and stepped into the ancient path of the cosmos. Simultaneously, he was not one to act blindly. Through the method of observation and everything he had witnessed, he had already deduced that the observer was indeed a being from the Star River Minor World. He summoned a decayed ancient crystal card. Addressing Hai Huaiqing, "Please, use this crystal card to summon a powerful individual from the Zixiao Minor World. This time, I intend to completely eradicate the Star River Minor World." With that, Lin Yi's figure vanished entirely, leaving Hai Huaiqing in a state of disarray, staring blankly at the decayed ancient crystal card in her hand. This is something I can use?" After a long pause, she shook her head and slapped the unconscious Hai Xian awake, exclaiming, "Get up and get to work. Whether I can rise to greatness, achieve the pinnacle of life, and win the heart of a wealthy beauty, all hinges on this moment." In the realm, Guanli stood with an air of disdain, surveying the sovereign of the other realm. "Is this all the strength you possess?" He taunted, his demeanor exuding arrogance, as if all in the world lay under his control. He looked down upon the sovereign, his eyes brimming with mockery. "How laughable it is for an ant to aspire to shake a tree. I grant you one final opportunity. Enter my Star River Minor World, and you may live. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I will extinguish you and obliterate your consciousness." It was merely a matter of spending some time, yet ultimately, it would all serve the Star River's purpose. "Ah, the void flame is truly delightful," he continued, his words dripping with arrogance and greed, showing no mercy in his coercion of the sovereign. Despite being drenched in blood and exuding a feeble aura, the sovereign's gaze remained defiant. Suddenly, a surge of black flames erupted around her. With a resolute thrust, she drew her sword and soared upward, charging towards Guanli like a moth drawn to a flame. In an instant, she stood before Guanli, her sword slicing downward. In response, three powerful figures at the boundary-breaking realm materialized before Guanli. The sovereign was instantly sent flying, crashing down from the heavens like a severed kite, plummeting towards the earth. Lin Bufan, quick as lightning, enveloped the sovereign in a shroud of black mist, bracing himself against the tremendous force of impact. However, the backlash from the immense force left his skin cracked and bloodied. Finally, having absorbed much of the shock, Lin Bufan could no longer hold on, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground, nearly losing consciousness. Meanwhile, the trio of Qi Tian Tsang, who had endured the flames of the inferno, rushed to protect Lin Bufan and the sovereign. They too bore wounds all over their bodies. "Pathetic," Guanli scoffed, observing the struggling figures below. His eyes were filled with disdain and contempt, as if he were watching a swarm of ants making their final stand. Qi Tian Tsang, resolute, knelt before the sovereign. "If Ancestor Lin were still with us, he would surely safeguard our realm. We have failed him, and now we have endangered you. We few, as emperors, are ashamed before our realm and Ancestor Lin. Today, we shall sacrifice ourselves to provide you with a glimmer of hope." As Qi Tian Tsang concluded, the might of the emperors surged forth, ascending into the heavens. Their immense power radiated like a tempest, sweeping outward. Without hesitation, the accumulated essence of millennia erupted forth. In the sky, the power of the emperors burst forth like brilliant fireworks. The overwhelming energy waves caused the very fabric of space to tremble. Qi Tianzong and his companions, like shooting stars ablaze, charged towards Guan Li and the boundary-breaking figures, their eyes devoid of fear, filled only with a steadfast resolve to face death. Guan Li and his companions regarded the fierce wave of power with unflinching expressions. With a mere flick of his fingers, the void began to crack, and the terrifying self-destructing force was swallowed by the abyss without so much as a ripple. The sovereign's pupils constricted. This was the first time she realized that there existed beings above the emperors. She comprehended the vast disparity between her and the three figures beside Guan Li. The thought of defeat leading to her capture and the obliteration of her consciousness ignited a spark of madness within her. Even in death, she would not grant them their wishes. With a forceful heave, the sovereign summoned her remaining strength, exploding her body in the skies above. An endless tide of black flames erupted from within her, spreading across the heavens. The dark flames, akin to demons from hell, radiated a terrifying aura. Not good. The void flame is going to self-destruct. It holds great significance for the realm lord. We must stop it. Guan Li finally lost his composure, speaking hurriedly. It's too late. The flames of heaven and earth are bound to the heavenly path. They intend to drag this world into oblivion. We have but a moment before it is too late. Guan Li, despite his unwillingness to accept the situation, recognized the futility of escape. Today, let us together extinguish the dominion of the foreign lord. The voice resonated from the heavens. Boundless infernos engulfed the entire world, freezing even the fabric of space. Within this realm, black flames spread relentlessly, erupting with thunderous roars. Boom! 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 Chapter 44. The Return from the Void. The Star River world declares war buzz. The space trembles lightly, warping slightly. Crack! The barriers of the realm begin to shatter layer by layer. The ruler of the foreign realm is taken aback, completely unaware of what is transpiring. Despite having devoted her efforts to enshroud this corner of the universe, aiming to obliterate all and witness the demise of those present, the sudden turn of events fills her with unease. The observer's expressions brighten. A crack, previously impenetrable, has appeared in the ceiling. Without a moment's hesitation, they charge towards the fissured barrier, a torrent of realm essence crashing down. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberates as the void is rent open, allowing the observers to soar out in an instant. The foreign realm's ruler watches in disbelief as they escape, her heart swelling with anger and frustration. Bang! 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 Several muffled sounds echo from the void. The ruler's previously desolate heart suddenly stirs back to life as the observers, who had just breached the void, are hurled back into this realm, blood mist erupting from their mouths. This spectacle astonishes and delights the ruler, who is baffled by the occurrence. Before she can ponder further, she feels the uncontrollable turmoil within her begin to subside. The ritual to reshape the world halted as hellfire returns to her being. Although confusion fills her heart, she remains vigilant, searching for the cause of these changes. The observers manage to fly 1,000 feet away before finally coming to a halt. The other three fare better. As powerful realm breakers, they're injured but not gravely harmed. However, the observer, merely an emperor, is grievously wounded, bloodied, and battered. Yet, they pay no heed to their injuries, instinctively gazing towards the void beyond. Emerging from the boundless darkness is a figure radiating an indescribable authority and dominance. It is Lin Yi, having returned. The space warps around him, trembling at his presence, with the foreign ruler astonished and a hint of unnoticeable joy in her eyes. Lin Yi appears before the observer in an instant. His speed is unparalleled. The observer barely has time to react before a powerful hand rises, seizing his neck as if he were an insect, lifting him effortlessly into the air. You, a mere insect, dare to display your ferocity? The observer, now recognizing Lin Yi's visage, feels his pupils constrict and his body tremble, cold sweat pouring down. He cannot fathom how Lin Yi could have returned, and with such might. No, impossible. How could you return? I was certain. Before he can finish, darkness envelopes him. Lin Yi tightens his grip, forcibly sealing the Emperor's aura within him, rendering him as helpless as a cripple. Then, Lin Yi delivers a punch to the Observer's face. The Observer crashes to the ground like a meteor, the absence of the protective Emperors might leaving him to feel a bone-deep agony, blood spraying from his mouth uncontrollably. Don't move. Anyone who dares to act will die. Do you understand? After slamming the Observer down, Lin Yi's gaze sharpens, his voice booming in anger. The three Realm Breakers are stunned into immobility by Lin Yi's overwhelming presence. They cannot resist the vast essence radiating from him, a force they find utterly insurmountable. The laws of the void, the doctrines of Confucianism, and the laws of obliteration surge forth. Ancient sacred patterns loom ominously before the three, as if poised to strangle them at any moment. The Yuan Tian sword rises skyward, its blade glowing blood red. A deluge of bloodlight rushes towards them, filled with the scent of slaughter, instilling terror. The instant pressure causes their hearts to tremble. They realize that even the slightest movement to save the Observer would spell their doom. Time seems to freeze. Each breath becomes laborious. The entire space is enveloped by Lin Yi's aura, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Lin Yi steps forward, advancing towards the writhing Observer on the ground. His expression remains impassive as he raises his foot and stomps down. When his foot lands on the Observer's chest, an immense force erupts, causing the Observer's body to convulse violently, another spurt of blood escaping his lips. Yet it is not over. With a flicker of thought, Lin Yi assumes the role of an omnipotent deity. From within the Observer, the star ring emerges. The Emperor weapon, imbued with consciousness, senses danger and attempts to flee into the void. However, Lin Yi's arm shoots out like lightning, grasping the star ring in his palm. Looking down at the Observer, now akin to a lifeless dog, Lin Yi's eyes brim with derision. Is this the star ring you relied upon? Today, I shall utterly obliterate it. With those words, Lin Yi channels a torrent of essence into the star ring. Boom! A thunderous sound erupts as the supreme Emperor weapon, the star ring, detonates. Light bursts forth, and starlight gently cascades from the heavens, only to fade into darkness, until it vanishes completely. The Observer struggles to lift his head, looking at Lin Yi with eyes filled with hatred and malice. Yet he knows there is no retreat left for him. Don't rush, wait a moment. I will personally end your life. But before that, Lin Yi's words hang in the air as his foot presses down forcefully, resulting in agonized shrieks as the Observer's arm is reduced to ash. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more strikes turn his remaining legs and arms into dust. Blood erupts from the Observer's body, and his wails pierce the soul, causing the other 3 to tremble uncontrollably. Lin Yi, if you have the ability, kill me. I assure you, you will soon join me. You do not comprehend this world and the existence you defy. The Observer's face twists in resentment, eyes blazing with hatred. Lin Yi smirks coldly. If that is the case, I shall send you to hell first. And when my time comes, I will torment you there. Now you shall die. With that, Lin Yi unleashes a surge of essence down into the Observer. Boom! A colossal roar reverberates from within the Observer, the shockwave causing the entire space to tremble. Lin Yi, caught off guard, is momentarily thrown back, staggering several meters. Regaining his footing, a flicker of astonishment crosses his eyes. Chapter 45. The Arrival of the Star River Army. Who dares to harm my son? A furious roar reverberated as the figure before the spectators was enveloped in a dazzling aura of starlight. Moments later, the starlight transformed into a spatial passage, and a middle-aged man materialized within Lin Yi's line of sight. He was the commander of the Star River's minor world army, Guan Quan. As Guan Quan emerged, an overwhelming aura of boundary-breaking power emanated from him, violently expanding and shaking the surrounding space. However, as this seemingly colossal force approached Lin Yi, it failed to create even the slightest ripple, dissipating as if it had sunk into the vast ocean. The middle-aged man surveyed the area, his gaze landing on the three bound boundary-breaking experts and the severely injured Guan Li. Anger surged within him as his cold, menacing eyes fixated on Lin Yi. First, release the three of them. Second, I shall personally take the void flame. Third, you shall end your own life as a gesture of mercy. Guan Quan's words dripped with arrogance and dominance, as if granting Lin Yi a complete corpse was a monumental favor. Lin Yi frowned slightly, struggling to believe what he had just heard. What kind of audacious and arrogant individual could utter such statements? Excuse me, I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? Lin Yi's voice remained calm, yet it carried a barely perceptible hint of mockery. Seeing Lin Yi's politeness, Guan Quan mistakenly assumed he was intimidated and promptly stated, 3 conditions. First, let them go. Stop, Lin Yi waved his hand impatiently. What I meant was the previous line. Guan Quan's eyes flickered as he hesitantly repeated, who dares to harm my son? Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Exactly, that's the line. As his words fell, streams of light erupted from Guan Li's body, resembling sharp swords that exploded in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he was severed into multiple pieces. In the face of Guan Quan's furious gaze, Lin Yi spoke indifferently. Now I can answer you. I dare. Witnessing this scene, where his son lay lifeless before him, rage nearly consumed Guan Quan. You seek death. He had never anticipated that someone would dare to provoke his authority, especially in his presence. Lin Yi, however, remained unfazed. Don't rush this isn't over yet. As he spoke, he exerted a slight pressure from his palm, causing an overwhelming sense of oppression to descend upon the 3 captives. They gazed at Lin Yi in terror, desperate to struggle but utterly powerless. Before they could even beg for mercy, the 3 were forcefully drawn together and crushed into mere fragments with a resounding boom. You will pay a heavy price for your actions. Guan Quan gritted his teeth, his voice laced with fury. With a roar, his aura erupted, and he swept his hands, unleashing a powerful wave of energy towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened as he swung the Yuan Tian sword, sending a sword energy to meet the oncoming force. The 2 colossal powers collided with a deafening roar, causing the surrounding space to tremble as if it would be torn apart. Guan Quan stumbled back a few steps from the impact, but quickly steadied himself, his eyes filled with wariness. A single exchange had made the disparity painfully clear. His full-force attack had been effortlessly repelled by Lin Yi's casual sword strike, leaving him in shock. Quickly summon reinforcements. I don't have time to waste with you. If you don't call for help soon, I may just, personally, end your life, piece by piece, to feed the wild dogs. Lin Yi's words were cold and threatening, as if a decree from the depths of hell. His eyes radiated an endless killing intent that sent chills down Guan Quan's spine. Hearing Lin Yi's proclamation, Guan Quan trembled internally but remained undaunted, fully aware of the might of the Star River's minor world. If you seek death, then today you shall witness how laughable your arrogance is in the face of true power. The Star River minor world will wage war across the cosmos, starting from this barren land. As he spoke, a beam of light shot into the sky, shattering the tranquility of the void with its brilliance. Boom! The silence beyond the void erupted into a deafening roar, shaking the entire continent. The sound resembled the roars of countless colossal beasts, instilling fear in all who heard it. The tremors continued as countless dark dots appeared in the once bright sky, densely packed and rapidly approaching. Although severely injured, the ruler of the other world had regained her mobility. She grasped Lin Bufan and swiftly appeared beside Lin Yi, her voice laced with concern. Are you all right? Lin Yi, however, did not respond, his gaze fixed on the still enshrouded ruler of the other world. After a moment, he spoke slowly. Once this battle concludes, dispose of that thing. You're quite the striking individual, yet you persist in playing tricks. Lin Yi intended to tease the ruler of the other world, but was taken aback when he suddenly heard a faint hum. A shiver ran down his spine. At that moment, the heavens erupted once more. A colossal crash echoed as countless dark dots surged from the depths of the void, moving with astonishing speed like meteors streaking across the sky. As the dark dots drew nearer, their forms became clearer, Star River warships. The sheer number was staggering. amounting to tens of thousands. The warships loomed across the sky like ancient beasts, exuding an aura of terror. Their massive hulls blotted out the sun, casting the entire sky into darkness. Each vessel appeared as an indestructible moving fortress. On the decks of the warships, thousands of figures appeared, clad in uniforms adorned with a starry sea pattern, presenting a striking visual impact. These figures emanated a powerful presence, their overwhelming aura causing the very space around them to tremble. The deep rumbling echoed through the air, making it difficult to breathe. "We salute the commander." A million soldiers shouted in unison, their voices crashing like a surging tide towards Lin Yi and the others below. At this moment, Guan Quan felt emboldened and stepped forward. "Now do you understand the gap between you and this world? Are you powerless? Are you afraid?" Guan Quan sneered coldly, mocking Lin Yi. "Star River Army, heed my command. Follow me, and let us utterly shatter this continent into dust." With a furious roar, Guan Quan's robe billowed, and an overwhelming aura surged forth. The colossal force of his soul enveloped the surroundings, creating an irresistible sense of oppression. The ruler of the otherworld gazed at the vast Star River fleet, her eyes filled with astonishment. She had never witnessed such an enormous armada and such formidable power. The sight left her utterly stunned as her gaze involuntarily shifted to Lin Yi. Lin Yi cast her a reassuring glance. He coldly regarded Guan Quan, his tone imbued with authority. "Now that you've summoned your forces, it's my turn. I senti it." Chapter 46. The Alliance of the 100 Realms. Unwilling to back down, you, a mere insect from a desolate land, dare to speak so boldly? Ha ha ha, it matters not. Summon whoever you wish. I shall await your arrival. Guan Quan wore a mocking expression, as if he were observing an ant struggling in vain. "Shall I truly call for help?" Lin Yi responded playfully, directing a knowing glance at Guan Quan. "Do summon more. Otherwise, it would be rather dull for the Star River's righteous army to engage in battle." Guan Quan's tone dripped with arrogance and disdain, firmly believing that Lin Yi could not enlist any formidable allies. In his eyes, the inhabitants of this barren land were mere insects, utterly incapable of contending with the powerful forces of the Star River's lesser world. Yet, Lin Yi's words were not unfounded. Hai Huai had discreetly sent him messages earlier. Upon learning that Lin Yi was besieged, he dispatched Hai Xian to the Sea Clan and the Void Ghost Market to rally strong forces. Meanwhile, he personally sought out the Lord of the Purple Clouds, relaying all the details. Although the Lord of the Purple Clouds was somewhat irate, he ultimately agreed to send the Purple Garment Guards alongside Hai Huai. Though Lin Yi was puzzled by the Lord of the Purple Clouds' actions, he knew it was not the time for hesitation. He clapped his hands. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Silence persisted. Seeing Lin Yi feigning composure, Guan Quan could not contain himself and burst into laughter. "What? Are you going to tell me you haven't summoned anyone?" Lin Yi wore an expression of incredulity as he subtly transmitted a message into the void. Reaching Hai Huai's ears, "What is taking so long? Why aren't you coming out?" Hai Huai was equally perplexed. "You didn't tell me to come out. Did you not see me clapping?" Lin Yi was at a loss for words. "I thought you were celebrating our arrival, feeling joyous." "Celebrating what? Hurry up and emerge. If you delay any longer, these millions of Star River troops will crush me." Observing Lin Yi's grim demeanor, Guan Quan believed that the facade of bravado had been shattered and declared, "Enough of the pretense. Watching you, an insect, struggle is truly tiresome." With a wave of his hand, millions of Star River soldiers advanced, causing the heavens to tremble. "Farewell." Guan Quan spoke coldly, his hand poised to strike when suddenly he froze in midair. A ripple of energy surged through the void, powerful presences emerging. Hai Huai was the first to break through, followed by hundreds of Sea Clan fleets and the Void Ghost Market ships, crashing through the clouds and appearing before Guan Quan. Just this. Guan Quan glanced over, dismissing them at first, but his expression shifted drastically. From the void, tens of thousands of skyships shattered the fabric of space and descended with a thunderous roar. Millions of purple garment soldiers soared into the sky, their expressions cold, an aura of endless killing intent enveloping the air, shaking the very heavens. Purple Cloud's realm. The Purple Garment Guard. Guan Quan's pupils constricted as he gritted his teeth. Tian, what is the meaning of this? Are you really preparing to wage war against the realms? Do you comprehend the consequences of such actions? Ziyuan feigned surprise, acting as though he did not understand. Guan Quan, your words are misguided. You sought to eliminate our purple cloud's realm's authority. Is it not your star river that intends to initiate conflict? Do you truly believe our purple cloud's realm is easy to bully? With that, the million-strong purple garment guard stepped forward, asserting their dominance against the Star River's righteous army, even surpassing them in might. A wave of intense unease surged within Guan Quan. He never imagined Lin Yi was from the Purple Cloud's realm, and the appearance of the Purple Garment Guard here confirmed that the Purple Cloud's realm was willing to risk a realm war for Lin Yi. Ziyuan, do not act impulsively. A realm war is a grave matter. Lin Yi killed my son. I must avenge him, even if it escalates to the realm lords. Your Purple Cloud's realm holds no advantage. Guan Quan attempted to de-escalate the situation. Impulsive? I'm afraid you've misinterpreted. You need not take this to the realm lords. I have come at their command. Ziyuan's tone was frigid, devoid of any inclination to compromise. Guan Quan fell silent. He understood that this matter could not be resolved amicably. Yet he lacked the ability and courage to initiate a realm war. If the Purple Cloud's realm dares to oppress us, the Star River shall be more than willing to accompany you to the end. A deep voice resonated through the skies, imbued with boundless authority and pressure, echoing like thunder in every ear. Upon hearing the voice, Guan Quan's gloom dissipated, as he gazed into the depths of the void with anticipation and reverence. Millions of Star River soldiers knelt in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized as if rehearsed countless times. Their voices surging like a torrent. We pay homage to the Realm Lord. The deafening shout reverberated through the heavens, as if to pierce the clouds. A figure gradually materialized, seemingly emerging from an endless darkness, exuding a mysterious and formidable aura. This individual involuntarily radiated an overwhelming presence, enveloping the Star River army. In that instant, the million-strong Purple Garment Guard felt an oppressive suffocation. Upon his arrival, the man paid no attention to the Purple Garment Guard. His gaze seemed to penetrate all, yet did not linger on the guards for even a moment. He offered no glance towards Lin Yi, as if Lin Yi were utterly insignificant in his eyes. As if murmuring to himself, he said, "Zihui, I have arrived. Will you not reveal yourself?" With that, the Lord of the Purple Clouds, Zihui, quietly appeared above the Purple Garment Guard. "Men Xian, it has indeed been a long time." Zihui's voice was calm and steady, as if nothing could disturb his composure. The Lord of the Star River, Men Xian, chuckled coldly. "Do you truly intend to go to war with me over this individual?" Zihui dismissed Men Xian's words with a nonchalant smile. "Today, you cannot touch him. Indeed, you shall not be able to." Men Xian laughed heartily. "Zihui, you remain as arrogant as ever. Today, you shall witness whether or not I can move him. Is it merely relying on that rabble from the Alliance of the 100 Realms? A disorganized mob, hardly formidable. This is precisely why we have consistently declined your invitations for millennia." As Zihui spoke, a tremendous crash reverberated, shaking the heavens. It was as if the tolling of doomsday bells filled the hearts of all with dread. An overwhelming might, infused with boundless rage, descended, warping space itself. That force seemed capable of annihilating everything, instilling an irresistible sensation of powerlessness. Hundreds of boundary-breaking experts surged forth. Even Men Xian felt compelled to step aside upon witnessing their arrival. One individual emerged at the forefront, casting an annoyed glance at Zihui. "The Lord of the Purple Clouds truly possesses great audacity, so disdainful of our alliance of the 100 Realms. Do you believe that having a greater realm supporting you grants you the license to act so recklessly? Do not presume that just because you're a lesser realm, you can disregard us. Even before our alliance, a greater realm's champion would find it challenging to contend." Chapter 47. The 100 Realms Alliance in distress. As the 100 Realms Alliance united to vanquish the Star River Small World, Zihao surveyed the assembly before him. Unfazed by the threats issued by the Alliance's leader, Wan Sanqian. His gaze remained tranquil, as though he wielded complete dominion over the situation. 1. Sanctian. Though you hold the title of alliance leader, do not let it breed arrogance. The events of today were not instigated by my Xiao small world, but rather by the excessive provocation of the Star River small world. With a huff, one's Sanctian's aura intensified ominously. Regardless of who initiated the conflict, your Xiao small world will bear the consequences for underestimating my Hundred Realms alliance. Zihao narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of sharpness illuminating his expression. Consequences? Very well. Since you seek your own demise, I shall no longer dissuade you. With that, Hai Huiqing emerged from the Xiao small world, capturing the attention of all present amidst the escalating tension between the two factions. Curiosity filled the air as they pondered his intentions. Hai Huiqing approached Lin Yi steadily, his expression composed. Just as Lin Yi opened his mouth in confusion, Hai Huiqing silenced him with a mental transmission. Friend Lin, refrain from speaking. I have been instructed by the Lord of Xiao. Simply observe my actions. Suddenly, Hai Huiqing knelt before Lin Yi, lifting the decayed ancient crystal card with both hands. Esteemed Lin Yi, I have been commanded to assemble the forces of a Xiao small world. The matter is settled, and I return the token. Lin Yi's eyes darkened with uncertainty, yet he slowly extended his hand to accept the card. This scene unfolded clearly before the eyes of every onlooker, leaving them in stunned silence. The members of the Hundred Realms Alliance, particularly Wan Sanqian, wore expressions of deepening unease as they beheld the ancient crystal card in Lin Yi's possession. An unsettling wave of anxiety surged within him. Observing the crowd's reaction, Guan Quan felt a tremor of realization. His gaze was fixed intently on the ancient crystal card. Though he had never encountered one of such caliber, the wary expressions of those present hinted at its extraordinary significance. Yet, the burning desire for vengeance consumed him, preventing any semblance of composure. Friends, one alliance leader, do not be deceived by the Xiao small world. They fear our Hundred Realms alliance and have produced a counterfeit. I propose we immediately execute the Xiao small world and seize that worthless card. Guan Quan's voice rang out, urgent and sharp, imbued with fervent incitement. His eyes reflected madness and hatred, as if he were willing to sacrifice everything for retribution against his son. The Star River small world's leader, Meng Xian, was taken aback by Guan Quan's sudden outburst, his countenance darkening with murderous intent. Anger boiled within him. How could this fool not perceive that the reactions of the powerful indicated the card's dubious nature? As the commander of the Star River small world, his reckless proclamation revealed his subservience to Guan Quan. The more Meng Xian contemplated, the more his rage escalated. He longed to silence this incompetent fool then and there. Guan Quan's words indeed sowed seeds of doubt in Wan Sanqian. To him, Lin Yi was merely a figure of lesser strength, unworthy of possessing such a prestigious ancient crystal card. Yet when he glanced at Zihao, he found the latter's expression unperturbed, only deepening his uncertainty. Reluctantly, Wan Sanqian approached Lin Yi, his demeanor cautious. Friend, might I borrow that card for a moment? With no time for pleasantries, Lin Yi unleashed a flash of light that soared toward Wan Sanqian. The latter caught it, his palm opened wide to reveal the dark, lustrous card that shimmered in his grasp. Upon a single glance, Wan Sanqian was rendered speechless, his jaw agape. Gasps erupted from the surrounding members of the Hundred Realms Alliance. This material, this aura, could it be a decayed ancient crystal card? All eyes fixated on the card in Wan Sanqian's hand, filled with awe and trepidation. This is impossible. Wan Sanqian trembled uncontrollably. He understood the implications of the card better than anyone else. He had bragged about confronting the grand world, yet now faced the stark reality of fear. In disbelief, Wan Sanqian scrutinized the card, his essence fervently probing it. Decayed, he finally managed to utter, his grip on the card trembling. The other members of the Hundred Realms Alliance, upon confirmation, involuntarily flinched, gasping in shock and swallowing hard. Wan Sanqian shot a glare at Guan Quan and Meng Xian before turning to Zihao, his expression one of resignation and desperation. Zihao, my friend, this is all a misunderstanding. What must be done to settle this matter? He realized he had bitten off more than he could chew, provoking someone far beyond his reach. Zihao reveled inwardly. For years, this motley crew of lesser worlds had allied against the Zishao small world, and witnessing Wan Sanqian's plight brought him immense satisfaction. Yet, he feigned indifference. One alliance leader, you jest. This matter is of no concern to me. Did you not hear? I am here under orders. As Zihao's words settled, the crowd turned their gaze toward Lin Yi. Even the leaders from foreign realms regarded the man with bewilderment. Who are you? Was this all orchestrated by you? Lin Yi replied softly. Would you believe me if I claimed ignorance of the situation? The foreign leader paused, then nodded. Then act your part well. If you falter, my life hangs in the balance. Amidst the unfolding drama, Wan Sanqian stepped forth, cradling the decayed ancient crystal card with reverence. Lin Yi, it was my ignorance that led to this offense. I hereby declare the Star River Small World expelled from the Hundred Realms Alliance. Its fate lies solely in your hands. These words echoed like thunder in the hearts of all present. Regardless of their stature, every minor realm leader hurried to Lin Yi's side to offer their apologies. Do my words hold weight? Lin Yi teased, casting a playful glance at Wan Sanqian. Absolutely. Just point the way. Wan Sanqian eagerly agreed. With a casual gesture, Lin Yi pointed into the distance. You there, step forward for a duel. Chapter 48. Despite all deception, death is inevitable. Meng Xian's pupils constricted sharply as he measured the direction of Lin Yi's finger, and when he confirmed that it was not aimed at him, he released a long breath of relief. His expression then turned to one of anger as he glared at Guan Quan. Guan Quan, what are you still dawdling for? Lord Lin Yi has specifically called for you to challenge the Purple Cloud, Small World's Purple Clad Guards, the 100 Realm Masters of the 100 Realms Alliance. In my Star River Small World, what are you waiting for? Meng Xian's voice was laced with urgency and fury, eager to place all blame upon Guan Quan. Guan Quan stared incredulously at Meng Xian. Realm Master, what did you say? I didn't quite understand. You want me to challenge everyone present? Guan Quan could hardly believe that Meng Xian would utter such words. Meng Xian nodded nonchalantly. You are the commander of the main army of Star River Small World. It is only fitting that you take the lead in this battle. If you doubt it, ask your soldiers. In Meng Xian's eyes, Guan Quan was merely a pawn to be discarded at any moment, solely for the sake of his own survival. At that moment, the soldiers of the Star River Fleet, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, exchanged glances, seemingly confirming Meng Xian's statement. Indeed, I heard it. He wants to challenge everyone. I even vaguely heard the commander say that everyone present is trash. Guan Quan, incredulous, looked at the once subservient soldiers of the Star River Army, his trembling finger pointing at them. You all. Before he could finish, a mouthful of blood erupted from him. Seeing the opportunity ripe, Meng Xian hurriedly interrupted. Guan Xian, do not disgrace the Star River Small World. In this battle, you must exert all your strength to please Lord Lin Yi. Lin Yi, puzzled, glanced at Meng Xian and then at the Lord of the Otherworld. Is that what you meant? Hearing this, Meng Xian scampered over to Lin Yi. A sycophantic smile plastered on his face. Lord Lin Yi, let us make this clear. If you defeat Guan Quan, you cannot turn against me. Meng Xian's face was adorned with a smile meant to appease, yet his eyes betrayed a deep-seated fear and anxiety. Lin Yi observed Meng Xian's demeanor, filled with disdain and revulsion. He had not anticipated that a realm master could be so cowardly, willing to sacrifice his own subordinates for self-preservation. Meng Xian's willingness to betray his own was truly an eye-opener. Lin Yi's smile remained unchanged, yet the glint in his eyes was as cold as frost. Not at all, as long as the Lord does not mind. Before Meng Xian could finish his words, a flash of cold light sliced through the air as the Yuan Tian's sword descended like lightning. The blade, mere inches away, aimed directly at Meng Xian's brow, exuding a fierce intent to kill. With a hum, the space quaked, and Meng Xian's body twisted, vanishing from sight and reappearing 1,000 feet away. His reflexes were extraordinarily quick, always on guard against Lin Yi. This old man is surprisingly cautious. Lin Yi spat softly, raising his gaze to meet Meng Xian's resentful glare. At that moment, Meng Xian's expression was dark and unpredictable, his fury flickering before he quickly regained his composure. cupping his fists again. Lord Lin Yi, your power is exceptional. I am merely a small person, and I was repelled 1,000 feet by your single strike. Meng Xian's words were rife with flattery, attempting to quell Lin Yi's anger. Even if Lin Yi sought to kill him, Meng Xian had no choice but to bow his head now. Disgusting. Meng Xian, you wretched cur, you wish to flatter. Yet do you not reflect upon your own worth? Meng Xian turned at the sound, glaring at Guan Quan with murderous intent. Guan Quan, do you know what you are saying? Do you seek death? Guan Quan cast a disdainful glance at Meng Xian. Death? Ha ha ha. Meng Xian, if you have the ability, then kill me. Your master specifically called for a duel with me. I stand here, do you dare to touch me? Come on, take a swing. Guan Quan laughed loudly, his face a mask of mockery and provocation. He feigned leaning forward, seemingly intent on enraging Meng Xian further. Meng Xian's gaze bore into Guan Quan, his inner fury threatening to spill over. His hands clenched into fists, his body trembling slightly, his eyes ablaze with rage. Yet he had to admit he was afraid to act. In the tense atmosphere, Lin Yi spoke casually, I don't really wish to duel with you. If you want to make a move. Lin Yi's tone was relaxed, as if discussing a trivial matter. However, before he could finish, Meng Xian vanished from view. His movements were swift as lightning, instantly appearing before Guan Quan, delivering a punch with the force of thunder, fueled by boundless rage and power. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as Guan Quan was sent flying. His body soared through the air like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground. A gaping hole was left in his chest, blood gushing forth, revealing that Meng Xian had indeed intended to kill. Having delivered the blow, Meng Xian soared upwards, positioning himself before the fleet of Star River Small World. His stance was upright, an expression of determination in his eyes. He respectfully bowed to Lin Yi. Thank you, Lord Lin Yi, for allowing me to deal with this traitor. Today's incident was instigated by my Star River Small World. As the Realm Master, I must bear the responsibility, yet my 100,000 brothers behind me are innocent. Now that Guan Quan is dead, whether I live or die is at your discretion. As long as you spare my 100,000 brothers, even if I perish, I shall forever remember your kindness. Meng Xian's words were fervent and filled with righteous indignation. This declaration left Lin Yi momentarily stunned, causing him to question himself. Have I misjudged him? Is Meng Xian not the coward I believed him to be? His words carried a sense of camaraderie, a hint of masculine valor. Lin Yi's eyes revealed a flicker of doubt as he began to reassess Meng Xian. However, Lin Yi quickly realized he had miscalculated. As Meng Xian spoke, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators from Star River Small World raised their weapons in anger. Their eyes filled with menace, directed at Lin Yi. Lin Yi turned his gaze back to Meng Xian. Meng Xian's eyes darted, flitting among the soldiers of Star River Small World. While he appeared to be calming them, he unconsciously backed away further. Lin Yi immediately understood Meng Xian's intention. He was leveraging the sympathy and support of these cultivators. If Lin Yi were to strike, these individuals would undoubtedly rush to their leader's aid, allowing Meng Xian the perfect opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. What a clever maneuver, truly worthy of being the Realm Master Meng. Yet, Lin Yi's tone shifted. He slowly raised his right hand, and the heavens roared. Chapter 49. The Stellar Law, annihilation of this star domain in an instant above the Star River Small World fleet. Countless sword lights cascaded down like a rain of blades, enveloping the entire region. The sword flashes, imbued with formidable power and a fierce momentum, instilled fear in the hearts of all. The space around Meng Xian, previously surrounded by numerous cultivators, became eerily vacant in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of practitioners were torn to shreds by the sword lights, blood splattering through the air, creating a scene of utter carnage. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Meng Xian dropped his facade and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, Lin Yi, you merely rely on those behind you. Without their support, you wouldn't even have the right to converse with me. If you possess the capability, let us duel one-on-one. If I lose, you may do as you wish with me. If you lose, allow me to depart. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. There is no need to flaunt such a lowly tactic as goading. However, you speak some truth. I indeed have a strong desire to personally slay you." With that, he gripped the Yuan-Tian sword and ascended into the sky. His figure darted like a bolt of lightning, instantaneously slicing through the void, and aimed a sword strike downwards at Meng Xian. "Master of the realm, shall we not intervene? If Lin Yi perishes, my Star River small world cannot bear the consequences." Xing, with a tense expression, approached Zhu, worry etched across his face. As the biological son of Zhi, the master of the Star River small world, he understood Lin Yi's significance. Should anything happen to Lin Yi, the Star River small world could face tremendous turmoil. Zihu coldly scrutinized the fierce battle between Lin Yi and Meng Xian, responding with irritation. "It would be better if he dies. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter such a fool. I would rather he be slain by Meng Xian." Zihu's animosity towards Lin Yi was apparent. As he spoke, he met Ziyuan's disdainful gaze and felt a twinge of uncertainty. Fine. If he is on the brink of death, I shall intervene to save him. Let him revel in his arrogance. A mere boundary realm cultivator should face some hardship." Though Zihu's words were harsh, he understood the necessity of keeping Lin Yi safe. In the heavens, the figures of Lin Yi and Meng Xian intertwined in the void, each clash erupting in powerful tremors. With a resounding crash, their fists and swords collided, unleashing terrifying forces as the winds surged. The reverberating shock wave sent Lin Yi hurtling backward, while the Yuan-Tian sword pierced the void, tearing through countless fragments of space, dragging Lin Yi along for several hundred meters before coming to a halt. Meng Xian's face, cold as ice, was rife with malice. "Lin Yi, you are far too arrogant. Today you shall learn that the title of Master of the Realm signifies not merely status, but a level of power." As Meng Xian finished speaking, a fist imprint seemingly materialized from thin air before Lin Yi. This imprint radiated an overwhelming killing intent, enveloping Lin Yi in an instant. Meng Xian gazed from a distance. Clenching his palm, "Annihilate." The fist imprint detonated violently, filling the entire space with an immense surge of realm essence. In an instant, the explosion's radius was shrouded in a blinding light, obscuring Lin Yi's fate from view. With a sharp sound, beneath the canopy of light, a sword beam ascended into the heavens, effortlessly tearing through the chaos. Lin Yi, bloodied and wielding the Yuan-Tian sword, emerged from the fray. The space fractured, revealing numerous fissures. As vast voids became apparent, the fist imprint of Meng Xian approached Lin Yi, who ominously declared, "What shall you do now, Lin Yi?" A cruel smile graced his lips, as if he envisioned Lin Yi being obliterated by a single blow. A terrifying fist, brimming with boundless hatred, descended. In a fleeting moment, Meng Xian staggered, his gaze following Lin Yi, who had vanished from sight. Void laws. Meng Xian's expression shifted drastically as he summoned every ounce of realm essence to shield his form. His consciousness expanded, probing every corner of the void with heightened vigilance. Boom! A torrent of sword light surged down, accompanied by an overwhelming blood aura. In the blink of an eye, a colossal barrier of realm essence materialized before Meng Xian. The relentless sword lights struck, forcing him to retreat. Yet he had not regained his footing. Swish! The ancient saint patterns pierced through the air, abruptly manifesting behind Meng Xian, splattering blood. The force of the annihilating power carved a deep fissure into his back. Gasp! Meng Xian inhaled sharply, yet before he could react, 4 ancient saint patterns emerged from beneath his feet. The expansive barrier of realm essence disintegrated like tattered cloth, aiming straight for Meng Xian's tendons. Swish! Swish! The sound of tearing resonated, and Meng Xian faltered, kneeling to the ground. 1,000 meters ahead, Lin Yi slowly materialized. Stand down. Meng Xian glared at the space ahead, his expression ashen, gritting his teeth. "You have forced my hand." A surge of radiant energy erupted from his palm, unleashing a terrifying wave of force. A massive fist imprint tore through the heavens, enveloped in the vast power of the stars, sealing the space before Lin Yi momentarily. Meng Xian roared. Lin Yi unleashed the Emperor's celestial aspect, marking his first use of it since breaking through the boundary. empowered by the overwhelming realm essence. The Emperor's celestial aspect resembled a deity, standing proudly between heaven and earth. A golden path of Confucian principles spiraled upwards beneath him, bathing the surroundings in a radiant glow. With an outstretched palm aimed skyward, the imposing aura seemed poised to challenge the heavens themselves. Boom! The fist imprint clashed with the golden palm, and blinding rays of light erupted. The sheer force of the collision caused the entire space to tremble. The impact tore the void apart at a visible rate, opening up the space as boundless void energy surged forth. The million-strong army of the Star River, small world, staggered backward from the sudden shockwave. Zihu's eyes widened in astonishment. He had known Lin Yi was formidable, but never anticipated that he could withstand Meng Xian's might. Gradually raising his hand, he enveloped the Z Guard in overwhelming realm essence, while simultaneously shielding the Lord of the Foreign Domain and Lin Bufan. The leaders of the myriad realms hastily protected themselves as well. Staggering, the towering Emperor's celestial aspect was knocked back several steps. Though Meng Xian was shielded by realm essence, he too was forced to retreat. As he skidded back, the ancient saint patterns silently reappeared before him. Swish! Swish! Blood mist erupted once more in the void. Meng Xian knelt on one knee, his body marred by deep gashes. Gasping for breath, his complexion pale as a corpse, barely able to summon realm essence. His appearance was utterly pitiful, as if he might collapse at any moment. Though Lin Yi had also sustained severe injuries, the chaotic and immortal bones within him continuously mended his wounds, leaving him relatively unscathed for the time being. Standing proudly in the void, he looked down upon Meng Xian. You are at your wit's end. You have lost. Ha ha ha, I have lost. Meng Xian's head hung low as he cackled madly, his laughter filled with insanity and despair, having completely lost his reason. You celebrate too soon. As I said, you will never comprehend what it means to be a master of the realm. Today, I shall ensure you fully grasp it. With that, Meng Xian ascended into the sky, blood gushing from beneath him, creating a long, crimson path reaching towards the heavens. A beam of blood light tore through the void, standing atop the celestial expanse. His arms outstretched as the stars erupted in a cacophony. His body became a vortex, incessantly absorbing the power of the stars. Raising his hand, he tore open the ancestral land of the Star River Small World, allowing an overwhelming surge of star power to flood in. As the star power continued to converge, Meng Xian's aura escalated exponentially, until finally he slammed his palms together. Thousands of stars circled around him, creating a scene of breathtaking grandeur that inspired awe and trepidation. Meng Xian, you have lost your mind, Zihu exclaimed furiously, clearly taken aback by Meng Xian's reckless actions. Have I lost my mind? Ha ha ha. I have long since been driven mad, forced into insanity by all of you. I would give you anything you desire, yet you insist on taking my life, on seizing the glory I have amassed over countless years as the ruler of a realm. I beg for mercy. Why did you not spare me in my hour of despair? Now, do you feel fear? It is too late. Run, wail, struggle. Hurry. Let me witness the despair in your eyes. Meng Xian's words were imbued with madness and hatred, his gaze radiating an aura of annihilation. Lin Yi, you must flee. Meng Xian has lost his sanity. He bears the celestial law and is forcibly summoning the stars to obliterate this celestial domain. Once the domain descends, no one will be able to halt its descent. Zihao urgently called out to Lin Yi, and then, with a surge of immense energy, he staunchly protected the purple-clad guard. Chapter 50, drawing the bow and releasing the arrow, piercing the galaxy. Lin Yi, though formidable, what can you truly achieve in your current state? You are utterly powerless against me. Meanwhile, I stand proudly in the heavens, relishing the fear etched upon your face. Meng Xian, perched high above the firmament, gazed at Lin Yi with a mocking glint in his eyes. Do you genuinely believe you can thwart me? Lin Yi responded coldly, his waist arching slightly as the principles of Confucianism and Tao converged upon the Emperor's celestial image. In that instant, a golden radiance illuminated the sky, akin to a blazing sun rising. A golden longbow materialized as countless imperial weapons floated before the Emperor's celestial image. The imperial weapons aligned with the golden bow and arrow. The celestial image's golden light trembled as Lin Yi drew the bow back. At the peak of tension, a peculiar smile crept upon his lips, and he released the bowstring. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The imperial weapons, infused with the laws of the void, erupted forth like a torrent of light, their power terrifyingly immense. As they passed, the void shattered, leaving behind dark, gaping fissures. The energies of heaven and earth were drawn towards the imperial weapons, accompanied by a thunderous roar that reverberated through the cosmos. Boom, boom, boom. Meng Xian stared in disbelief as stars behind him were obliterated by arrows, his eyes wide with incredulity. Realizing he could no longer afford to wait, he slowly raised his right hand, commanding hundreds of stars to surge forth from the galaxy. A fierce glint flashed in Meng Xian's eyes. With a fierce swipe of his hand, hundreds of stars blotted out the sky, descending with a destructive aura. Bang, bang, bang. Several profoundly resonant sounds echoed. Meng Xian abruptly turned, witnessing hundreds of stars instantly drained of vitality, dimming as though all their power had been siphoned away. As he stood in stunned silence, a series of explosive sounds erupted, a thunderous roar engulfing the entire realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air shimmered with ripples, and a splash of crimson blood stained Meng Xian's cheek. This accursed entity again. A flash of rage ignited in Meng Xian's eyes as he lifted his shoulder, unleashing the pent-up fury within him. If that is the case, then let them all descend. With that declaration, countless stars began to move. However, it appeared that the immense pressure of commanding such a multitude was too much for Meng Xian, who faltered and knelt in the void with a thud. His body trembled violently as he coughed up copious amounts of blood. I cannot be defeated. Meng Xian bit his tongue, rising once more. Straining against the odds, the laws of the stars surged forth, enveloping the entire space. At this moment, Lin Yi was not idle. Hundreds and thousands of imperial weapons were launched without restraint. The imperial weapons, imbued with formidable power, tore through the void towards the myriad stars. The spectacle resembled a meteor shower, dazzling to behold. Observing the scene, Zihao felt a pang of heartache. Damn it, this fool is truly wasteful. If all these were given to my purple clothing guard, I bet no one would dare to initiate the battle in the ancient beast battlefield of the small world. Zihao turned away, unable to watch Lin Yi any longer, fearing he might be compelled to assist Meng Xian. Lin Yi, in the throes of excitement, continued to unleash his barrage of imperial weapons. Twang! A crisp sound resonated as Lin Yi looked down in astonishment, a sense of helplessness washing over him. What? They're gone? A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He had not anticipated depleting the imperial weapons so rapidly. Raising his gaze again, he saw Meng Xian nearing exhaustion, yet the stars above had completed their gathering. With no time for superfluous words, the stars cascaded from the heavens like a torrential meteor shower. Good grief! If these strike my body, I'll be shattered into pieces. Lin Yi, witnessing the deluge of falling stars, could no longer maintain his composure. He understood that being struck by these stars would mean certain doom. Suddenly, the ruler of the other realm soared beside Lin Yi, her face betraying no fear, only a hint of serene acceptance. It's all right. At worst, we shall die together. Lin Yi, utterly perplexed by the ruler's implication, retorted with irritation. Are you out of your mind? I have no desire to die. Damn it. I'll get my all. This is my last move. With a mischievous grin, Lin Yi bent down, drawing back his bow. The ruler of the other realm was seized by Lin Yi's celestial image and placed upon the golden longbow. Clearly caught off guard, she was momentarily bewildered, unaware of Lin Yi's intentions. As she realized Lin Yi was intent on using her as an arrow, her expression shifted to one of furious indignation. Lin Yi, you absolute moron. You're destined to be single forever. Damn it. At that moment, the ruler finally comprehended Lin Yi's intention to utilize her as an arrow. Lin Yi, seemingly unfazed by her colorful language, urged her anxiously, stop dawdling. Quickly manifest your true form. A wisp of hellfire transformed into an arrow, and with the power of countless stars, I can easily extinguish them. The ruler remained silent, her desire for mutual destruction palpable. As the stars drew ever closer, Lin Yi could no longer consider anything else. This is it. I'll gift you something remarkable. Something I painstakingly sought in the void. Really? The ruler's expression softened, her heart wavering. Lin Yi nodded earnestly, sincerity radiating from him. The ruler's body emanated a faint black glow, with dark hellfire swirling around her, flickering restlessly. In the blink of an eye, the area before Lin Yi transformed into a pitch-black expanse, igniting into an inferno of boundless hellfire, exuding an unparalleled chill. Wow, incredible! Lin Yi raised his hand, giving a thumbs up to the vast sea of flames. Zihao, poised to intervene and save Lin Yi, knowing he would be injured but preferring that over Lin Yi's demise, hesitated as he beheld the endless sea of hellfire. This girl has transformed the void into flames. My God, what have I witnessed? Heavenly fire is already rare, let alone one that has taken form. Gazing at the boundless hellfire, a hint of greed flickered in Zihao's eyes. If I could reclaim such otherworldly fire, then I. Zi Yuan discerned the desire in Zihao's gaze and stepped forward. Father, the ruler of the other realm, shares a profound connection with Lin Yi. We must not act carelessly. This statement jolted Zihao's reason back to life, shaking his head. Humph, do you think I covet such things? Should you dare utter such words again, I shall show no mercy. Zi Yuan scoffed, choosing not to argue further, and redirected her attention to the scene below. In the realm of flames, countless hellfire arrows surged forth. Lin Yi wasted no words. The boundary of the primordial energy surged, enveloping the entire sea of flames. With a mighty effort, he launched thousands of hellfire arrows skyward to meet the descending stars. Chapter 51. The stars of the heavens turned to dust. Endless arrows of infernal fire surged forth like vengeful bolts shot from the depths of a dark abyss. Soaring into the heavens, a torrent of darkness surged upward with an unstoppable momentum, as if to rend the very skies asunder. The pitch-black flames of the abyss, each flickering like the malevolent flames of demons, exuded an air of terror. The void twisted and warped under the chilling embrace of the hellfire, while the air itself seemed to be cleaved by this formidable force, resonating with tremors akin to the wails of countless frightened souls. As the arrows of hellfire ascended, they drew closer to the distant stars, whose once resplendent brilliance dimmed under the weight of the overwhelming black torrent. Boom! 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 At the moment of collision between the arrows of hellfire and the stars, the entire world appeared to fall into a peculiar state of suspension. Time seemed to halt, and space itself felt as though it had frozen. The immense force distorted the fabric of space, unleashing a blinding radiance akin to the explosion of a sun. Too intense to behold, the reverberating energy illuminated the surrounding void, while a thunderous roar echoed throughout, reminiscent of a divine being's wrath, filled with majesty and fury. The sound was so powerful it assaulted the senses, sending tremors through the very core of existence. Wherever it swept, the void shattered, and all things were annihilated. Bang! As the first star shattered, the entire space trembled. Soon after, more stars began to fracture, splintering into countless shards that scattered across the cosmos. These fragments drifted like a magnificent meteor shower, yet were imbued with an essence of destruction. Before the starry debris could linger, it was engulfed by the dark torrent, instantly reduced to dust, vanishing into the vast expanse of the universe. The once brilliant stars transformed into a multitude of minute particles scattered by the wind. The collision of the arrows of hellfire with the stars persisted, each impact releasing formidable energy. Throughout this turmoil, some arrows were destroyed by the stars' might, yet many more continued to assault them. As time progressed, the radiance of the stars gradually waned. Under the relentless onslaught of the arrows, fissures began to appear, widening until they ultimately disintegrated. A faint sound, a whisper, emerged from the point of collision where the annihilation laws surged forth. Though subtle, it signaled an impending doom. The laws of annihilation spread like a raging beast from the epicenter of the clash, extending infinitely, swiftly enveloping the entire firmament. The faint remnants of the once resplendent starry river, now eroded by these laws, resembled lifeless objects stripped of vitality, losing all luster and succumbing to a void of despair. The entire microcosm of the starry river hung beneath a shroud of darkness, steeped in desolation and silence. Lin Yi acted swiftly and decisively. Drawing his bow and knocking his sword, his motions flowed seamlessly, devoid of hesitation. The Yuan sword erupted forth, piercing through Meng Xian's astonished gaze. Meng Xian's eyes widened, filled with terror and disbelief. He could scarcely comprehend that he would ultimately fall to Lin Yi. Weighed down by an overwhelming lethargy, he felt his body growing weaker. With a splatter, blood mist erupted. As Meng Xian's eyes bulged in shock, he collapsed to the ground. The laws of annihilation surged around him like an unstoppable torrent, swiftly eroding all life. His body decayed rapidly under the influence of these laws, transforming into a mere skeleton, kneeling beneath the heavens, his skull drooping. In that moment, the fiery abyss dissipated, the endless inferno retracting into the void, reconstituting. The master of the foreign realm closed her eyes, evidently at the end of her strength. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, her breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible, her body trembling as if she might dissolve into the void at any moment. Lin Yi steadied his mind and, drawing upon the last vestiges of his power, lifted the master of the foreign realm in his arms, descending gently. He then cast an angry glare at the distant, stunned Hai Huaqing. Hai Huaqing, where the hell are your cannons? Bring them out and obliterate those wretched creatures. Hai Suan Pot Hai Huaqing. Elder, it's our turn. Hai Huaqing, still dazed from the battle's shock and fear, nodded slowly. His gaze turned towards the fleet of the Zixiao microcosm, where tens of thousands of ships awaited, poised like living beings ready to take flight into the void. Roaring with anticipation, Hai Huaqing waved his hand, signaling that the Hai Clan's fleet was fully charged. Every warship brimmed with energy, their cannon mouths glowing with fierce light. Fire! A furious shout. Energy orbs, akin to a meteor shower, tore through the sky, hurtling towards the fleet of the Starry River microcosm. Without Meng Xian, the observing forces of the Starry River microcosm were left with only the strongest, emperors. Faced with this apocalyptic energy, they dared not resist. Flee! Run quickly! Whoever lags behind becomes the frontline meat shield. The cultivators of the Starry River microcosm cried in terror, desperately attempting to escape. Yet their speed paled in comparison to the energy beams. Boom! 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 Countless energy beams detonated directly within the ranks of the Starry River army, shattering vast expanses of space. The cataclysmic force unleashed chaos, with violent aftershocks radiating outward, obliterating tens of thousands of cultivators in their wake. The scene was horrifically gruesome, with flesh and blood scattered, the air filled with anguished cries. The first wave of bombardment left a vast area devoid of life. Countless cultivators silenced before they could even scream, reduced to mere remnants. Their bodies were instantaneously torn apart by the overwhelming energy, vanishing into nothingness, leaving behind only a bloody chaos. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the terrifying explosions began to subside, the Zixiao fleet surged once more. This time, the bombardment was indiscriminate. Within the Starry River army, hundreds of thousands of cultivators were wiped out in an instant, reduced to blood mist. The blood mist permeated the air, carrying a nauseating scent. Thanks to the miraculous restorative effects of the Chaos Immortal Bone, Lin Yi gradually regained his ability to move. Rising slowly, Lin Yi surveyed the destruction wrought upon millions of cultivators of the Starry River army, his expression devoid of compassion. His gaze, icy and penetrating, swept across the remaining individuals present. Finally, it settled on a nearby spot, his fingers lightly tapping the blade of the Yuan sword. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from him. The Starry River microcosm is nearly annihilated. What about you? Do you wish to face me one by one? Or shall we engage together? Chapter 52. The Battlefield of Ancient Beasts in the Primeval Wilderness, the sacred Tao rankings of the world. 9 realms, what on earth is this fool trying to accomplish? If it weren't for the backing from above, I would be flayed alive for recklessly initiating a realm war and annihilating a small world. Do you think this world is merely about fighting and killing? If he dares to slaughter the alliance of the 100 realms again, I will be doomed. Zihua pressed his hand to his chest, his face contorted with rage, his breath coming in sharp gasps. At this moment, Xin, wearing a worried expression, spoke softly. Father, the organization overseeing countless small worlds on behalf of the great world, the Heavenly Pavilion, will surely dispatch personnel to investigate. The destruction of the Star River small world can be somewhat glossed over due to the protection from our superiors. But if Lin Yi continues his rampage, we too will share the blame. Zihua, seething with anger, snapped. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think I'm unaware? Hurry and think a way to stop that fool, or I will eliminate him first, then you, and then take my own life. Damn it. Always showing off in front of me. Those Yuan mumbled in protest. He dutifully approached Lin Yi. Before Lin Yi, Wan Sanqian wore a fawning expression. Lord Lin Yi, we have never raised a hand against you. The members of the 100 Realms Alliance followed suit, encircling Lin Yi tightly. Make way, make way. Ziyuan impatiently pushed through the crowd with considerable force, and those who were shoved aside dared not complain. He approached Lin Yi and respectfully bowed. Lord Lin Yi, the 100 Realms Alliance's offenses are not deserving of death. Moreover, the Alliance leader has just decided to join my Purple Cloud small world, to vie for supremacy in the battlefield of ancient beasts together. I implore you to consider my father's reputation and forgive this matter. Upon hearing Ziyuan's words, Lin Yi remained unresponsive, but Wan Sanqian suddenly turned around in disbelief, trembling as he pointed at himself. Huh? Me? Wan Sanqian? The Alliance leader? With the strength of a realm master? I am joining the Purple Cloud small world? Wan Sanqian looked bewildered at Ziyuan. The members of the 100 Realms Alliance exchanged glances, equally confused about how to respond. Ziyuan waved his hand dismissively. Oh, I must have misheard. I take my leave. Purple Cloud Guard, prepare the artillery. Awaiting Lord Lin Yi's command, his tone shifted to one of absolute firmness. The tactic of feigning retreat was executed with remarkable finesse. Wait. Wan Sanqian hurriedly called out to Ziyuan. Ziyuan glanced at him with a playful expression. What is it, Alliance leader? Is there something else? Wan Sanqian gritted his teeth, forcing each word out. I did not mishear. I truly wish to join the Purple Cloud small world. Ziyuan smiled faintly, feeling secretly pleased. He turned to Lin Yi, seemingly waiting for his reaction. Lin Yi, observing this scene, had already discerned Ziyuan's intentions. He nodded slightly, choosing not to say more. Ziyuan's expression brightened, making a gesture of invitation. Lord Lin Yi, please enter my Purple Cloud small world. My father Zihua has important matters to discuss. He then glanced at the rulers of other realms and Lin Bufan. These two shall also accompany me to the Purple Cloud small world, where they can recover more swiftly. As for the beings of this realm, they will receive the protection of my Purple Cloud small world in due course. Lin Yi naturally did not refuse. He was no fool. All of this was intricately linked to the ancient crystal card in his possession. At this moment, he was certain that a figure of tremendous power was behind this card. The Purple Cloud army arrived with remarkable speed, and soon they reached the Purple Cloud small world. Mist swirled around, ethereal mountains and pavilions appeared to float, with spiritual energy so dense it seemed tangible. The Purple Cloud hall stood tall and imposing, exuding an air of solemnity. Lin Yi sat within, while Zihua, seated beside him, looked displeased and addressed Lin Yi. Enough with the pleasantries. You will lead the team to the battlefield of ancient beasts. Lin Yi frowned slightly, feeling some dissatisfaction, but recognizing that their current safety was largely due to Zihua. He refrained from pushing too hard, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. At least tell me what this place is about. I cannot act like a complete novice. Zihua shot Lin Yi a glance, slowly explaining. The myriad small worlds compete once every millennium in a knockout format. To this day, 10,000 years have passed. Only 9 small worlds remain eligible to participate in the battlefield of ancient beasts. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment before inquiring further. What are the benefits? Zihua clenched his teeth, appearing pained. The sacred Tao rankings of the world. 9 realms. Han, Fang, Ning, Shong, Lon, Von, Yi, Yun, Lei. These 9 realms are ranked according to the number of kills. Not only can one enjoy the source power, descending from the great world to break through to the realm master level, but one can also carve out territories among the myriad small worlds. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before speaking again. Since there are 9 realms and 9 seats available, it indicates that each realm will have at least one position. If I am correct, that position was originally meant for Ziyuan, right? You are willing to give it to me because of the person behind you with the ancient crystal card? Zihua waved his hand. That's merely your conjecture. I have said nothing, nor should you inquire further. His attitude seemed evasive, as if he did not wish to dwell on this topic. Lin Yi nodded, though still puzzled. He understood that Zihua's demeanor signified there were matters he did not wish to disclose at this time. Thus, he shifted the subject. What must I do upon entering? Kill. Zihua's reply was curt and cold. Kill. Lin Yi echoed, surprised by the directness of the answer. Indeed, the battlefield of ancient beasts is, in essence, an ancient battleground filled with ferocious beasts. Most crucially, upon entering the battlefield, everyone becomes both prey and hunter. It is completely isolated from the outside world, devoid of rules or decrees. Only slaughter and bloodshed exist, and one can only exit once the battle concludes. Lin Yi's heart sank at this revelation. He posed one last question. What is the ultimate objective behind sending me into the battlefield of ancient beasts with such fanfare? Zihua furrowed his brow. I do not know. You may make guesses, as it does not count as revealing anything. Otherwise, if I refuse, you might find it difficult to explain. Zihua sighed deeply. I truly do not know, but if I were to speculate, it might be related to the Great World. The Great World has stabilized. Yet there are those who are dissatisfied with the status quo. The myriad small worlds each have their own lords, and now they require an opportunity. If someone were to forcibly initiate a realm war, uniting the myriad small worlds under one banner, perhaps it would lead to a shift in the dynamics of the 3,000 great worlds. Does the person behind you trust me so implicitly? Are they not afraid of my refusal? Lin Yi pressed further. Zihua no longer concealed his thoughts. You will not refuse. The sacred Tao rankings of the world is the only qualification for entering the great world. In other words, if you cannot even enter the sacred Tao rankings of the small world, you are unworthy of entering the great world. Would you willingly forfeit this opportunity? His words struck at Lin Yi's core. Lin Yi shook his head. He had to admit that this opportunity was far too alluring for him to dismiss. When do we depart? In a few days. You may rest for now. At that time, Ziyuan will accompany you. Of course, if you have someone to bring, you may do so. If you return alive from the battlefield of ancient beasts, my purple cloud small world shall stand with you and declare war on the myriad small worlds. Chapter 53. The first battle of the ancient beasts battlefield. Days swiftly passed, and Lin Yi's injuries had completely healed. The lord of the foreign realms, Lin Bufan, had also awakened. Outside the Zhixiao realm, members of the Sea tribe, the alliance of hundreds of realms, and the Zhixiao small world, totaling over 1,000 emperors, have been waiting for an extended period. Clad in a purple robe, Ziyuan stood proudly, his tall figure particularly conspicuous among the crowd. Upon the arrival of Zihui, all knelt in unison, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the realm lord." Their voices boomed, resonating through the heavens, demonstrating their respect and reverence for Zihui. He waved his hand, signaling them to rise, and then announced loudly, "For this competition in the ancient beast battlefield, Lin Yi shall be the unified leader." As his words fell, cheers erupted. We pay our respects to the unified leader. Everyone present had witnessed Lin Yi's prowess firsthand when he had slain Meng Xian, the lord of the Star River small world, and thus held no doubts about his strength. "Let's depart," Zihui commanded, and the fleet soared through the skies. At the ancient beast altar, 9 seats awaited one. Zihui's demeanor was indeed imposing. Among the 8 realms present, none were weaker than the Zhixiao small world. "We have all arrived early, yet he remains unperturbed," complained one lord, his eyes betraying dissatisfaction and disdain. "Heh, Whether we come or not matters little. Regardless, the Zixiao small world ranks at the bottom of the sacred path. Another realm lord jested, Nanshan, I have heard that your Hanan small world has produced an outstanding genius. Do you intend to contest the top position on the 9 quarters list with my Taishan realm? Those capable shall occupy their rightful places, replied Nanshan, the lord of Hanan's small world, with a nonchalant tone that concealed his disdain. The other realm lords observed the verbal sparring with pensive expressions, each lost in their own thoughts. At that moment, a ripple swept through the void as Zixiao emerged, his expression calm, and he bypassed pleasantries, taking his seat directly. Zixiao truly carries an air of authority. Does he believe that vanquishing a Star River small world grants him the right to flaunt before us? Remarked Xianming, the lord of Taishan realm, in a sarcastic tone, his face clearly showing displeasure at Zixiao's demeanor. Zihui, however, seemed oblivious, eyes shut in contemplation. His indifference only served to further infuriate Xianming. Xianming was about to lash out when an elder slowly descended from skies above. The 9 realm lords hurriedly rose and bowed respectfully. We greet Elder Liu of Tiankei. The elder smiled gently. No need for formalities. I have come solely to open the ancient beast battlefield. Since all are present, let's not delay. As he spoke, a jade slip flew from his palm, and with a series of hand seals, the essence of the realm surged forth from within him. Suddenly, winds roared, clouds gathered ominously, and the entire sky darkened. The ancient altar trembled with a resounding boom. Soon, a massive spatial passage was torn open at the altar's center, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast, radiating blinding light imbued with a terrifying aura. Quickly enter the ancient beast's battlefield, Elder Liu urged anxiously. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Thousands of cultivators surged forth behind the 9 realm lords, their figures appearing ethereal in the light. As they vanished, Elder Liu's voice echoed once more. This transmission will lead to random battlefields. May fortune favor you all. Suddenly, Lin Yi's expression changed. He sensed an unusual fluctuation. Reaching out, he grasped a jade talisman. And just as he was puzzled, Ziyuan's voice resonated in his mind. The ancient beast's battlefield is vast. Keep that talisman safe. Our Zixiao cultivators will sense your location and converge swiftly. Remember, do not act impulsively. All our stakes rest upon you. Before Lin Yi could respond, he felt a dizzying spin, as if the world had inverted. When his vision cleared, he beheld an endless expanse of mountains, their layers rising and falling, shrouded in mist, creating an ethereal ambience. It was hard to believe this was once a battlefield. It felt like a secluded small world, with an abundance of spiritual energy. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, feeling his pores open in response. He marveled internally that even if he failed to enter the sacred path list, merely cultivating here would yield substantial benefits. As he contemplated, several figures descended from the void. Upon their appearance, they were visibly startled upon spotting Lin Yi. One among them raised a faint beam of light skyward, seemingly signaling to his companions. The others fixed their gazes on Lin Yi, their eyes filled with wariness and hostility, creating a tense atmosphere. Moments later, the ground trembled, and the space quaked as if on the verge of being torn apart. A vast and overwhelming aura suddenly descended from all directions, accompanied by a palpable murderous intent. The Zixiao small world is truly foolish. We await someone. What do you wait for? Today, the first sword of my Jianshan small world shall strike at the Zixiao small world. With your blood, I shall raise my banner. An individual from Jianshan's small world declared arrogantly. With merely a handful of worthless emperors, do you think you can take my life? Your Jianshan small world stands by the sword. Today, I shall slay you with it. Watch closely, perhaps in the afterlife, we could discuss my technique. As he spoke, the sword Yuan gradually manifested in his hand, its blade shimmering with a chilling light, eager for blood. Before he could finish his words, the sword was unleashed. Lin Yi stepped forward, wielding Yuan. In an instant, countless sword rays surged skyward, akin to a resplendent galaxy cleaving through the heavens, imbued with an insatiable killing intent. With the first strike, several individuals were pierced through the chest by the sword light, their blood splattering as they fell, wide-eyed in disbelief. Following this, more sword rays scattered, slicing through the air with a hissing sound. As the sword light swept across, it cleaved several foes in half, their bodies tumbling to the ground, staining the earth crimson. Countless sword rays intertwined, forming a web of death. The members of Jianshan's small world struggled within this net, yet escape was futile. Cries of agony echoed through the mountains. Lin Yi wielded Yuantian tirelessly, directing the endless sword light as if he were a deity of life and death, his gaze devoid of mercy. As a cultivator of the breaking realm, Lin Yi swiftly dispatched dozens of emperors from Jianshan's small world. Just as he prepared to depart, a faint sound of a sword resonated in the void. Yuantian instinctively positioned itself before Lin Yi. Clang! The golden sword tip struck the blade of Yuantian. In that moment of impact, Lin Yi was pushed back several meters. You who would slay my Jianshan small world, you truly possess audacity. Today, your life shall be forfeit. Chapter 54. My sword is a sword of death. As the long sword swung and missed, Lin Yi's gaze fell upon a figure rapidly approaching from the distance. Gradually, a woman emerged, her beauty ethereal. Yet she exuded an aura of chilling coldness that rendered her seemingly untouchable, as if she were a solitary entity in this world, impervious to intrusion. Upon her arrival, she directly confronted Lin Yi. Are you the one who killed the cultivator for my sword dust small world? Her voice rang clear and frosty, imbued with an undeniable authority. Lin Yi glanced around before casting a bemused look at her, responding without restraint. His tone laced with mockery. With those two eggs dangling beneath your brows, you can blink but cannot see. Is there anyone else here besides me? A flicker of anger surfaced on the woman's exquisite features. She had always been the pride of the sword dust small world, revered and respected, and had never encountered such blatant and disrespectful ridicule. The long sword in her hand quivered slightly, as if sensing its mistress's indignation. Those with sharp tongues shall meet their end today, she declared, her voice fierce. Lin Yi, however, remained unfazed, casually rolling his neck and replying, It matters not. You need to share your name. Just inform the king of hell when you descend, and ensure your name is inscribed in the ledger of life and death, so that you may be reborn swiftly. With that, a torrent of sword energy surged from within him, enveloping his form in a swirling tempest. At that moment, Lin Yi appeared to be immersed in an ocean of sword energy, emanating an aura that instilled dread. The resonating sound of his sword seemed like a roar from the underworld, reverberating through the surroundings. Simultaneously, the long sword in the woman's grasp emitted a powerful clangor, trembling uncontrollably despite her utmost efforts to maintain control. You, she gasped, astonished, scarcely believing her eyes. Lin Yi had subdued her renowned sword merely with the vibrations of his sword energy. It was one of the 9 legendary swords of the sword dust small world. Yet now, under the pressure of Lin Yi's sword energy, her prized blade trembled as if it had met its nemesis. Taking a deep breath, she clasped her hands together, mustering all her strength to force her sword back into submission. Then, lifting her gaze, she fixed her eyes on Lin Yi, filled with confusion and wariness. Who are you? In response, a flash of sword light, swift as lightning, shot forth. Lin Yi, wielding the abyss sky sword, surged forward, ensnared in an endless tide of sword energy, arriving at her throat in the blink of an eye. Startled, she raised her long sword in defense. Clang! The sharp sound of metal colliding echoed, sparks flying. The force of the impact sent her staggering back several meters. Before she could regain her balance, a more terrifying sword light surged toward her, illuminating the surroundings with an overwhelming intent to kill, akin to a sea of blood threatening to engulf her entirely. Spirit Link breaks the world. A cold voice pierced through the chaos. Points of sword light flickered amidst the crimson wave, initially resembling faint stars in the night sky, connecting and resonating with one another. They clashed violently against the barrier of blood-red sword light. A cacophony of intense sounds erupted across the battlefield, sharp and jarring. Gradually, the sword light grew increasingly radiant, culminating in a blade-like force that spanned the chasm between the two, cutting through the blood-seized barrier. As the barrier ruptured, Sword Li burst forth from within, her figure slightly disheveled, her breath uneven, clearly drained from the exertion. Yet, waiting for her was another sword strike. With a soft hiss, blood erupted from her shoulder, spilling forth like a fountain. The overwhelming sword force sent her body tumbling through the air before she barely managed to right herself. Clutching her sword with one hand and supporting her wounded shoulder with the other, cold sweat trickled down her brow. Her eyes, filled with agony and disbelief, reflected her growing fear of this formidable opponent. Slowly, she raised her gaze toward Lin Yi, her voice trembling. "Your sword is steeped in blood and murderous intent. You are unworthy to wield a blade. The way of a sword should not be so brutal. What sword technique have you mastered?" Lin Yi ascended into the air, his expression impassive as he regarded Sword Li. To him, she seemed like an arrogant paragon, accustomed to dictating to others and playing the role of a teacher. Such individuals warranted no further discourse. With a swift motion, he wielded his sword once more, unleashing a torrent of sword light that sliced through the sky, crafting a path of blades above. Sword Li's eyes widened in horror, filled with dread and despair as she comprehended the chasm between them. Her mind echoed a singular thought: escape. With a leap, she propelled herself skyward. However, Lin Yi's assault followed her like a shadow. "Left shoulder," a detached voice whispered ominously in her ear. Before she could react, a column of blood erupted from her left shoulder, accompanied by a pained wail. "Right shoulder." Blood gushed forth again, her body convulsing violently mid-air. "Left leg, right leg, chest, back." With each utterance, a piece of flesh was severed from her form, rendering her body akin to a shattered rag doll, blood splattering in every direction. Sword Li's anguished cries reverberated through the heavens. Her long sword flailed wildly, releasing torrents of sword light imbued with her profound hatred, surging toward Lin Yi as if in a desperate struggle. Lin Yi's expression turned cold as he charged into the multitude of sword lights. Sword Li's strongest strike met him, yet it merely produced a series of dull clangs, akin to raindrops striking stone, failing to create even a ripple. Despair enveloped Sword Li completely. Gazing at the proximity of Lin Yi, she found herself devoid of any means to retaliate. With a dull thud, Lin Yi's abyss sky sword pierced through her heart. A wave of deathly chill flooded her senses, her eyes gradually losing their luster, vitality extinguishing in that instant. In the final moments of her waning life, a chilling voice echoed, "You, with such frail strength, dare to presume the role of a teacher? Were you not curious about my sword technique? My sword requires no one's instruction. My sword is a sword of death." Chapter 55. The Convergence of the Five Realms. The frantic clash of the realm clans after the massacre of dozens in the small world of sword dust. Invisible ripples slowly descended from the sky above the ancient battlefield of the primal beasts. Clear numerical inscriptions vividly manifested in Lin Yi's palm, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. It appears that the rankings in the sacred Tao list's 9 realms are closely tied to this. However, one odd place it is. Before he could ponder further, a thunderous roar echoed across the heavens. The ground trembled violently, the sound rumbling like thunder. Lin Yi raised his gaze towards the distance, where astonishing auras surged skyward, seemingly intent on tearing the heavens apart. At that moment, streaks of light darted across the sky. Rushing towards the horizon with evident urgency, their steps hurried. Lin Yi's eyes flickered. He soared into the air, his figure vanishing into the void like a specter. Following closely behind, as he approached the mountainous canyon, hundreds of figures descended rapidly. Soon, an explosive cacophony reverberated, the space fracturing layer by layer, and vast auras erupted chaotically. The heavy scent of blood surged towards the heavens, thickening the air to the point where breathing became difficult. Lin Yi suppressed his nausea, cautiously concealing his presence as he descended slowly. Within the valley, hundreds of corpses lay scattered, the ground soaked in blood, flowing like a crimson river at the valley's bottom, emitting a nauseating stench. Boom, boom, boom. In the depths of the valley, another wave of shock reverberated. Qingyan, at last, I have you. You shall lead the Yuling realm. Killing you would grant me your realm's seat, which is but a useless trinket. I would rather claim it for my 3 realms. A cold voice echoed in the canyon, laden with murderous intent and greed. Today truly opens my eyes. Taishan realm, Xianzhen, Hanan realm, Nanheng, the sword dust realm, Jian Wangfei. Countless small worlds have long whispered of discord among your 3 realms. Yet here you are, united. A man called Xianzhen stepped forward, a smug grin gracing his face. Qingyan, we have played this game for millennia for this moment. The seats in the sacred Tao list's 9 realms are far too few for us. Your Yuling small world is unworthy. Qingyun's expression darkened. Cornered as he was, he found himself without recourse. Are you not afraid of the elder of Tianke Pavilion learning of this? The struggle for supremacy in the ancient beast battlefield has always been determined by strength, not alliances. I shall answer that for you. Southhung interjected, stepping forward while gazing at Qingyun with amusement. The ancient battlefield has never been so randomly transported as it is today. Not only has it been random, but it has fortuitously gathered us 3 together. Qingyun, you are clever. Do you require further explanation? Upon hearing this, Qingyun's pupils constricted sharply. The elder of Tianke has been bribed by you. Ha ha ha. It seems you are quite foolish. We were never bribed. We have always been under Elder Lu's command. Do you understand? However, you need not feel too lonely, for beyond the 100 or so Yuling realm emperors who accompany you to the grave, another will join you. My friend, am I not correct? After observing for so long, it is time for you to emerge. Lin Yi suddenly froze. Had he been discovered? Never mind. Since he had been found out, he decided to cease hiding and prepared to reveal himself. But someone had already stepped ahead of him. From beyond the void, a man approached slowly, his red robes billowing in the wind like flames. Yin Jin, are you also here to meddle? Or do you wish to protect Qingyan? Jian Wangfei's eyes turned icy, his gaze fixated on Yin Jin, an expression of both surprise and trepidation in his eyes. Yin Jin casually glanced at Jian Wangfei, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of disdain. You are merely a defeated foe. Do you think you have the right to question me? The casual tone pierced Jian Wangfei's pride like a blade. His expression darkened, yet he dared not unleash his rage due to his apprehension of Yin Jin, forcing him to suppress his anger. Xianzhen waved his hand, halting Jian Wangfei. Friend Yin Jin, our 3 realms have come to the ancient beast battlefield solely to eliminate the Yuling, Zixiao, and Lingshu realms. There is a place for your Yin realm in the sacred Tao list's 9 realms. Oh, since you say so, it would be unwise for me to insist further. Yin Jin replied with a playful smile. Consider me merely a spectator. Yin Jin, they have already allied. Your words are merely to placate you. Do you think they will spare you once my Yuling small world is vanquished? Qingyan understood Yin Jin's strength. Should he intervene, even if they could not win against 3, escape would remain a possibility. Xianzhen, are you not going to take action? Yin Jin's words fell. Xianzhen, Southhung, and Jian Wangfei surged forward, assaulting Qingyan. With a furious shout, Qingyun commanded, form the Qingyin Grand Array. Behind him, over 100 Yuling realm emperors rapidly shifted their hand seals. An outpouring of realm essence erupting forth. Blinding streams of light surged into the sky, scattering in all directions like a natural barrier that tightly enveloped the inhabitants of the Yuling small world. With a resounding boom, Xianzhen and the others were instantly repelled. Shaking his numb arms, Xianzhen gritted his teeth. The Yuling small world is indeed worthy of its reputation and formations. It possesses some skill. However, can you withstand this? In the gathering of the Taishan realm, Hanan realm, and sword dust realm emperors, 3 overwhelming auras surged skyward. Xianzhen bellowed, Xianji Grand Array. Simultaneously, Southhung from the Hanan realm shouted, Tiangang Grand Array. Jian Wangfei from the sword dust realm followed suit. 10 directions sword killing array. As their voices fell, the 3 formations rapidly took shape. 3 terrifying energy pillars crashed down. In an instant, the space fractured inch by inch. A destructive aura collided with the Qingyin Grand Array, producing a deafening roar. Within the Qingyin Grand Array, dozens of emperors were sent reeling, akin to kites severed from their strings, crashing to the ground, blood spewing from their mouths, nearly lifeless. The Qingyin Grand Array itself was riddled with cracks, seemingly on the verge of complete collapse. "Farewell, Qingyun," Xianzhen sneered coldly. The three-realm arrays sweeping forth once more. At that moment, Qingyun's face turned pale. He gazed at the incoming array, his heart filled with despair and reluctance. He knew this assault was one they could not endure. "Qingyun, I shall assist you." From the horizon, hundreds of figures rushed forth. A furious shout startled Lin Yi from his concealment, prompting him to curse inwardly. "Damn it! Who is being such a wet blanket? I was enjoying the spectacle, waiting for them to exhaust each other before I swoop in to reap the rewards. Oh well, one more participant won't hurt. I'll just consider it a good deed. And when the time comes, I'll ensure they reunite in hell." Chapter 56. The Ethereal Void. Arrival of the Purple Sky. The Clash of Arrays. The Ethereal Spirit's Dominion Array. A resounding shout pierced the heavens, accompanied by the rush of wind. Hundreds of powerful figures descended from the skies, their hands brandishing mystical seals that danced like sprites, summoning torrents of celestial energy to cascade downwards. It resembled a ceaseless celestial river, surging towards the earth with such grandeur that it left onlookers in awe. The auras within countless emperors stirred in response, intertwining and merging with the celestial energies. In an instant, the very heavens and earth shifted in hue. The entire valley was enveloped by this overwhelming force. A barrier of celestial energy spanned before the Qingyin array, resembling an insurmountable chasm, unyielding and indomitable. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. The clouds roiled, unleashing a deafening roar. Thunderous booms reverberated through the air, while flashes of lightning rampaged through the clouds, akin to dragons weaving through the storm. The purple sky's celestial reversal array, an endless violet radiance descended from the heavens. Before the ethereal spirit's dominion array, a cascade of purple energy poured down like a waterfall. Where this majestic purple aura touched, the very fabric of space rippled, exuding an ancient, oppressive force. Boom! The terrifying energy beams from the Taishan, Hannan, and Jianshan three realms penetrated the purple sky's celestial reversal array, colliding fiercely with the ethereal spirit's dominion array and the Qingyin array. In this moment, time seemed to freeze. The entire valley was consumed by this blinding light and deafening sound. The immense pressure expanded, seemingly threatening to rupture the very fabric of reality, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread and terror in all present. Within the array, the aftermath of the explosion twisted violently, akin to countless voracious insects thrashing about, gnawing at the surrounding space. Under the weight of this formidable power, the fabric of space became frail and began to collapse inch by inch. A palpable aura of brutality, destruction, and chaos permeated the air, as the energy accumulated to a critical mass, ready to shatter the array. The emperors above, the purple sky's celestial reversal array, reversed their hands. The array countered. The vast pressure from the collision seemed to be mysteriously redirected, hurtling back towards the Taishan, Hannan, and Jianshan three realms. The space, under this force's impact, once again plunged into darkness and disintegration, the sounds of its collapse echoing like the tolling of a death knell. That cataclysmic power descended like an eternal night, the terrifying dark explosion obscuring the sky, as if a demon from the abyss unfurled its colossal wings, shrouding the entire world. At the moment of collision with the three realms array, a tremendous explosion erupted, akin to the very heavens and earth splitting apart, the sound deafening. The fierce shockwave spread out instantly. The once towering peaks crumbled, engulfed in billowing smoke. Rivers flowed backward. In a bizarre turn of events, howling winds raised clouds of dust, forming colossal sandstorms. Trees were uprooted, vegetation obliterated. The earth trembled violently, massive fissures spiderwebbing across the ground. The once vibrant valley transformed into a desolate wasteland in an instant. The powerful figures within the three realms array suffered grievous injuries. Their bodies were hurled away by the potent shockwave, blood splattering like rain, crashing into the ruined ground. the ethereal spirit's dominion array, the Qingyin array, and the purple sky's celestial reversal array also fell victim to the onslaught, shattering with a resounding crash. Countless emperors plummeted from the sky, their bodies striking the ground with great force, raising clouds of dust. The once formidable auras now waned, stripped of their combat prowess. Xianzhen ascended into the air. With a sweep of his long sleeves, an invisible wave surged forth, dispersing the billowing dust. His gaze, somber yet sharp, locked onto the two figures hovering above. As he gritted his teeth and declared, "Ethereal void, little world, Xiugu. Purple sky, little world, Zun. You arrived quite promptly. However, our grievances with the Yuqing realm are personal. Should your two realms intervene, do not blame us for our ruthless actions." His words brimmed with threats and warnings. An attempt to intimidate Xiugu and Ziyuan into refraining from meddling in the conflict. Nan Heng approached, seemingly to align with Xianzhen, and spoke. Xiugu, you two should depart. There is no need to sever ties with us over the Yuqing little world. If you leave, I can assure you that the Taishan realm will not trouble you." Jian Wangfei, sword in hand, approached with a chilling glint in his eyes, radiating murderous intent. Qingyun, unyielding, sword upward, his face etched with anger and disdain. "Enough of your theatrics, Xianzhen and Nan Heng. One plays the villain while the other the hero. How utterly distasteful. We are 3 against 3. Cease your pathetic charade. Earlier, I discreetly informed my 2 companions about your 3 realms affairs." Upon hearing this, Xianzhen lifted his gaze to Xiugu and Ziyuan, noticing a hint of amusement on their faces. At that moment, he realized how much of a fool he had been. Since it has come to this, then I shall eliminate you all." Xianzhen's expression hardened, the previous embarrassment swiftly replaced by a fierce killing intent. His eyes glinting with ruthlessness. Ziyuan cast a disdainful glance at Xianzhen. "You hardly possess the capability." Unperturbed by the remark, Xianzhen turned his gaze to Yanjin. "Yanjin, will you continue to spectate? Do not forget, if you wish to enter the great world, you cannot bypass the esteemed Liu from the Tianke Pavilion. There are no rewards without effort." Yanjin crossed his arms, stretching his neck as crimson flames enveloped him, as if he was about to ignite. He stepped forward and extended his right hand towards Xianzhen. "Pleasure to collaborate." Qingyan interjected hastily. "Yanjin, if you ally with them, be wary of backlash." Yanjin shrugged nonchalantly. "You 3 are leaders of your respective realms, leading your teams into the ancient beast battlefield. However, they are not. Killing them may attract revenge upon me, but eliminating you all? Do you not grasp such a simple truth?" He paused, then added, "Enough of this chatter. This wasteland is quite suitable. Soon, you shall be buried here." As he spoke, he flicked his finger, igniting a red flame that traced a fiery circle upon the ground. Ziyuan smirked, his eyes devoid of fear. "Are you so certain you can subdue me?" As he spoke, a transmission talisman appeared in his palm. "It may be too late to seek help now." Jin sneered. Xianzhen, Nan Heng, and Jian Wangfei exchanged disdainful glances. Ziyuan waved his hand dismissively. "It is not late at all, not at all." Chapter 57. To slay you. Simply because you excel at pretension as Lin Yi took out the communication talisman in Ziyuan, an ominous premonition washed over him, prompting an internal reprimand for his negligence. Damn it, how could I have forgotten this? No wonder Ziyuan appeared so composed. He had evidently been aware of my presence all along. Initially, Lin Yi had harbored grand designs, observing the growing crowd while feigning ignorance of their clandestine alliance, intending to eliminate them all in one fell swoop to amplify the imprint within his grasp. However, it was now apparent that Ziyuan intended to expose him on the spot, leaving him no option for concealment. Reluctantly, he revealed himself from the void, anger etched across his face as his gaze swept over the 4 members of Yanjin. A palpable killing intent erupted with each breath he took, permeating the air and rendering it somewhat stagnant. Such formidable, murderous energy. Yanjin felt a tremor of fear. He had not detected Lin Yi's presence until now, and in the mere clash of their auras, he sensed his own vulnerability against Lin Yi. The 3 from Xianzhen were equally aghast, feeling an unprecedented pressure and threat emanating from Lin Yi. Exchanging glances, the four instinctively spread out, encircling Lin Yi. An overwhelming aura began to coalesce, an invisible force akin to a vast net ensnaring Lin Yi, striving to suppress him through sheer momentum. "You four are indeed quite courageous," Lin Yi remarked, a cold snort escaping his lips as the void beneath him trembled slightly under his murderous intent. He then gestured to halt the advancing Ziyuan and his companions. "No need. I shall handle this myself." Lin Yi was not attempting to show off. He was acutely aware that if Ziyuan and the others intervened, the ultimate merit might not be his to claim. "Arrogant!" Yan Jin bellowed furiously, his aura surging violently. Lin Yi slowly raised his gaze, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. "You were the most pretentious just now, but you still fall short of me, so I shall eliminate you first." Upon uttering these words, he slightly bent forward, his right foot retreating as if a leopard poised to pounce, gathering strength. With a sudden force, a resounding crack echoed as the void beneath him shattered, and his body shot forth like a cannonball, appearing beside Yan Jin in the blink of an eye. Yan Jin's pupils contracted in shock. He had never anticipated Lin Yi's speed to be so astonishing. Instinctively, he enveloped himself in flames. The three from Xianzhen acted swiftly, fully aware that they could not allow Lin Yi to take advantage. They had to protect Yan Jin. Xianzhen shouted, "Xiantian palm." A colossal palm imprint materialized in his hand, infused with overwhelming power aimed at Lin Yi's back. Nanheng was equally unyielding. Hantian fist. His fist expanded dramatically, cloaked in layers of dense energy, descending with a thunderous crash. Jian Wang stepped forward, his sword sweeping through the air. Dustfall Phantom Sword. Illusory sword shadows shot towards Lin Yi like shooting stars, each imbued with terrifying might. Seeing the three from Xianzhen attack, Yan Jin felt emboldened. "My Yin realm is fortified by the domain of fire. No matter how strong you are, you cannot breach my fiery armor." The flames of the Yin realm originated from the domain of fire, refined over countless years, and he believed Lin Yi could not easily penetrate this defense. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi's palm met the flames, and the terrifying fire surged like a greedy serpent coiling up his arm, scorching Lin Yi's flesh and emitting a sizzling sound. Witnessing this, a cold smirk appeared on Yan Jin's lips, daring to touch the fire of heaven and earth with mere flesh. His words dripped with disdain as he envisioned Lin Yi writhing in agony from the burns, eager to witness his suffering. However, before Yan Jin could complete his sentence, his smile froze. Lin Yi's palm shimmered with the brilliance of the eternal bone gold, repelling the flames from his body. In a horrified gaze of Yan Jin, he felt an icy grip around his neck. Before Yan Jin could react, Lin Yi grasped him as one would a chick. Subsequently, he hurled Yan Jin towards the attacks of Xianzhen and his companions, as if discarding refuse. Boom! 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 The deafening explosions resonated in the skies, blinding light erupting from the center of the chaos, illuminating the heavens. A tumultuous wave of energy ravaged the air, akin to a frenzied beast roaring. At the explosion's epicenter, Yan Jin collided with the assaults of Xianzhen's trio, generating a tremendous shockwave. Flames, palm prints, fist energy, and sword shadows intertwined, forming a vortex of destruction. The surrounding air was instantly compressed before rapidly expanding outward, creating a powerful shockwave that swept across the vicinity. Dust was lifted from the ground, forming a dense cloud. In the midst of that terrifying explosion, despite Yan Jin summoning all his energy and protecting himself with flames, the force surpassed his expectations. That annihilating power was like a rampaging beast, mercilessly tearing and ravaging his body. The overwhelming impact dislocated his internal organs, a pain akin to countless needles piercing his insides, nearly causing him to faint. A chill gripped his throat as he spewed forth a torrent of blood mingled with shredded viscera. Xianzhen and his companions could only watch in horror as Yan Jin sustained grievous injuries, their eyes wide with rage, shock, and a hint of fear. But the earth-shattering tremors persisted, and the billowing smoke continued to spread. They hesitated to approach, instead channeling their energy to defend themselves, warily observing their surroundings. At this moment, Yan Jin's situation grew increasingly dire. Amidst the murky haze, he continued to cough blood, feeling an immense pressure constraining him, rendering his limbs immobile. Suddenly, Lin Yi appeared before him like a specter, a slight smile gracing his lips. Yet, to Yan Jin, that smile resembled the cold and terrifying grin of death. I actually admire you. Not only are you pretentious, but you can also calculate your fate. You even found yourself a burial ground before dying. No need to thank me. I shall bury you now. With that, Lin Yi stomped down forcefully on Yan Jin's chest. With a dull thud, Yan Jin's body curled uncontrollably, hurtling towards the earth. Boom! Yan Jin crashed heavily into the fiery circle he had previously set for Ziyuan. Though gravely wounded, he still clung to life. His eyes filled with fear and the will to survive. Just as he opened his mouth to plead for help, a glint of cold light flashed past. Swish! The Yuan Tian sword descended from the heavens, piercing straight through Yan Jin's brow. It pierced his skull. The annihilating laws of the Yuan Tian sword rapidly spread, transforming him into a pile of withered bones in an instant. After disposing of Yan Jin, Lin Yi casually dispersed the tempest, his gaze playfully resting on the distant trio of Xianzhen. It's your turn now. Chapter 58. The ancient beast altar and the source of the five elements. As the smoke dissipated, the battlefield gradually revealed its grim visage to the onlookers. The gaze of Xianzhen and his companions fell upon the charred remains of Yan Jin, now reduced to a mere pile of bones. The sight of one who was once alive, now turned to nothingness in the blink of an eye, sent a chilling wave of shock through their hearts. Xianzhen hailed from the formidable Taishan realm, renowned as the strongest among the 9 realms. He had always possessed unwavering confidence in his own formidable cultivation, finding few rivals within Taishan. Yet he understood that he could not claim absolute certainty in defeating Yan Jin. Such a formidable presence, who struck fear even in him, had been effortlessly vanquished before Lin Yi. Gulp! Unconsciously, the 3 of them swallowed hard. Their eyes met in a moment of silent agreement. We must flee. Without a hint of hesitation, their figures swiftly vanished into the void, racing towards the distance. Buzz! In the emptiness, 2 faint ripples emerged. They attempted to communicate through the void. However, Lin Yi had already mastered the laws of the void, intercepting the message meant for Nanheng and Jianwang Fei. With a subtle exertion of his palm, their transmissions exploded in an instant. Xianzhen's urgent and resolute voice echoed. We must quickly inform the powerful beings within the realm. This individual must be eliminated. He represents an unpredictable variable. We cannot allow him to jeopardize our grand plan for the ancient beast battlefield. Lin Yi furrowed his brows, keenly sensing an unusual undertone in Xianzhen's anxious words. Perhaps there lies a grand conspiracy hidden beneath the surface, one that is likely tied to the ancient beast battlefield. Is this battlefield not merely a place for the 9 realms to engage in slaughter? Is there something more? Lin Yi turned to the equally bewildered Ziyuan, Qingyun, and Su Gui. Confusion mirrored in their eyes. Su Gui shook his head gravely, stating, the ancient beast battlefield has historically been a place of conflict among the 9 realms, determined by the number of cultivators and demon beasts slain to secure positions on the sacred Dao list. I have never heard of anything else. Demon beasts? Lin Yi's brows knitted deeply, as if he had stumbled upon a crucial point. This is the ancient beast battlefield. Have you encountered any demon beasts since your arrival? The faces of Ziyuan and the others shifted. That should not be the case. Logically, the ancient beast battlefield should be teeming with powerful demon beasts. Yet, they had not seen a single one upon entering, which was evidently contrary to reason. Ziyuan struck his chest in frustration, cursing, if I had known earlier, I should have acted sooner. Perhaps by forcibly detaining Xianzhen and the others, we could have uncovered their secret plots. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. It's not too late. With that, he slowly raised his right hand. The laws of the void shattered forth, distorting the surrounding space. Deep rifts, akin to immense black fissures, spread through the void, exuding a chilling aura. Subsequently, 3 ancient sacred patterns erupted with a devastating force. Within the void, the sound of bodies being pierced resonated abruptly. Blood spouted forth like fountains, cascading from the void. Lin Yi gently clenched his palm, and the surrounding void shattered, scattering into countless fragments. In an instant, the fleeing Xianzhen and his companions were brought before the onlookers. Their expressions were strikingly uniform, marked by terror, despair, and a hint of confusion. Their bodies were ensnared by an invisible ripple, rendering them powerless and suspended in mid-air, akin to trapped prey, unable to move. As Xianzhen attempted to summon the energy within to escape, he felt the devouring laws of annihilation engulfing him. Lin Yi slowly approached the bound trio, inquiring, "Speak. What are you scheming? What grand design do you have for the ancient beast battlefield?" Xianzhen's eyes flickered with alarm as he stammered, How do you know?" Yet, as the words escaped his lips, he realized that his outburst might betray more than intended. He exchanged glances with Nanheng and Jian Wangfei. The 3 shared a tacit understanding and sealed their lips tightly. "Ah, a tough nut to crack." Lin Yi sneered coldly. "Do you believe that your silence will shield you from my knowledge?" Boom! A suffocating pressure emanated from Lin Yi, crashing down upon Xianzhen and his companions like an overwhelming tide. They gasped for air, as if struck by a heavy blow, each breath becoming a Herculean effort. The immense weight bore not only upon their bodies, but seemed intent on crushing their very souls, plunging them into excruciating agony. The 3 ancient sacred patterns, under Lin Yi's control, coiled around them like venomous serpents, relentlessly tearing at their essence. Each pull was accompanied by the severing of flesh, the torment akin to a slow and torturous execution, eliciting muffled groans from Xianzhen and his companions. Yet, even in the face of such torment, they gritted their teeth, defiantly proclaiming, "If you have the skill, kill me, but you shall glean not a word from us." Lin Yi lifted his gaze slightly, seemingly indifferent, yet a wave of murderous intent swiftly coalesced. The blade of the Yuan Tian sword shimmered with a cold glimmer as it sliced across Xianzhen's chest. The moment the blade met flesh, a chilling hiss resonated, cleaving through Xianzhen's flesh, leaving a long, crimson gash extending from his chest to his shoulder. "I ask you once more, will you speak or remain silent?" Xianzhen's face contorted in agony, his eyes bloodshot. Each pang of suffering etched deep lines upon his visage, twisting it into a grotesque mask. Through gritted teeth, he spat, "I will not say." Swish! A streak of cold light flashed before Xianzhen's eyes. Accompanied by a cry of anguish, his right arm was severed in an instant, blood spraying forth like a fountain, creating a mist of crimson. The wound was a gruesome sight, flesh mangled and bone exposed. Lin Yi's fingertip lightly touched, releasing a powerful force. Boom! With a resounding crash, Xianzhen's severed arm was utterly obliterated, reduced to dust that scattered in the air. The laws of annihilation advanced, steadily devouring the wound. With another swift motion, the Yuan Tian sword cleaved across Nanheng's chest as well. "If you consider yourself a man, grant me a swift end." Nanheng roared. Yet, Lin Yi was disinclined to engage in further conversation with Nanheng, delivering a lethal strike without hesitation. For in his heart, it was Jian Wangfei who remained his ultimate target. The Yuan Tian sword hovered before Jian Wangfei, yet it did not strike. Meanwhile, the anguished cries of Nanheng and Xianzhen intertwined in the air, their tormented wails piercing like arrows, incessantly assailing Jian Wangfei's last psychological defenses. Jian Wangfei's complexion turned ashen, devoid of color. Faced with the glimmering Yuan Tian sword and the agonized cries of Xianzhen and Nanheng, the walls of his resolve began to crumble. "Speak. If you do, I shall spare your life. Besides, once Nanheng and Xianzhen are gone, no one will know it was you who divulged the information. No one can heal the hand tainted by the laws of annihilation except for me. Unlike them, if you lose these hands, how will you wield your sword?" Chapter 59. The Frenzy of Beasts. Slaying the 5 fiends dragon Jian Wangfei found himself ensnared in profound psychological turmoil. Lin Yi refrained from urging him. Yet the blade of the Yuan Tian sword drew ever closer to Jian Wangfei's arm. He could distinctly feel the chilling aura emanating from the sword, his heartbeat quickening, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. At last, as the sword's tip grazed his arm, Jian Wangfei's mental defenses crumbled. I will speak, but you must ensure that you do not kill me. Lin Yi's lips curled into a subtle smile. I swear, I shall not slay you. You dare. You have disrupted the grand affairs of the three realms. You cannot escape death, despite their grievous injuries. Nanheng and Xianzhen summoned their last vestiges of strength to roar defiantly. Such noise. To Lin Yi, Nanheng and Xianzhen had lost all value. In a swift motion, radiant sword lights sliced through the air, reducing their bodies to mere fragments, severing all traces of vitality, transforming them into a litter of bones. They are dead now. No one knows it was you who spoke. Jian Wangfei sighed deeply, acutely aware that there was no retreat left for him. Within the ancient battlefield of primal beasts lay a forbidden altar, encircled by the quintessence of the five elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. For millennia, none dared to tread there, for guarding the altar was the king of beasts, the five fiends dragon. This formidable creature, having forcibly transcended to the realm of a dominator, was now weakened by the backlash of the elemental energies. Thus, it had dispatched us from the three realms to ambush and seize the quintessence. Jian Wangfei articulated this in one breath. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, still perplexed. Isn't a breakthrough to the dominator realm contingent upon the 9 seats of the Sacred Path list? Jian Wangfei regarded Lin Yi with incredulity, astonished by his ignorance. At that moment, Ziyuan stepped forward to elucidate. In countless lesser worlds, the quintessence of the 5 elements is scarce, yet within the 3,000 great realms, it can be transmitted through the Sacred Path list. Seizing the altar's quintessence is akin to capturing a dominator-level powerhouse. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with understanding, determination igniting within him. Then what are you waiting for? Dispatch this waste at once. Without hesitation, he swung the Yuan Tian sword. Instantly, a torrent of sword light surged down towards the valley below, obliterating all in its wake. The previously injured cultivators of the 3 realms, Tai Xian, Han Nan, and Jian Shun, found themselves utterly defenseless against the onslaught of the sword light. Their forms were instantly torn asunder, blood splattering, their screams echoing through the valley, soon drowned by the roar of the sword's brilliance. Witnessing this, Jian Wangfei's eyes widened in terror. His body trembled violently, his voice rising in pitch. You're going back on your word. I have divulged everything to you. You cannot kill me. Lin Yi regarded Ziyuan with displeasure, reiterating, I have stated that I will not kill him. What are you waiting for? Ziyuan comprehended Lin Yi's intent and, without hesitation, unleashed a powerful fist, propelled by lethal intent. Boom! Under the force of that blow, Jian Wangfei had no opportunity to evade. His body was struck, obliterating his very essence, leaving him utterly lifeless. Let us proceed. At the ancient beast altar, 3 formidable figures clashed fiercely with the 5 fiends dragon. Their silhouettes flickered amid the interplay of light and darkness, each movement generating tremendous energy waves. The 5 fiends dragon loomed large, akin to a small mountain, radiating 5 distinct colors of light, each representing one of the elemental powers. Its every strike carried cataclysmic potential, yet each was narrowly evaded by the trio. Simultaneously, a tumult of beasts surged toward the altar like an overwhelming tide. A cacophony of roars reverberated through the air, as if to shatter the heavens. Their eyes gleamed with madness and bloodlust, recklessly charging toward the altar. In the center, 3 grand formations stood resolutely in a triangular formation, akin to robust fortifications, exuding immense might. Within these formations, light flickered and runes danced. Each ray of light contained lethal power. Any beast that approached was instantaneously annihilated. Despite the surrounding carcasses piling high, the beasts continued their relentless assault, seemingly undeterred by any cost. In an instant, cracks began to mar the formations, their light waning, the runes' flow slowing, as though on the verge of collapse. This is dire. Xianji, the formation can barely hold. One shouted anxiously. Xianji cast a glance at the crumbling formation, a glimmer of ruthlessness in his eyes. Nanlin, Jianqian, do not hold back. Sacrifice the ancestral blood and swiftly dispatch this beast. With that, Xianji, Nanlin, and Jianqian retreated, revealing a drop of pure blood in their palms. This was the primordial blood of the dominators of Tai, Xian's 3 realms. The blood slowly merged into their foreheads. In an instant, a cataclysmic aura surged within them, akin to a volcanic eruption, threatening to rend the very firmament. The pressure intensified, distorting the surrounding space. Xianji's body trembled slightly, his hair billowing in the wake of this potent force, his gaze imbued with a frenzied, murderous intent. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening. Nanlin was enveloped by a soft glow, his breath quickening, each inhalation resonating with the air around him. Jianqian emanated a piercing sword aura, gripping his sword hilt with unwavering resolve as waves of sword intent erupted from his being, slicing the air into countless fragments. The beast! Upon uttering these words, Xianji unleashed their most formidable strike against the 5 Fiends dragon. Boom! 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 Chapter 60. Lin Yi arrives, first slaying the Xian realm, then the slaughtering dragon roar. The 5 Fiend dragons let out a deafening howl, their 5 elemental malevolence surging forth like a vibrant torrent, piercing the heavens. The energy of the cosmos seemed entranced by this formidable force, converging in a spectacular convergence. A tremendous pressure cascaded from the clouds, causing the void to tremble, while thunder raged uncontrollably. Under the influence of the 5 elemental malevolence, the thunder became even more tempestuous, with bolts of lightning darting through the clouds like colossal dragons. Under such divine wrath, the beasts within 1,000 miles cowered in fear, their bodies trembling, their roars filled with dread and reverence. The 5 elemental malevolence coiled around the dragon's form, dispersing like a radiant veil of colors. With an overwhelming force of destruction, it collided with the strongest strike of Xianji and his companions. Boom! At the moment of collision, a vast tide of malevolence spread outwards, reminiscent of a plague, leaving desolation in its wake. Within 1,000 miles, all flora and fauna, apart from the beasts, instantly withered, reduced to mere bones. The thousands of cultivators within the 3 realms formation also felt their vitality diminish in that instant. Hair turning white, skin rapidly wrinkling. The intense shockwave forced the 5 Fiend dragon to stagger back several steps, each retreat carving deep gorges into the earth, causing violent tremors. Xianji and his companions were hurled backward, feeling excruciating pain in their chests, as if their very insides were about to rupture. The enormous eyes of the 5 Fiend dragon fixed menacingly upon them, brimming with fury and murderous intent. Roar! Another furious bellow echoed, causing the void to tremble inexplicably, as colossal dragon claws erupted from the heavens. These claws, immense and shimmering with the glow of 5 elemental malevolence, radiated a chilling intent, their aura of annihilation palpable. With the might to obliterate all, they lunged mercilessly at Xianji and his companions. Retreat! Xianji bellowed, swiftly retreating into the void. Boom! A massive claw print descended from the void, fracturing the space as it passed. The distorted space nearly froze in time. Save me! Nanlin's desperate cry was abruptly silenced as the gigantic dragon claw crushed him effortlessly. With a resounding thud, his body shattered under the overwhelming force, blood splattering and staining the sky crimson. Run! We underestimated this beast. In a moment of life and death, Jianqian disregarded everything else, focused solely on the thought of escape. His figure vanished in an instant, racing into the void. Seeing this, Xianji wasted no time in fleeing as well. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed 1,000 miles into the void. Just as they began to feel a sense of relief, 2 dull thuds echoed. Xianji and Jianqian were simultaneously propelled away by a tremendous force. Once they regained their footing, they noticed a shimmering, colorful barrier flickering before them. This is the 5 elemental malevolence. Xianji gasped in horror. They had never anticipated that the five fiend dragons' malevolence could form such a barrier, trapping them here. Buzz! The five fiend barrier began to constrict, its speed accelerating. Xianji realized that if they did not break this barrier swiftly, they would be trapped here indefinitely. Thus, he began to unleash a barrage of attacks upon the barrier. The void trembled under his onslaught. Jian Xian, refusing to yield, swung his sword, unleashing fierce sword energies that struck the barrier with ferocity. However, despite the cracks forming in the five fiend barrier, they vanished almost instantly, showcasing an incredible self-repairing ability. This is bad. If this continues, we will be trapped here, Jian Xian exclaimed in despair. If Nan Lin were alive, the three of us could surely break through. Just as despair loomed over them, the void outside the five fiend barrier rippled. Lin Yi arrived first. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Xianji's face brightened, as if he had discovered a lifeline. Heaven has not forsaken me. He then clasped his fist towards Lin Yi. Friend, I am Xianji from the Taishan realm, and this is Jian Xian from the Jianshan realm. We implore you to assist us in breaking this five fiend barrier. Oh, Taishan realm? Jianshan realm? How fortuitous! Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Internally, he chuckled at the serendipity of their arrival. Yet outwardly, he patted his chest, feigning righteousness. Rest assured, my strength may be limited, but I shall do my utmost to extract every last ounce of realm essence to ensure our success. At that moment, Xianji harbored no suspicions regarding Lin Yi's motives. He simply nodded, his thoughts solely fixated on breaking the barrier and escaping. Consequently, Xianji and Jian Xian's realm essence surged dramatically, the powerful fluctuations causing the surrounding void to quake. Finally, as they accumulated their strength to its zenith, an overwhelming force erupted forth. Xianji let out a furious roar, thrusting his hands forward as a colossal beam of energy surged toward the five fiend barrier. Jian Xian leaped high, his sword radiating brilliance as he channeled all his might into a strike against the barrier. Simultaneously, Lin Yi swung the Yuan-Tian sword, its radiance sweeping through the air. Boom! 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 The three formidable forces collided with the five fiend barrier, causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake, as if the very void were being torn asunder. The powerful energy surge distorted the surrounding space, casting blinding light that obscured vision. In an instant, the five fiend barrier shattered, fragments sparkling like stars as they rained down. Xianji's eyes gleamed with the joy of survival, a sense of relief washing over him. Although his realm essence was depleted, leaving him severely weakened, he could scarcely dwell on that now. A smile crept onto his previously despondent face, but it was short-lived, frozen in shock, for he observed that the Yuan-Tian sword's light, which should have dissipated, surged anew, radiating an overwhelming intent to kill, suffused with bloodlust. The sword beam loomed in the void, hurtling towards them at an alarming speed. With a swift slice, Jian Xian and Xianji barely had time to react before the formidable sword beam cleaved them in two, their bodies severed, blood gushing forth and forming a mist within the void. Chapter 61. The confrontation with the five fiends dragon two fools. Lin Yi spat disdainfully, his gaze swiftly shifting to the altar in the forbidden ground where the cultivators of the Taishan realm, Jianshan realm, and Hannan realm were valiantly resisting the onslaught of the demonic beasts. Observing their desperate struggles under the relentless assault, Lin Yi felt not an ounce of pity. Instead, a flicker of greed and calculation crossed his mind. These benefits are not to be squandered on those beasts, he mused, a glint of ruthlessness appearing in his eyes. A torrential downpour of sword light, imbued with boundless murderous intent, descended from the heavens like a tempest. The thousands of cultivators barely had time to react before being enveloped by this overwhelming sword energy, their lives extinguished in an instant. The battlefield was soon saturated with the stench of blood, a nauseating aroma that drove the demonic beasts into a frenzy. They charged towards the corpses of the fallen cultivators like starving wolves, ravenously feasting on the remains, creating a scene of gruesome chaos that sent chills down the spine. Suddenly, a thunderous voice reverberated through the air, akin to a muffled roar shaking the very heavens. Human, why do you assist me? Lin Yi sensed the gaze of the five fiends dragon upon him, a slight shiver running down his spine. Merely a matter of convenience, he replied inwardly. Yet I am here to claim something. The five fiends dragon, sensing a hint of foreboding, maintained its composure and inquired. What is it? It hesitated to confront Lin Yi directly, aware of its own weakened state from previous battles, still recovering from the wounds inflicted by the five elements source chi. Simultaneously, it detected a dangerous aura emanating from Lin Yi. With a pointed finger, Lin Yi directed his intent towards the altar. Impossible! The five fiends dragon roared furiously, for the altar was of paramount importance to it, and it would not allow anyone to trespass upon it. As its roar echoed, a flash of sword light surged forth, carrying an overwhelming intent to kill, appearing instantaneously before the five fiends dragon. With a swift motion, the sword light descended, tearing through the dragon's hardened scales, leaving a deep gash that bled profusely, staining its body crimson. The agonizing pain elicited a thunderous roar from the five fiends dragon, its voice resounding like thunder, shaking the void around it. It had not anticipated Lin Yi's decisive strike, nor the sheer power of the blow that could breach its defenses. In the skies above, a colossal dragon claw descended with the force of a tempest, aimed directly at Lin Yi. As the claw swept through the air, it ripped apart space itself, creating terrifying fissures. Yet Lin Yi remained unperturbed. With a flick of his finger, the ancient sacred patterns radiated from his hand, colliding with the dragon claw. The sound of destruction filled the air as the claw was obliterated, scattering into motes of light. A surge of energy erupted from within the five fiends dragon, its aura intensifying as the five fiends' radiance surged forth, reaching for the heavens. Feeling the oppressive force from above, Lin Yi's expression darkened. Beasts, you wish to force me down? As you wish. With a single step, the void shattered, and Lin Yi materialized before the five fiends dragon. In that fleeting moment, the celestial visage of an emperor descended upon the world. In the horrified gaze of the five fiends dragon, the emperor's form lunged upward, delivering a barrage of devastating punches towards its head, each blow infused with apocalyptic power, slicing through the air with a resounding howl. With a tremendous crash, the massive dragon body was driven deep into the earth, causing the ground to quake violently. Suddenly, the five fiends dragon erupted from the ground, unleashing an overwhelming wave of annihilative energy. This malevolent force swept through the air like a black storm, causing the very space to tremble, as its immense bulk collided with Lin Yi's emperor's form. In that moment of impact, the five elements' malevolence from the dragon tainted the emperor's visage. You dare to taint the emperor's form. The five fiends dragon's words were cut short as Lin Yi's chaotic immortal bone revealed its might once more. A brilliant golden light enveloped the emperor's form, and a fist imprint manifested, warping the void as it pierced through. With a thunderous boom, a massive vortex of darkness erupted, targeting the five fiends dragon with lethal intent. A gaping wound opened in the dragon's body, blood spewing forth like a torrential rain. A mournful howl echoed through the heavens as the five fiends dragon realized it could no longer engage Lin Yi in a head-on confrontation. It swiftly retreated towards the altar. Quickly, tear this human apart. The five fiends dragon commanded the swarming demonic beasts as it fled toward the altar. The beasts, as if receiving a divine edict, charged frantically towards the emperor's form, their gaping maws biting and clawing. Though their attacks were insufficient to inflict substantial harm upon Lin Yi, their sheer numbers momentarily hindered his movements. In that fleeting delay, the five fiends dragon slipped into the forbidden altar. The five elements source chi surged forth, beginning to mend the dragon's wounds. Damn it, that was mine. You've squandered it. Lin Yi seethed with anger, for the five elements source chi was something he coveted, now wasted on healing the dragon. Resolutely, he unleashed the boundless energy within him, sending forth a powerful wave that obliterated countless demonic beasts into blood mist. Yet the horde was relentless, as more and more beasts surged forward. We shall hold them off. You must seize the five elements source chi. The sound of tearing air announced the arrival of Zi Yuan and the others. Three formidable formations stood before Lin Yi, blocking the onslaught of beasts. Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement and rushed towards the altar. As he approached, the five fiends' dragon's enormous eyes glinted with malice. "This is your doing." With a thunderous explosion, the outer perimeter of the altar erupted, a tremendous force radiating outward, kicking up clouds of dust and debris. Multicolored whirlwinds surged forth, manifesting countless colossal hands from all directions, pulling violently at Lin Yi's emperor form, each hand infused with immense power as if intent on crushing it. Seeing this, Lin Yi brandished the Yuan Tian sword, unleashing a fierce sword energy that severed several grasping hands. Yet the inexhaustible source Qi swiftly coalesced, re-establishing its hold on him. Lin Yi swung the Yuan Tian sword repeatedly, striving to break free from the source Qi's grasp, but its power was overwhelming, and he found himself ensnared. Meanwhile, ripples of energy stirred in the void as the five fiends' dragon inadvertently sent a sliver of source Qi towards the grand formation. Though seemingly insignificant, upon contact with the formation, it unleashed a staggering force, causing the formation to shatter. A tide of demonic beasts surged forth towards Zi Yuan and the others. "Haha!" The five fiends' dragon chuckled coldly. "Human, though I may not be able to kill you, I can first eliminate them. My army of beasts will wear you down." Lin Yi's gaze turned icy as he broke free from his restraints, a beam of sword light crashing downward, annihilating the beasts surrounding Zi Yuan. Zi Yuan shouted, "Don't worry about us. Seize the five elements, source Qi first." Just as Lin Yi hesitated, the heavens suddenly trembled violently. A chilling cry reverberated through the air as two formidable forces descended, overwhelming pressure sweeping across, causing the mass of demonic beasts to prostrate in submission, trembling uncontrollably, some so weak as to faint from the sheer force. The five killers' dragon trembled all over, its eyes filled with disbelief. This is impossible." Lin Yi furrowed his brow deeply, fixing his gaze on the distance, for he was somewhat familiar with these two voices. Chapter 62. The Vanished Purple Dragon and the Ancient Black Phoenix. The resonant sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries reverberated through the heavens, akin to the tolling of a grand bell. The colossal purple dragon loomed above, its scales shimmering with an enigmatic violet luminescence, coiling in the sky, its form twisted with an air of majesty and solemnity. An overwhelming pressure emanated from its being, so potent that it rendered one breathless. The entire battlefield of ancient beasts trembled under this force. The earth quaked, the sky shuddered, and the winds converged ominously. In tandem, the black phoenix arrived, its figure cloaked in inky darkness, with flames of peculiar hues flickering upon its feathers. It let out a piercing cry that was both melodious and terrifyingly authoritative. With each flap of its wings, the surrounding space warped and twisted, as if it commanded the very laws of nature. The combined might of the dragon and phoenix unleashed a deluge of oppressive energy, causing the myriad beasts within 1,000 miles to emit mournful howls. Their blood surged violently. Their breaths grew erratic, yet they remained prostrate on the ground, too fearful to stir. Even the formidable five elements dragon, once proud, found its head bowing involuntarily. This was not merely a matter of power disparity, but natural suppression stemming from the very essence of their souls and bloodlines. All present were struck with astonishment and fear, save for Lin Yi, who remained an anomaly, his gaze fixed intently upon the purple dragon and black phoenix, flickered with a complex array of emotions, surprise mingled with a hint of perplexity. Under his scrutiny, the dragon and phoenix transformed into human forms and approached him. Seeing this, Zhu Tian and others rushed to shield Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively, stating calmly, "No need." To the astonishment of the onlookers, the dragon and phoenix knelt before Lin Yi. This scene transcended their wildest imaginations, their eyes wide with shock, confusion, and a tinge of horror, as if witnessing the most unfathomable occurrence. "Greetings, master." "Zhu Tian, Huang Nian, what brings you here?" Lin Yi exclaimed, recalling previous discourse about the disappearance of the Purple Dragon and Ancient Phoenix clans. He had not anticipated encountering them in this place. Zhu Tian bowed slightly, responding with reverence. When you slumbered long ago, a mysterious figure took our clans away and imparted source energy, enabling us to transcend to the realm of the Boundary Lord. We have since remained hidden in the ancient beast battlefield, awaiting your return. Utilizing the power of the Boundary Lord, we carved out a space for our kin, remaining undetected until today, when we sensed your presence. A frown creased Lin Yi's brow. A mysterious figure? Who is it? Huang Yin shook her head, a mixture of helplessness and reverence gracing her features. We do not know. He was shrouded in a black robe, rendering his visage indistinguishable. Yet his strength was formidable. Terrifyingly so. With but a glance, he bound us, and with a mere gesture, he transported our clans here. At this moment, Lin Yi found himself engulfed in confusion. The boundless source energy coveted by countless beings had been bestowed upon Zhu Tian and Huang Yin to aid their ascent. It felt as though an unseen hand had orchestrated his journey from slumber to awakening, from the ancient celestial vessel to the current battlefield. Each experienced a thread in a grand design. Who is that person? Lin Yi pondered it incessantly. Sensing his turmoil, Zhu Tian spoke again, Master. That man entrusted us with his spatial pouch, stating that the myriad demon clans of the ancient wilderness could assist you in conquering the myriad small worlds. What? Lin Yi gasped. It was as if everything had been meticulously arranged eons ago, each step perfectly aligned, every event guiding him towards an unknown destiny. He began to question whether he was still the person he once was. A heart-wrenching roar from the five elements dragon shattered Lin Yi's reverie. The dragon was engulfed in agony, having just transcended to the Boundary Lord realm through the source energy. Yet this overwhelming power felt like countless blades tearing through its insides, inducing unprecedented pain. Coupled with Zhu Tian's immense soul pressure, it was as if a hammer struck deep within its essence, leaving the five elements dragon on the brink of unconsciousness. Zhu Tian's once gentle demeanor had transformed into a frigid glare as he regarded the five elements dragon, coldly declaring, "You, a mixed blood dragon, dare to show defiance? Kneel." As his words fell, a formidable dragon's pressure erupted around him, akin to a tidal wave crashing upon the five elements dragon. With a roar of indignation, the five elements dragon resisted fiercely, unwilling to submit to a mere human after millennia of pride. It strained against the overwhelming force, muscles taut, scales bristling, eyes ablaze with fury and defiance. Yet, against Zhu Tian's Boundary Lord might, its struggles were futile. With a disdainful huff, Zhu Tian unleashed his power, akin to a mountain collapsing, rendering the five elements dragon breathless and obliterating all resistance. With a thud, the dragon's legs buckled, and it fell to the ground. In the realm of beastkind, bloodline pressure was nearly insurmountable, only yieldable by those of vastly superior strength. The five elements dragon's heart brimmed with humiliation and resignation. Yet it understood that in the face of absolute power, its defiance was in vain. Lowering its head, it reluctantly uttered, "I pay homage to the demon emperor Tamai." Master, perhaps out of the last vestige of compassion for its kin, Zhu Tian stepped forward, addressing Lin Yi, "Master, grant it mercy. In the future, let it atone through battles in the myriad small worlds." Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Zhu Tian then turned to the five elements dragon, sternly commanding, "Wretch, release your soul so that the master may inscribe the slave mark." The five elements dragon trembled slightly, yet in this moment it had no choice. As the demon emperor commands, a faint mark emanated, the blood imprint of the beast world. Lin Yi's essence mingled with it, and in an instant, the fierce glint in the five elements dragon's eyes faded away. Chapter 63. Breaking through the realm master boundary, returning to the ancient altar, the five fiends dragon slowly emerged, its menacing aura retracting into its form, transforming into a human shape. It respectfully stated, "Augu, I pay my respects to my master." At this moment, it had completely submitted to Lin Yi, its previous frenzy having vanished without a trace. Lin Yi waved his hand, signaling it to rise. "You may stand." "My master." The elemental energies within this altar can assist you in breaking through to the Realm Master level. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's heart stirred, yet he shook his head to dismiss his confusion for the time being. He gestured for Ziyuan, Shugui, and Qingyun to approach, share with Aogu and the others the characteristics and essence of the cultivators from your three realms. Ziyuan, puzzled, inquired, "What is your intention?" Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with cold determination. As stated by Xuanzhen of the Taishan realm, the 9 seats on the Holy Dao ranking are still far too few. Aside from the realms of Zixiao, Yuqing, and Lingxiu, the other 6 realms remain utterly buried beneath this land. Zhutian, Huangnian, you two shall join Aogu in leading the countless ancient beasts of the primordial battlefield to annihilate all cultivators. Understood. Zhutian and the others responded in unison. With that, Zhutian retracted his bloodline pressure and let out a fierce roar. Millions of beasts seemed to respond to an unseen call, their gazes turning blood red as they scattered in all directions. Ziyuan observed the unfolding situation and nodded slightly. He then turned to Qingyun and Shugui. Qingyun shrugged and said, "My life was saved by Lin Yi. Without him, my Yuqing realm would have faced total annihilation. I have no objections." He then looked at Shugui. Shugui, seeing the collective gaze upon him, smiled helplessly and remarked, "Given the circumstances, I cannot refuse, can I? I will do it for the Lingxiu realm." Lin Yi, seeing this, ceased further discussion and soared into the sacred altar. In an instant, the world seemed to fall into profound silence, and the passage of time appeared to slow. Endless elemental energies surged towards Lin Yi from all directions, akin to rivers converging into the ocean, unstoppable in their might. Above the primordial battlefield, vibrant hues erupted from the heavens. Spiraling vortices of 5 colors spun continuously above Lin Yi's head. With a tremendous roar, torrents of energy cascaded down, as if the heavens themselves had burst forth, inundating Lin Yi with overwhelming force, seemingly intent on reducing him to nothingness. Lin Yi's body involuntarily ascended, as though lifted by an invisible force suspended in mid-air. The energies of the realm surged wildly around him, intensifying until they collided with the vast cosmic energies. From afar, it appeared as if 2 colossal torrents clashed in the sky, an awe-inspiring spectacle. The cataclysmic vibrations distorted the surrounding space, as though the entire world trembled before this formidable power. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain. Crack! Lin Yi's aura surged dramatically. His hands slowly rose, guiding the immense energies of the universe, transforming the atmosphere as waves of spatial distortion rippled across the primordial battlefield. With a resounding boom, Lin Yi became akin to a bottomless abyss, continuously drawing in the cosmic energies amidst the tumultuous upheaval. Time passed once more, perhaps a day, perhaps merely a moment. Lin Yi's eyes gradually opened, a faint golden light radiating, piercing through the void. The realm master boundary trembled violently, echoing throughout the cosmos. Ziyuan, witnessing this, felt a surge of joy, his eyes sparkling with excitement, for he alone understood the unfathomable strength of the figure behind Lin Yi. If Lin Yi could seize this opportunity to successfully break through and lead the Zixiao minor world in conquering myriad small worlds, then the Zixiao realm would usher in an unprecedented glory, becoming the sole sovereign of the lower realms. Though Qingyun and Shugui felt a twinge of envy, they understood that this elemental energy was a rare opportunity, not something they could covet. However, knowing that there would be seats available on the Holy Dao ranking, they felt regret but did not dwell excessively on it, approaching Lin Yi to offer their congratulations. Lin Yi nodded slightly and then turned to Zun, inquiring, "How can we conclude the primordial battlefield?" Ziyuan promptly replied, "We can end it at any time. Each minor world has a means of transportation. If anyone wishes to withdraw, they can shatter the jade slip in advance, and they will return." As he spoke, Aogu, Huangnian, and Zhutian arrived through the void. Aogu casually tossed several severed heads on the ground, the expressions still frozen in fear and despair, sending chills down the spine. Zhutian flicked the contents of his realm bag and handed it to Lin Yi. "Master, all the beasts from the primordial battlefield are contained within this bag." Lin Yi accepted it with a nod. Let's return now. At the ancient altar of the primordial realm, the realm master Xianing of the Tai Xian realm cast a deep glance at the realm master Nancheng of the Hanan realm. Nancheng understood the unspoken words, a playful smile appearing on his face as he turned his gaze to Zihua. Zihua, shall we wager a bit for amusement? Zihua, who had been resting with closed eyes, slowly opened them, disdain evident in his gaze as he replied, What shall we wager? Are we betting on whether your Zixiao minor world will once again come and last? Not interested, Zihua firmly rejected. However, as soon as he spoke, Nanchang interrupted. Do not be so hasty to refuse. How about we wager on the protective imperial weapon of my Hanan realm? Before Zihua could respond, Xianing interjected. In that case, I shall add a wager on the protective imperial weapon of the Tai Xian realm. Seeing the three engage in this banter, Zihua felt a flicker of unease. Zihua, do you lack confidence in your Zixiao world? Or do you underestimate our three realms? Nancheng continued to provoke. Zihua, do not act impulsively. Qinghua of the Yuqing realm suddenly spoke up. Xianing shot a disapproving glance at Qinghua, his eyes filled with disdain. Does your Yuqing realm wish to wager as well? If you lack the courage, do not meddle. With that, he turned back to Zihua. Zihua, if you are afraid, you need only say so. Zihua smiled slightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. In the past, he might have hesitated at such a wager. However, now was different. With Lin Yi present, he was filled with confidence regarding the Zixiao minor world. Everything that had transpired was merely an act of pretense. Since you Xianing have spoken, then my Zixiao minor world will accompany you to the end. Xianing laughed heartily, as if victory were already assured. He then looked to Elder Lu of the Tiang Pavilion. Elder Lu, you can bear witness. Elder Lu nodded with a smile. Rest assured, with me here, no one dares to go back on their word. As the words fell, a faint light shimmered above the altar. A minor world shattered their transportation jade slip. Nancheng spoke casually. Xianing's eyes flickered with intrigue. I wonder which minor world is so inept, unable to hold out for just a few days. Yet it is better than complete extinction. As he spoke, his gaze turned to Zihua. Chapter 64. My favorite to kill is the Enforcer Buzz. The void rippled as Lin Yi stepped forward. Behind him, Ziyuan, Qingyun, and Shugu followed closely, their faces reflecting varying degrees of excitement and anticipation. One by one, hundreds of emperors from the Yuling, Zixiao, and Lingshu realms emerged, their presence seemingly filling the space with a powerful aura. Ha ha! Fellow Taoist Zihai, a bet is a bet. Hand over the Zixiao Guardian Emperor weapon. With Elder Lu as witness, you wouldn't dare to play tricks, would you? Xianming taunted, his voice dripping with mockery and pride as he looked at Zihai. Zihai's expression turned contemplative, filled with doubt and shock. He truly could not comprehend how Lin Yi could slay the Lord of the Starry River, Meng Xian, while in the boundary-breaking realm, especially since the emperors of the three realms had scarcely suffered any injuries. There is only one fact that even Zihai himself was reluctant to believe. Lin Yi and his companions had slaughtered the remaining 6 realms in the ancient beast battlefield. Zihai swallowed hard, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards Zun. Their eyes met, and Zun nodded silently. In that instant, Zihai's heart jolted. Damn it! If the 6 realms' powerful beings have been slaughtered, it means there is a significant gap in the high-end powers within the 6 realms. This young man truly dares to act. Seeing Zihai's grim expression, Nancheng urged, Fellow Taoist Zihai, do not delay any longer. Jian Wang, the Lord of the Sword Dust Realm, clearly wanted to intervene as well. Zihai, with Elder Lu here, you know you cannot evade responsibility today. Zihai looked at the 3 with a chuckle. Have you all reached a conclusion so soon? Is it that you underestimate my Zixiao little world, or overestimate your 3 realms? Upon hearing Zihai's words, Xianming burst into laughter. Are you trying to tell me that, aside from the people present from the 3 realms, all the powerful beings from the other 6 realms have perished? The lords present appear to be amused by Zihai's arrogance, their faces displaying scornful smiles, as if mocking him. Yet, only the lords of Yuling and Lingshu maintained a stern silence. At that moment, Lin Yi stepped forward suddenly. He will not tell you, but I can confirm that I have indeed eliminated them all. His voice was not loud. yet it reverberated like thunder in the ears of the audience. "Who are you?" Xuanming's words had barely left his lips when the lords of Yuling and Lingshu stepped forward, their auras flaring protectively around the powerful beings of their realms. "What do you two mean?" Xianming sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere, his gaze shifting towards Lin Yi. "The one who will kill you." Before Lin Yi could finish his sentence, a fist imprint surged through the air. "You seek death." Xianming did not expect Lin Yi to strike first. With a wave of his sleeve, a tremendous force descended. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from the platform, dust scattering everywhere. Xianming looked at Lin Yi, who was merely at the boundary-breaking realm, his expression darkening with murderous intent. A mere boundary-breaking realm? So ignorant of your own limitations. Just as he was about to make another move, his pupils constricted violently as a shadow flickered past. Lin Yi had appeared before him like a specter. Boom! The aura of the realm lord exploded forth. Countless imperial punches entwined with ancient sacred patterns surged forth like a tempest. "You!" Xianming felt the terrifying killing intent and the spatial distortion caused by the ancient sacred patterns. A flicker of fear breaking through his calm demeanor that had endured for thousands of years. Wait a moment. Fellow Taoist, we have a misunderstanding. Allow me to explain." "Explain? Go to hell and explain," Lin Yi declared. "Your path ends today." As the words fell, the force of his punch did not waver. Bang! The ancient sacred patterns reinforced by the realm lord's energy instantly tore through all defenses before Xianming. What appeared to be overwhelming energy crumbled like fragile paper before the sacred patterns. Endless fist lights bombarded him like a torrential downpour. Boom, boom, boom. As the fist lights entered his body, a gaping wound erupted on Xuanming's chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. "Explode." Lin Yi exclaimed lightly. At the wound on Xuanming's chest, a vortex rapidly formed, growing larger and more violent, exploding in an instant. Along with it, Xuanming's remnants were obliterated. The annihilation laws then descended like a tidal wave, swiftly corroding Xuanming's soul as he attempted to flee. In the blink of an eye, a generation of realm lords met their demise. The air was filled with the echoes of Xuanming's agonized screams as he perished. Jian Wang and Nansheng gazed incredulously at the unfolding scene, their eyes brimming with shock and terror. It was not that they did not wish to help, but the terrifying power displayed by Lin Yi with what seemed like a simple punch left them in disbelief. They had no doubt that if they dared to intervene, not only would they be unable to save Xianming, but they too would be swept away. "Young friend, to kill without provocation is to show a lack of respect for the elders, is it not?" Elder Lu's voice turned grim. He cast a reproachful and threatening glance at Zihai. "Zihai, is this how your Zixiao little world behaves? I am still here. Do you wish for me to report to the Great World Tianke Pavilion and obliterate your Zixiao little world completely?" Zihai remained silent, merely casting a calm gaze at Lin Yi. Lin Yi turned to the elder, his expression serene as he inquired, "Is your surname Lu?" "Indeed. I am the enforcer of the great world in this little world." "Young man, though your strength is commendable, do not provoke those you cannot afford to offend." Elder Lu introduced himself, attempting to intimidate Lin Yi into retreating. Lin Yi, however, waved his hand dismissively. "No need for idle chatter. As long as you confirm that your surname is Lu, that is sufficient." Whoosh! Lin Yi vanished from sight once more, his speed astonishingly swift, almost instantaneously reappearing before Elder Lu. I forgot to mention, my favorite to kill is indeed enforcers. Chapter 65. The Instantaneous Execution of the Realm Master. Lin Yi's scheme, how dare you? Elder Lu exclaimed furiously, accustomed as he was to the reverence and obedience of others. He had never anticipated that anyone would dare to so brazenly challenge his authority. However, Lin Yi's actions completely surpassed his expectations. Following a roar of anger, a sharp sound echoed. Slap! In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Elder Lu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as his once mighty protective realm essence seemed utterly ineffective before Lin Yi. In an instant, he was sent flying by a single slap, crashing heavily to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. You audacious fool!" Elder Lu spat blood. Yet he still attempted to threaten Lin Yi with words, hoping to salvage some of his dignity. He could not believe that Lin Yi would truly dare to strike him down, especially since he represented the heavenly tower of the great world. Little did he know, Lin Yi was already behind him. Bowing his head, he fixed an unwavering gaze on Elder Lu, a faint smile gracing his lips. In Elder Lu's horrified stare, a fist the size of a sandbag descended from above. Boom, 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 boom. One punch followed another, showing no signs of cessation. Each strike landed with a resounding thud, as Elder Lu's head was repeatedly driven into the ground. He struggled and resisted, but all his efforts seemed hopeless. His once proud mastery of the realm now appeared utterly laughable. You seek death. You will pay the price. Elder Lu managed to utter threatening words, though his voice grew increasingly feeble. The world fell silent. The only sound was the splattering of blood in midair and the thuds of fists striking down. That, friend, if you continue to strike, he truly will die. Could you spare Elder Lu, for our sake? Nan Shun, the realm master of Han Nan, spoke through gritted teeth, suppressing his inner terror. Having already allied with the heavenly tower, he knew that if he remained silent now, their faction would bear the brunt of any retribution. Zihao, you should also speak up and help persuade him, he implored. Yet, before he could finish, Jian Wuong, the realm master of sword dust, instinctively stepped back, creating a noticeable distance. The other realm masters also unconsciously retreated, as if Nan Shun had become a source of danger, with everyone eager to dissociate from him. In an instant, a space had opened around Nan Shun, making him feel conspicuously isolated. A chill coursed through Nan Shun as he felt an icy dread settle upon him. Slowly turning his neck, he met Lin Yi's cold, murderous gaze. Do you wish to protect this old fool? Nan Shun quickly waved his hands, instinctively retreating a few steps, his face betraying his terror. Friend, you misunderstand my intent. I meant to say that if you continue to strike, he will indeed die, indicating that you are not using enough force. Against such an arrogant old man, you ought to deliver a fatal blow like Xian Ming did earlier. Lin Yi nodded. A fatal blow? Very well. As you wish. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Nan Shin's expression momentarily relaxed, thinking he had escaped disaster. A forced smile emerged on his lips, a blend of relief and ingratiation. However, before he could fully relax, he realized Lin Yi had vanished from sight again. This scene sent a shiver down Nan Shin's spine, who had angered him now, as he furtively scanned the vicinity for Lin Yi's whereabouts. He also pondered who had incited Lin Yi's wrath. When he noticed that the area around the other realm masters was empty, alarm surged within him. It was too late to summon his protective essence. With a thunderous crash, the infinite Emperor fist erupted from within Nan Shun, the overwhelming force tearing his body apart, blood and flesh scattering in all directions. Lin Yi flicked the blood off his hands and coldly remarked, "Such a peculiar request is a first for me. Friend, my mother is calling me back for dinner. I must take my leave. Farewell." At that moment, Jian Wuong was filled with terror. His fear was justified. The situation before him was too gruesome. The fallen were all from his side. The Three Realms Alliance, originally led by the Heavenly Tower to seize the Sacred Path 9 seats, was a scheme they had meticulously plotted. Yet now, let alone securing those 9 seats, 2 of the 3 realms had already perished. Xian Ming of the Tai Xian realm and Nan Shun of Han Nan had met gruesome ends. And Elder Lu of the Heavenly Tower was in a state where his body and head were no longer on the same plane. He was essentially dead. With him remaining, Jian Wuong sensed he had become the next target, as if the scythe of death hung ominously over him. As he contemplated fleeing, Zihao suddenly stepped forward, blocking his path. With a smile, Zihao said, "Wuong, do not be in such a hurry to leave. The previous wager has yet to be fulfilled. Now that Xian Ming and Nan Shun are dead, you are still here." Jian Wuong, realizing he could not escape without dealing with Zihao, gritted his teeth and tossed the protective imperial weapon to Zihao, his face a shade of iron, his tone somber. "Zihao, do you have further business?" However, Zihao had no intention of letting him go. A glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes. "As far as I know, your parents have long since passed away. Could it be that you are seeking a surrogate mother?" "Zihao, are you trying to harm me?" Jian Wang's voice grew increasingly feeble. Realizing something was amiss, he numbly looked down to find a blood hole had appeared in his chest, just like Xian Ming and Nanshan before him. Z. How you? Bastard. With those final words, filled with endless resentment, he breathed his last. The abyssal sky soared, chi crisscrossed violently. Endless blood surged down like torrential rain from the heavens. The ancient sacred patterns scattered across the altar. Hiss, hiss, several tearing sounds echoed. And on the platform, 2 more realm masters met their demise. At that moment, the atmosphere within the altar was heavy and filled with a sense of impending doom. Aside from the realms of Zi Xiao, Yu Qing, and Ling Su, only Yin Xiong, the realm master of Yinjia, remained. Yin Xiong glanced around at the bloodshed and chaos. The once mighty realm masters now lay fallen, filling him with dread. He swallowed hard, too afraid to even breathe, fearing that any movement would invite his own death. When Lin Yi's gaze fell upon him, Yin Xiong's heart trembled. Instinctively, he reached to touch his chest. Relieved to find it still solid, he was still alive. You Yinjia, relying on the otherworldly fire to establish a realm? Lin Yi's calm voice sent a shiver down Yin Xiong's spine. Uncertain of Lin Yi's intent, Yin Xiong merely nodded silently. But Zihao understood. With a flick of his fingers in the void, the figure of the otherworldly sovereign gradually materialized. Friend, she requested to wait for you here, which is why I brought her. Surely she will be of use to you in your forthcoming endeavors? Lin Yi clasped his fists in gratitude towards Zihao, then turned back to Yin Xiong, a glimmer of profound meaning in his eyes. Might I visit your Yinjia? Yin Xiong dared not refuse. Although he was unaware of Lin Yi's intentions, in this situation, he had no choice but to comply. Zi Xiao, Yu Qing, and Ling Su swiftly enter the sacred path 9 seats and break into the realm master level. I shall visit Yinjia. If individuals from the great world arrive, do not resist. Await my return. After issuing these commands, he took the otherworldly sovereign and vanished into the sky, heading towards Yinjia. Chapter 66. The Veil of Calamity. The world appeared as though forged from divine flames. The sky resembled an eternal tapestry of blazing silk, radiant and fervent. Fiery clouds billowed and surged, rising and falling in a tumultuous dance. However, within the Hall of Flames, the atmosphere bore a weight of unease. Yin Xiong's heart stirred slightly as he discreetly roused the ancestral spirit of the Flame Realm, fully aware of Lin Yi's extraordinary capabilities, and dared not display even a hint of complacency. Yet, a barely perceptible test lingered in his gaze. Friend Lin, your prowess has indeed earned my admiration. Who would have thought that the individual beside me harbored such concealed depths? The myriad flames of our flame realm are not to be trifled with. Outsiders tread here at their peril, for a moment's carelessness may lead to a fiery demise. Lin Yi discerned the underlying challenge in Yin Xiong's words, seemingly calm, yet laden with hidden meanings. A slight smile graced his lips as he replied, Master of the Flame Realm, I perceive an ominous portent within your flames. It does not bode well. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiong felt a surge of dissatisfaction, yet, recognizing Lin Yi's strength, he refrained from expressing it. Even with the ancestral spirit awakened, he harbored doubts about his ability to restrain Lin Yi. Thus, he buried his discontent deep within, interpreting Lin Yi's words as mere mockery, and managed to muster a strained smile. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to our flame realm? Since you are here, let us converse over tea. At that moment, a maid clad in a flowing red gown entered, her steps light and graceful, akin to an ethereal sprite dancing amidst flames. The fiery fabric clung to her alluring form, each movement radiating a unique charm. Holding a tea bowl, she approached Lin Yi with an air of elegance, bowing slightly, her actions imbued with an exquisite femininity. Please enjoy the tea, young master, she spoke, her voice a melodious trill, drawing closer to Lin Yi. A subtle fragrance wafted from her, not overpowering, yet possessing an enchanting allure that seemed to penetrate the very soul. As she raised her gaze to Lin Yi, her eyes sparkled with seduction, her brows exuding an intoxicating allure. Lin Yi cast a sidelong glance at the enigmatic Yin Xiong and then at the cold figure of the foreign lord, involuntarily shivering. He waved dismissively, unhesitant. With a resounding crash, the once enchanting maid exploded into a fine mist, dissipating into the air in an instant. The entire occurrence so swift that not a drop of blood was shed. You! Yin Xiong's expression hardened, anger flashing in his eyes. However, as the fury surged within him, reason swiftly quelled it. Is there something you find unsatisfactory, friend? Lin Yi observed Yin Xiong struggle to suppress his rage, internally lamenting. Indeed, he possesses remarkable restraint. He understood that Yin Xiong was surely filled with resentment towards him at this moment. But he remained unfazed. This woman bore an omen of great misfortune. I eliminated her for the good of your flame realm. Do not assume that I seek to provoke you. Master Yin, Lin Yi continued. Yin Xiong gritted his teeth. Friend Lin Yu, you speak the truth. No sooner had he uttered these words than a hearty laughter erupted, shattering the oppressive silence in the hall. Ha ha ha. Friend, your presence in the flame realm is a pleasure, and I apologize for my tardiness. The laughter resonated like the tolling of a great bell, echoing throughout the hall of flames. An elder appeared within the chamber. Upon seeing him, Yin Xiong immediately rose, his demeanor one of utmost respect as he bowed slightly. I pay my respects to the ancestor. Lin Yi, however, remained seated, exuding an air of relaxed indifference, even neglecting to acknowledge the newly arrived elder. The elder, unperturbed, fixed his gaze upon Lin Yi, curiosity and scrutiny mingling in his expression. I am Yin Xiong. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to our flame realm? He spoke with a voice that was both courteous yet commanding, his presence radiating an aura of authority as he stood at the pinnacle of the realm's power. As he spoke, the atmosphere thickened with an overwhelming energy that seemed to ignite the very air around them, causing the already sweltering environment of the Hall of Flames to become even more unbearable. The space trembled slightly under the weight of this potent aura, as if it might shatter in the next instant. I have already stated that your flame realm harbors an omen of great misfortune, Lin Yi declared, raising his arms slowly. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from his being, akin to a tumultuous river, commanding and magnificent. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire flame realm, suppressing the flames and disrupting the previously stable energy field, causing unrest throughout the fiery domain. Yin Xiong sensed the impending catastrophe. He understood Lin Yi's formidable strength and recognized that the elder's haughty demeanor had incited Lin Yi's wrath. He intended to mediate, but it was too late. With a thunderous roar, Lin Yi's power erupted, reminiscent of the primordial sound of creation. Ancient runes cleaved through the sky, descending like thunderbolts. The hall reverberated with explosive sounds, as blood mist filled the air, thick and tangible. The once fiery sky of the flame realm was now tinged with a chilling and fearsome atmosphere. How dare you? Yin Xiong bellowed, a torrent of flames surging from his palm like a deluge of molten lava. Yin Xiong, too, ceased to hold back. Fully aware that the moment for reconciliation had passed, he was engulfed in flames, racing towards Lin Yi like a blazing meteor. Lin Yi remained unfazed, lifting his right foot and delivering a powerful kick. With two resounding thuds, both Yin Xiong and Yin Xiong were hurled through the air like kites severed from their strings, crashing against the walls and leaving massive cracks in their wake, debris scattering and dust swirling. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, from all corners of the flame realm, countless powerful presences surged skyward. These energies roared forth like crashing waves, converging towards the heart of the flame realm. The Grand Hall was instantly obliterated by this overwhelming force, rubble and timber flying in all directions. Above, pillars of fiery energy coalesced. Hundreds of emperors and dozens of realm breakers materialized in the air. Gazing down upon Lin Yi and the foreign lord, their murderous intent palpable, sharp as blades, chilling the very air around them. Lin Yi surveyed the scene before him, feigning indignation as he shouted toward the heavens, "Bravo! Your flame realm truly excels. I have traversed great distances to cleanse your realm of all harbingers of calamity. And now I find myself besieged. Are you truly seeking to deceive me? Alas, I fear I have arrived too late. The inhabitants of your flame realm are already lost to great misfortune. Today, I, Lin Yi, shall act as Heaven's Avenger, vanquishing demons and dispelling evil. Chapter 67. More people? I fear not. The formidable beings of the flame realm trembled with rage, their eyes wide with disbelief and fury, glaring intensely at Lin Yi. Their gaze seemed as if it could devour him whole. How could Lin Yi utter such shameless words with a straight face? At this moment, Yin Cheng shakily rose from the ground, his previously imposing demeanor now tinged with disarray, revealing a hint of defeat. The look he cast upon Lin Yi was laden with deep apprehension, a blend of emotions swirling within him. Although he had anticipated the possibility of being outmatched by Lin Yi, he never imagined he would be so utterly defeated. As a fellow realm master, he was severely injured by Lin Yi's seemingly casual strike. Coughing violently, Yin Cheng expelled 2 mouthfuls of blood. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he soared into the air, followed closely by Yin Xiong, who struggled to rise alongside him. Together, they stood beside the powerful beings of the flame realm. Behind them, hundreds of emperors and dozens of realm-breaking experts surged with overwhelming energy, their murderous intent palpable, eagerly awaiting Yin Cheng's command. Taking a deep breath to suppress his bitterness and anger, Yin Cheng endeavored to steady his voice. Lin Yi, if you depart now, we of the flame realm shall not pursue the matter any further. Although his words hinted at compromise, the unmistakable reluctance and frustration were evident. Yin Cheng understood all too well that Lin Yi's strength surpassed his expectations. Should they truly muster all their might to confront Lin Yi, even if they succeeded in slaying him, the flame realm would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic losses. Consequently, their power would plummet within this myriad of small worlds, losing their current status and advantages, potentially leading to irreparable ruin. Thus, he could neither afford to gamble nor dare to do so. As Yin Cheng pondered, the myriad races of the flame realm sensed the dramatic shift in the atmosphere. They surged from all directions like a tidal wave, swiftly encircling Lin Yi and the foreign realm master outside the Grand Hall. Beyond the horizon, an unending stream of powerful beings continued to converge, resembling dark clouds rolling in, their presence overwhelming. Amidst this turmoil, Yin Cheng's mindset transformed. From the initial shock of being gravely injured by Lin Yi's terrifying blow to the subsequent reassurance he felt as the flame realm's powerful beings rushed to provide protection, he now found his confidence bolstered. He looked at the countless allies surrounding him and, with newfound bravado, gazed imperiously at Lin Yi, declaring loudly, "Friend, how have you contemplated our situation?" Lin Yi remained unfazed, his expression tranquil as he surveyed the flame realm's powerful beings and the distant throng of figures resembling ants. His tone was devoid of inflection. "Are you comparing numbers with me?" Yin Cheng sneered coldly. "Indeed, it is the multitude that shall overwhelm your fewer numbers. We of the flame realm shall compel you to retreat." In his view, no matter how strong Lin Yi might be, he could not withstand the sheer volume of their forces and would inevitably back down in the face of such overwhelming might. Lin Yi merely smiled slightly and conjured a spatial pouch, which appeared ordinary, yet exuded an air of mystery. Upon witnessing this, Yin Cheng's brow furrowed, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind. With a thunderous roar, a dragon's cry pierced the heavens, echoing like a resounding bell. An infinite might surged forth from the pouch, sweeping across the sky. In an instant, the space trembled violently, as if the entire world quaked and the ground fractured, enormous fissures spreading like a spider's web. Roars erupted, filling the air with a cacophony of sound. To the horror of the flame realm's onlookers, the ground and sky teemed with countless beasts. Their eyes glowed with a blood-red ferocity, gazing upon the inhabitants of the flame realm as if they were lambs awaiting slaughter, radiating a menacing aura. What is this? Countless beasts? Yin Cheng stood agape, astonished, his speech faltering. How could this be? And they are all Emperor-level beasts? Yet, this was not the end. Within Yin Cheng's stunned gaze, three figures materialized in the sky. Zhu Tian, Huang Yin, and Wu Shazhilong. Three realm masters. The eyes of the Flame Realm's cultivators were drawn irresistibly to these three, swallowing nervously. Lin, my friend, please, allow me to explain. At this moment, Yin Cheng's scalp prickled, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his eyes filled with terror. The flicker of confidence that had briefly emerged was now extinguished. However, Lin Yi paid him no heed. He raised his right hand, swept it downward with force, and bellowed, "Kill!" In an instant, the cries of countless beasts erupted, a deafening roar that shook the very earth. The beasts opened their massive jaws, revealing sharp fangs, their fearsome countenances striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. They charged towards the Flame Realm army, their momentum akin to an unstoppable tide of darkness. The thunderous stampede of hundreds of thousands of beasts seemed poised to shatter the very foundation of the Flame Realm. The stench of blood and death filled the air, a harbinger of slaughter. In the wake of the initial assault, the sturdy armor of nearby cultivators was shattered, turning them into mere splatters of blood mist that evaporated in the searing heat. A chorus of despairing screams erupted from within the Flame Realm, echoing in a haunting symphony. Faced with the overwhelming onslaught of beasts, the cultivators of the Flame Realm found themselves utterly powerless. The relentless tide of beasts materialized as a waking nightmare, each creature a merciless harbinger of doom, harvesting lives indiscriminately. Quick, activate the formation. Channel the Flame Realm's unique fire to forge an unparalleled fire domain. Yin Cheng urged, his voice hoarse with urgency. Upon receiving the command, the realm-breaking experts nearby began frantically gesturing, summoning columns of unique fire to soar into the sky from every corner of the Flame Realm, resembling colossal pillars reaching towards the heavens. At the focal point of the fire domain, a brilliant flame danced wildly, growing more intense, as if it threatened to consume the very sky. With a resounding boom, the unique fire surged upward, spreading rapidly until the heavens were engulfed in a sea of flames. The inferno roiled and churned, waves of heat scorching the earth, distorting the air around it. Do not panic. The Flame Realm wields the power of the unique fire of heaven and earth. It embodies the might of the cosmos. Follow my lead and slay the beasts. Yin Cheng saw the formation coalesce, a flicker of confidence igniting within him. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than that confidence froze upon his face. Above the vast expanse of flames, a shadowy figure soared upward. Yin Cheng's eyes widened in shock. Disbelief etched on his features. He could no longer contemplate how the figure effortlessly penetrated the depths of the fire domain. Having trained for millennia within the Flame Realm using the unique fire, he understood that once the domain was formed, its volatile energy and searing heat could consume anything, even himself, should he dare to tread there. Panic surged within Yin Cheng, veins standing out on his forehead as he disregarded the implications of the figure's entry into the fire domain. He shouted frantically, "Quick! Stop her!" Chapter 68. Accompanying to the grave? As soon as the words left his lips, the people of the Flame Realm felt their pupils constrict sharply, unable to act. In their line of sight, Lin Yi's figure vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a blurred afterimage. The flame bear suddenly felt a chill enveloping his body, a penetrating cold that was almost unbearable, as if the breath of death had silently descended upon him. In that moment, Lin Yi appeared behind the flame bear like a specter, silent and ghostly. Before the flame bear could utter a word, Lin Yi unleashed a vast punch of the realm. With a thunderous boom, the flame bear, devoid of any resistance, erupted into a shower of blood and gore. The once mighty force of which had been his source of pride, was now helplessly reclaimed by the heavens, greedily absorbed by the core of the fiery domain. Act now. Kill this man. Flame Cheng's heart surged with shock and fury at the sight of the flame bear being so effortlessly obliterated. Yet, his words were bold while his body instinctively sought to retreat. Lin Yi discerned Flame Cheng's intentions, and a faint smile crept across his lips. He slowly raised his right hand, and 9 ancient sacred patterns emerged, intertwining before Flame Chung and binding him in place like a cage. Flame Chung clenched his eyes shut, gritting his teeth as an endless tide surged forth from within him, a tumultuous flood of energy honed over millennia. This transformed into monstrous flaming beasts, clawing and tearing towards the ancient sacred patterns. The flames roared and surged, casting the surroundings in a brilliant crimson glow, the searing heat distorting the very air. Upon contact with the sacred patterns, the beasts collided with what felt like an impassable divine mountain, ruthlessly torn apart and shattered. The powerful backlash struck Flame Chung like relentless waves, his body feeling as if it were being shredded by countless blades, every inch of his skin burned, blood gushing forth until he was drenched in crimson, resembling a blood-soaked specter. With each successive blow, the strength of Flame Chang's realm gradually waned, until he could no longer endure and collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with despair and helplessness. At this moment, Lin Yi ignored Flame Chung entirely. Soaring into the sky, in the heavens, he stood proudly with the Yuan-Tian sword in hand. The Yuan-Tian sword seemed to sense Lin Yi's overwhelming killing intent, trembling slightly and emitting a resonating hum. In an instant, a sword light burst forth, blindingly brilliant, as if it had gathered all the light in the world. Its vast, murderous aura threatening to rend the very sky asunder. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yi channeled his power into the sword, unleashing a magnificent beam that traversed the heavens like a radiant galaxy. With an expression as cold as ice, he propelled the Yuan-Tian sword forward. Where the sword light passed, the void shattered like fragile glass, exploding into countless fragments. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the shattered void resembled ravenous maws, the unfathomable abyss emanating a chilling darkness. The cultivators of the flame realm, confronted with this terrifying sword light and ultimate killing intent, found themselves unable to flee. They were as insignificant as ants before this power, their bodies crushed to dust, devoured by the merciless void without a trace left behind. That they had cultivated for countless years was violently wrenched from their bodies, flickering with eerie light in the void, only to be greedily absorbed by the core of the fiery domain like a black hole. It was only then that the people of the flame realm awoke from their stupor, sensing the dire situation. In terror, they gazed upon the devastation surrounding them, an intense wave of anxiety and regret surging within. Quick, activate the formation. He lured us into opening the fiery domain to expel the within us. Someone screamed hoarsely. Yet it was far too late. Lin Yi would not grant them any opportunity. His gaze shifted toward 3 figures not far away, Zhu Tian, Huang Nian, and Wu Shazhilong, who felt Lin Yi's piercing stare and understood his intent. Their colossal forms materialized, obscuring the sky, roaring above the 9 heavens. An overwhelming pressure from the realm surged forth like a tsunami, sweeping across the entire flame realm. Under the titanic pressure from these 3 realm lords, the once arrogant cultivators of the flame realm crumbled like fragile porcelain, their bodies shattered into mist and blood. The weaker practitioners of the flame realm descended into utter despair, mercilessly slaughtered by countless beasts. Their wretched screams echoed as they fled in vain, helplessly watching their bodies torn apart by the beasts. Even the powerful beings above the Emperor realm were obliterated in midair, erupting into columns of blood that shot skyward. The blood columns mingled with drawn inexorably towards the fiery domain's core. At that moment, the flame realm had devolved into a vast slaughterhouse. The anguished roars and cries of despair reverberated in every corner, the atmosphere thick with the scent of death and hopelessness. The entire flame realm teetered on the brink of collapse, nearly shattering. Flame Chang's eyes widened in terror and disbelief, his lips trembling. You are a demon. Do you not fear the retribution of karma, or the annihilation of heaven for this boundless slaughter? His body swayed, as if all strength had been drained from him. The scene before him resembled a horrific nightmare. The flame realm, which had reigned over countless small worlds for millennia, was crumbling at an astonishing pace. Once a prosperous realm, filled with thriving clans and renowned sects, it now lay in ruins, a mere sea of blood and desolation. Amidst the corpses piled high and the remnants of shattered walls, the history of countless years of realm wars was now but a distant memory. While conflicts had arisen, they often refrained from wanton slaughter of ordinary cultivators due to their awareness of cause and effect. Yet Lin Yi disregarded all, embodying the very essence of death. His Yuan Tian sword, taking with it the entirety of the world. Cannot comprehend? If you cannot grasp it now, you shall have all the time in hell to ponder it. For now, I shall send you to the underworld. As Lin Yi spoke, he exerted pressure with his palm, and the ancient sacred patterns binding flame Cheng erupted in a burst of energy. 9 sacred patterns pierced through Flame Cheng's body, obliterating both flesh and soul in an instant. Even in death, I shall drag you all down with me. As Flame Cheng's form disintegrated, a vengeful curse reverberated. An inexhaustible surge erupted from within him. The moment it manifested, it resembled a blazing heart, detonating and engulfing the entire realm, igniting everything in its path. The entwined with the flame realm spiraled upward like a ferocious tornado, hurtling toward the fiery domain's core. Boom! 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 Chapter 69. The existence of numerous small worlds may be unnecessary as the deafening roar erupted like thunder. The entire flame realm trembled precariously. The heavens and earth seemed unable to bear the burden, shaking violently. At the core of the fire domain, a brilliance surged forth like a blazing sun, its blinding light rendering everything in the vicinity dim. The already rampant energy, under the impact of the Yin Cheng, spiraled into chaos, surging wildly, on the verge of a complete explosion. The entire flame realm was not spared, cracking open countless fissures that crisscrossed in all directions. Each crack emanated a chilling aura of darkness, as if it sought to gradually consume the entire realm. Those who had clung to hope, believing that secluding themselves in the forbidden areas of the flame realm could spare them from calamity, ultimately found themselves ensnared by misfortune. Yin Cheng's final eruption mercilessly ravaged every corner of the flame realm. Under the caress of their bodies were instantaneously reduced to ashes, dissipating into the scorching air without a trace of resistance. Lin Yi remained unflustered, his palm moving lightly, as a spatial pouch shot forth like a streak of light. In an instant, the countless beasts that had just been rampaging across the land of the flame realm were drawn into the pouch by a powerful suction, which shivered slightly before returning to tranquility, adequately containing the beasts. Zhu Tian, Huang Yin, and the 5 fiends' dragon descended, their gazes grave and vigilant as they turned towards the heavens. There, under the impact of Yin Cheng's final, terrifying whirlpools were forming within the fire domain, exuding an aura capable of annihilating all. Even as realm masters, they could not help but feel apprehensive in the face of such power. They understood well that if the fire domain were truly ignited by Yin Cheng's last strike, the boundless flames would descend in an instant. Even with their strength, escaping this disaster unscathed would undoubtedly come at a significant cost. Master, do we need to intervene to protect her? Zhu Tian's voice held a hint of hesitation and concern. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm and composed. He understood that Zhu Tian referred to the within the fire domain, although that was merely at the Emperor realm. Lin Yi was acutely aware that she was the only one present who could face the overwhelming flames without fear. With that thought in mind, Lin Yi's consciousness stirred slightly, and he divided off a thread of the source power of the annihilation law from within himself. It shimmered with a faint light, shooting into the fire domain like an arrow. As it passed, the flame seemed to part slightly, penetrating directly into this brow. The enveloped in the pitch-black inferno absorbed the source power of the annihilation law, the two forces intertwining as they relentlessly devoured the surrounding them. With each wisp of consumed, her aura surged stronger. Her presence rapidly ascended from the Emperor realm, as if ignited, until she swiftly stepped into the boundary-breaking realm. Huang Yin, who had been closely observing the movements within the fire domain, suddenly narrowed her eyes. As a member of the ancient Black Phoenix clan, her perception and familiarity with flame surpassed that of ordinary beings. She finally grasped why Lin Yi remained so unperturbed, showing no concern for the within the fire domain. This aura continued to rise, showing no signs of halting. Seeing this, Zhu Tian furrowed her brow, worry etched on her features. Master, we cannot allow her to forcefully break through the boundary master realm. Without the 5 elements source qi, this immense energy could obliterate her completely. Huang Yin merely smiled slightly, glancing at Zhu Tian with a teasing glint in her eyes. Zhu Tian, after all these years, you seem to have missed something. Take a closer look at what this woman truly is. Zhu Tian trembled at her words, and after a moment, gasped, the void flame. The earthly fire of transformation. How is this possible? As an elemental fire of the heavens and earth, it did not follow the cultivation system of ordinary beings. It was a spiritual entity, innately endowed with fortune. Such entities need not rely on the 5 elements source qi to break through. Lin Yi, not overly familiar with waved his hand to interrupt Zhu Tian, his gaze shifting to the void. Pay her no mind. We have more visitors seeking their demise. No sooner had he spoken than the void quaked violently, as if the entire universe were trembling. In this myriad of small worlds, alliances had long become a law of survival, with each world intricately connected to others. The upheaval in the flame realm naturally attracted countless gazes. Each small world held its own ambitions. Some may genuinely wish to assist, but many others harbored ulterior motives, hoping to seize the opportunity for their own gain. Buzzing. From all directions, an innumerable host of powerful beings emerged from the void. Their figures cut through the air, exuding formidable presences, soon filling the skies of the flame realm. These powerful beings hailed from different small worlds, surrounded by strange auras, some radiating fearsome pressure. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, the entire flame realm fell into a deathly silence, void of life. The once coveted had now been depleted, leaving behind desolation and coldness. Lin Yi, Zhu Tian, Huang Yin, and the 5 fiends' dragons stood proudly above, their presence commanding. The arriving powers gazed upon the scene, their scalps tingling with unease, rendered immobile by an invisible pressure. Gulp! In the profound stillness, someone audibly swallowed. This faint sound echoed with stark clarity. Yet they remained frozen, as if turned to stone by an incantation, too fearful to disturb Lin Yi's wrath. Do you not see me? Do you not see me? The once spirited crowd now bowed their heads, slowly retreating. Lin Yi smirked, his voice icy. Are you all here to assist the flame realm? The boundary-breaking realm power, locked in Lin Yi's gaze, turned pale, beads of sweat rolling down his brow, his legs trembling uncontrollably, fear and struggle evident in his eyes. With great difficulty, he managed to stammer out a few words. My mother's calling me home for dinner. This senior shall not intrude further. I will take my leave now. After a moment of silence, the surrounding powers seized the opportunity, chattering nervously. Yes, my mother-in-law is giving birth. I must return quickly. Indeed, my wife is out with her boyfriend. I need to hurry back to meet my girlfriend. Another powerful being babbled incoherently. As they spoke, they cautiously shifted their feet, leaning slightly forward, preparing to flee. Bang, bang, bang. 3 deep, resonating sounds rang out, like the tolling of death's bell. The 3 who had just spoken did not even have time to scream before their bodies exploded instantaneously, blood and flesh scattering, becoming a mist of crimson in the void. Lin Yi flicked his arm, expressionless. The first 2 suffered for their unfilial nature, and as for the last one, wasting my brain cells. Deserved. Lin Yi's gaze swept over the myriad powerful beings from the small world surrounding him, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. If I were to recover them one world at a time, it would be too troublesome. Perhaps a different approach is warranted. Let my path begin with the small worlds. With that, he soared into the air. In an instant, the annihilation law surged forth like a torrent of black waves, sweeping across the expanse. Chapter 70. The arrival of a 9-section pavilion in the vast world. What on earth is this? A terrified cry reverberated through the heavens. The ancient sacred patterns, entwined with the laws of annihilation, emerged silently from the void like specters. They were silent and elusive, akin to the scythe of death, unwittingly reaping lives. Each sound of flesh tearing was particularly jarring, conjuring a mist of blood. With every rise of the blood mist, the demise of a creature was signified. The horrific scene sent chills down the spine. Bang, bang, bang. As the laws of annihilation tightened their grip, several muffled sounds echoed once more in the void. Lin Yi's lips curled slightly, his tone laced with sarcasm. Save your efforts. This realm has long been ensnared by the power of the laws. Since you have arrived, you ought to leave something behind. Why not your lives? As his words fell, the sounds of blood mist exploding continued from the depths of the fiery realm. Lin Yi slowly closed his eyes, his body unconsciously floating above the firmament. Around him, an invisible force seemed to surge. Pure spiritual energy from the heavens and earth flowed ceaselessly from the laws of annihilation, rushing into Lin Yi's body like a torrent. In a fleeting moment, the entire fiery realm appeared to undergo a cataclysmic devastation. Once vibrant and teeming with life, it now lay barren, devoid of any vegetation. The land, once filled with vitality, now resembled a desolate wasteland, as if trampled by the hand of death. All living beings were utterly obliterated under the relentless grip of the ancient sacred patterns and the laws of annihilation, leaving no trace of life behind. In this silent world, Lin Yi stood like a solitary deity, quietly observing. His right hand suddenly rose, gently pressing down towards the fiery realm below. This seemingly mundane gesture concealed an overwhelming force not belonging to this realm. Boom! The dull sound erupted in the void like thunder. Every inch of the fiery land trembled. Every corner crumbled. The vitality unique to this star domain dissipated in an instant. The laws of annihilation, akin to a voracious beast, swiftly captured this fleeing vitality. Mysterious lights flickered as the life essence surged like a tide into Lin Yi's being. Once he absorbed all the vitality from the fiery realm, Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes. His gaze sparkled with brilliance, as though stars and oceans swirled within. His profound eyes seemed capable of piercing through boundless voids, directly gazing upon the altar of the ancient beasts. Sensing something, Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolutely lifted his hand towards the celestial fire domain. In an instant, the vast fire domain compressed and merged under the immense pressure. The flames within flickered, as if struggling, yet unable to escape this formidable force. The once blazing flames were now under the control of an invisible hand, obediently following Lin Yi's will as they surged into the body of the foreign domain's master. Suddenly, the foreign domain's master felt an overwhelming tearing sensation. It was as if a powerful force sought to rend her body apart. Even the body of the void flame could scarcely endure, and crimson scorch marks began to appear upon her blackened form. These blood-red burn marks resembled the marks of a demon, strikingly alarming. Lin Yi raised his hand once more. The immense energy of the realm surged forth like a tide, fiercely shielding the heart of the foreign domain's master. Before she could react, Lin Yi thrust the entire fire domain into her body. In that moment, the foreign domain's master transformed into a colossal furnace, the flames rolling and burning within her. Without hesitation, Lin Yi cast her into his spatial pouch. Having completed his actions, he turned to regard the three stunned figures of the candle sky. Their mouths agape, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Ignoring their astonished gazes, Lin Yi spoke calmly. You three, enter the spatial pouch and assist in her breakthrough. The 9-section Divine Tao list is in turmoil. Upon hearing this, the three regained their composure from their astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly entered the spatial pouch. Lin Yi stepped into the void and vanished in an instant. The altar of the ancient beasts Zihao, Qinghua, Su Wu, you three possess great audacity. A thunderous roar echoed from above the 9-section Divine Tao list, and an immense pressure instantly spread, reaching the heavens and the earth. Upon hearing this, the realm masters of Zi Shao, Yu Qing, and Ling Su involuntarily trembled, and then, as if pulled by an invisible force, they knelt before the 9-section Divine Tao list. Though they were realm masters, having governed small worlds for millennia and witnessed countless grand spectacles, they felt an unprecedented fear in the face of this overwhelming pressure. This fear stemmed not only from the suppression of their realm, but also from a deep-seated reverence for the power emanating from the great world. This reverence extinguished any thought of rebellion. Bang, bang, bang. Several dull sounds echoed. 3 figures were unceremoniously hurled out from the 9-section Divine Tao list, crashing heavily beside Zi Hao and the others. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Zi Yuan, Su Guwei, and Qin Yun, who had previously entered the 9-section Divine Tao list to ascend to the Realm Master level, though their auras were somewhat feeble. A faint pressure of the Realm Master still emanated from them. This was a powerful and unique aura that, even in their weakened state, still conveyed their extraordinary nature. However, at this moment, they appeared disheveled, their clothes torn and faces pale, as if their life essence had nearly been extinguished. Seeing this, Zi Hao's pupils constricted sharply. Just as he was about to approach and assess their condition, an overwhelming pressure erupted from within the 9-section Divine Tao list, instantly enveloping Zi Hao. He felt as if a colossal mountain had descended upon him, pinning him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Then, 9 elders clad in plain robes emerged from within. Their forms flickered like phantoms, their gazes condescending. Yet, when they turned to look at Zi Hao and the others, their eyes were filled with disdain. Who dares to slay a member of my heavenly pavilion? Protected by my heavenly pavilion, receiving the essence of the 5 elements, yet conspiring with outsiders to slay my elders. You worthless insects are not even worthy of enjoying my heavenly pavilion's essence. These 3 are merely the next to fall. As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily flicked towards the nearly lifeless figures of Zi Yuan and the others. Zi Hao, Qing Hua, and Su Wu exchanged glances, remaining silent and lowering their heads. The atmosphere heavy. The leader, seeing this, was infuriated and bellowed. Good. A bunch of ants, truly seeking death. He then slammed his palm down, targeting Zi Yuan and the others with lethal intent, as if to eradicate them from existence. Chapter 71. The Desperate Struggle of Zihu Boom. A surging wave of energy erupted before Ziyun, its immense power expanding outward like a relentless tsunami. As it swept across the space, fissures formed, resembling a shattered mirror, a sight both shocking and awe-inspiring. The members of the Tiang Pavilion were taken aback. They had never anticipated that someone in this small world would dare to defy them. In their eyes, the beings of this lesser realm were akin to mere ants, easily manipulated at will. Yet now, someone had the audacity to challenge their authority, igniting both their fury and astonishment. The individual who had previously struck out waved his hand, summoning a formidable force that forced back the tumultuous wave. As the dust settled, he squinted slightly, scrutinizing the figure before Ziyuan. Upon recognizing the person's face, a mocking smile crept across his lips. Ah, how bold of you, Zhu. It appears the Zixiao small world has become unnecessary. This man exuded an air of arrogance, emanating a powerful aura as if a single word from him could determine the fate of a world. Yet, standing before Ziyuan, Zihu's resolve remained unwavering. He chose silence, for words at this moment would hold no value. From the instant he took action, the possibility of reconciliation between Zun, the Zixiao small world, and the Tiang Pavilion had vanished. Nonetheless, he had compelling reasons to act. Firstly, he could not bear to witness his son's life extinguished before his very eyes. Secondly, he had grown weary of the contemptuous demeanor of the individuals from the greater world. Thirdly, Zihu was unwilling to remain confined within this small world, yearning instead to explore broader horizons. He refused to lead a life of insignificance, shackled within this diminutive realm. Though the person behind Lin Yi would not directly assist him, Zihu harbored a glimmer of hope. If he could delay long enough for Lin Yi to return, then the Zixiao small world would be irrevocably aligned with Lin Yi. This gamble had been placed the moment he made his move. Zihu straightened his back. The leader of the Tiang Pavilion shifted his gaze to the still kneeling Qing Hua and Shiwu. Is your Yuqing realm and Lingshu realm like the Zixiao realm? Also inclined to defy the Tiang Pavilion, Qinghua and Xiwu exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with helplessness and conflict. With clasped fists, they attempted to interject. Elder Zihu acted impulsively. However, before they could finish, the elder waved his hand dismissively. You insignificant wretches from the lower realms are unworthy of bargaining with me. You too lack the standing. To me, you are mere dogs of the greater world. Speak another word, and you shall share Zihu's fate. His words dripped with disdain and insult, causing Qinghua and Xiwu's faces to flush with indignation. As realm lords who had traversed the small world for millennia, they possessed their own pride. Once revered as powerful sovereigns, they now found themselves humiliated. A storm of anger and resentment surged within them, urging them to resist. Yet reason cautioned against such folly. They understood the might of the Tiang Pavilion. Any act of defiance would not only jeopardize their lives, but also bring calamity upon their realms. At last, Qinghua lowered his head once more, forced to endure this humiliation for the sake of his world. Xiwu, observing from the sidelines, wrestled with similar turmoil. He too detested the notion of being a dog for the Tiang Pavilion, yet lacked the courage to rebel. Witnessing Qinghua's actions, the elder sneered, "Ah, dogs will be dogs. Obedience ensures survival." His words pierced like daggers into Qinghua and Xiwu's hearts. Though seething with rage, they dared not express it. "Now, you two old hounds, heed this. The first command from your master is to go and kill Zihu." The elder's command struck like a thunderbolt, plunging Qinghua and Xiwu into despair. They did not wish to attack Zhou, yet defying the Tiang Pavilion was not an option. Qinghua's heart was torn with conflict. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, as turmoil raged within them like a tempest. Ultimately, Qinghua rose slowly, his eyes filled with anguish, yet he resolved himself. He knew this was his only choice. Xiwu stood alongside him, silently approaching Zihu. "Do you truly wish to proceed? To become mere hounds for the Tiang Pavilion?" Zihu finally spoke, his voice laced with questioning and disappointment. He fixed his gaze on Qinghua and Xiwu, hoping to discern a flicker of hesitation, a glimmer of defiance. Yet, his hopes were dashed. Qinghua shook his head, offering no further words, simply stating, "Zihu, my friend, do not hold it against me." With that, the ground beneath Qinghua and Xiwu shattered, propelling them towards Zihu with a punch and a palm aimed at his chest. A fine display, Zihu thought, having concealed his strength for so long. Now was the moment for them to witness the disparity even among realm lords. His inner energy surged to the heavens, piercing through the cosmos, forming an insurmountable barrier that isolated Qinghua and Xiwu. Boom! Boom! The strikes landed with blinding speed, leaving Qinghua and Xiwu no time to react. Zihu's assault descended upon them like a tempest, catching them completely off guard. They felt their bodies propelled backward, disbelief filling their eyes as they flew through the air. As fellow realm lords, they had underestimated Zihu's hidden power. Shock coursed through them as they realized that their assessments had been gravely flawed. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Zihu left even the previously mocking members of the Tiang Pavilion momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated such formidable existence within this small world. Though they were proud of their status within the greater world, even they could not help but privately acknowledge this small realm was not entirely devoid of merit. However, their musings were fleeting. The focus of the crowd remained on the earlier conflict, yet in that moment, Zihu vanished from sight. When he reappeared, Zihu stood before the leader of the Tiang Pavilion. He knew he could not linger with Qinghua and Xiwu any longer. To await Lin Yi's return, he must capture the leader of the Tiang Pavilion. Although the odds were slim, he was compelled to attempt it. Surrounded by flickering purple lightning, Zihu channeled the Zixiao divine thunder law. The heavens above erupted with a deafening roar, coalescing into a terrifying vortex of purple lightning. Within this maelstrom, the electricity danced like dragons, exuding a chilling aura. The sky itself seemed to darken, as if heralding an apocalypse. Zihu's aura surged with ominous intent, his murderous intent spreading like a shadow across the realm. Before the Tiang Pavilion could react, 9 bolts of divine purple lightning tore through space, hurtling towards them. With a swift motion, Zihu unleashed the 9 bolts, which erupted in a series of relentless explosions. Boom, boom, boom.